Testing 1, 2, 3. I believe everyone can hear me now as I verify it based off of my my little sound bit at the bottom. But hey, welcome back everyone to another severe weather live stream. All right, this is February 17th, 2022. If you're watching this after the fact, today there is expected to be a severe weather outbreak, maybe even tornado outbreak. So this is the full live coverage of it here from 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, all the way through until, I guess, whenever I end the live stream. But if you want to, take a look at the future activity and stuff like that for what's happening in current situations, please click on my channel and you'll see videos or live streams of what I do with forecasts, talking about what could potentially be happening with the next storm. As for everyone who's watching right now, all right, I really do appreciate you guys coming out. We're going to need your guys' help a lot today, so please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible, all right? There's a lot of activity anticipated. There's already a tornado watch that has been issued for the areas of eastern Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, central to northern portions of Mississippi, and extreme southwestern portions of Tennessee. This tornado watch is quite the tornado watch, right? The probabilities for this tornado watch, or at least I won't say the probabilities, I'll just say the wording here from the tornado watch. A few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. All right, so we've been talking about this event since February 4th for quite a long time, and it's led up to this day right here to where we have a potential tornado outbreak with a couple intense tornadoes possible. So we're going to be covering that live. We're going to be trying to provide the best radar analysis on YouTube. I have been studying up over the winter break to try and figure out ways to where I can determine as to when tornadoes can form and try and get the information out sooner. And I have found some videos that have been uploaded relatively recently from some seminars from the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center. So I guarantee you, most people on YouTube will not have the same radar analysis as myself. I'm going to be a lot quicker, more than likely, and I'm a lot quicker than I was before now. And I'm going to be identifying these patterns that are going to be what would originally not be, super clear cut, and you would just think that would just be part of rain and radar and stuff like that. But no, it's actually based off of how a supercell actually functions, and we can actually see it based off of radar. So I'm going to be trying to identify those characteristics, and hopefully today we can get the information out to people who may need it. So please be sure to share this with friends and family and on social media, all right? Share this live stream by copying the link and putting it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or whatnot, even sharing it with friends and family, especially if people live within these areas. I'm going to take away the satellite imagery for you, and you can see a lot of these colors across the board here. If you see anyone who lives within the yellow or the orange, we need to get that information out to them, all right? Because this is where the potential for our tornado outbreak could lie. So we need to get this information out to these people, especially areas in the orange right here. Areas in the orange near Jackson, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, up towards Tupelo. Florence, if you guys remember the sky camera over there in Florence, we will be using that. So we're going to have all sorts of coverage here for you guys. We're going to have sky cameras. We're going to have the radar analysis. And we're hopefully going to try and get information out to more and more people. So as I said, try and get this information out to as many people as possible. And remember, all right, if you guys are in the live stream and you guys are, still here for an elongated period of time and you see new people come into the stream, tell them to like the video, because as I say to you guys, liking the live stream actually helps me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And if people living in these areas don't have news coverage and they're looking on YouTube for that information, my information could be very beneficial towards them in making the correct decision for whenever there's a thunderstorm that's heading into their general area. So please be sure to spread this with as many people as possible in these areas. So the big thing here, guys, as I said, a tornado watch has been issued. That will be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we can anticipate this event to continue to be here for quite some time, of course. And I'm expecting to be here for quite some time. I'm actually probably going to end the live stream when the storms start to get near Birmingham and Chattanooga. Once they pass those areas, that's when I probably will call it quits. But that's a long time period between now and then, and we've got a lot of stuff to look out for in between all those areas. I also want to say a couple other things here real quickly. First off, I have updated the bottom screen. So the one that says, thank you to our channel members. All of my current channel members, all right, we have 100 of them. We lost a couple because, you know, we haven't been really too active with the live stream department. But all 100 members, all right, we have 100 members exactly. Your name is on that bottom screen. So I've officially updated it for you guys. And I wanted to get the recognition out because I can't do the things that I do on this channel without you. So thank you so much for becoming a channel member. You know, I see so many members in the chat already that have came out. I really do appreciate you guys. I really do. I also uploaded a video of a sneak peek of the new series that I'm going to be doing for historical tornadoes. So after this live stream, go take a look at that video. It's a little, 21-second trailer or whatnot. And, it's going to basically give you a little sneak peek of what tornado I'm going to actually talk about. So do not miss that. That video will probably come out as early as the beginning of March and as late as the end of March into April. It just really depends upon whether or not, I am able to more than likely edit it in time. Evelyn Rose, thank you so much for becoming a moderate weather watcher. My goodness. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you sticking with me for that long a time. I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. All right, so enough blabbering about the announcements. Let's go ahead and get on with our radar here and stuff like that, or our simulated radar as this progresses on through. Here's some of the timings. Becca Lynn, thank you so much for becoming a moderate risk weather watcher. I really do appreciate that. Been with me for so long there. So moderate risk is over 6 months of becoming a weather watcher, and that's just amazing. So thank you so much. So let's go on with the timings here as this moves on through with the HRRR model. All right, now the timings, it's going to be really hard for me to show you because it's not typically what you guys are accustomed to in my videos. But I did say that I am getting a new loadout, a new layout when things actually, shift in towards the real severe weather season. So we'll be able to have a new format for you guys, and it won't be, just all over the place anymore. I'm setting this up here real quickly. Done. There we go. Let's take a look here at the timings. These storms really don't start firing up across the board here until we get to about the noon time frame. All right, if we take a look at our current radar, actually, just to support our thesis, you can see a couple lines of storms that are starting to push on through here. So the HRRR model so far is relatively consistent with what's actually happening right now. So let's play this on through. You can see how things really start to become interesting because some of these storms start to arc. And if you watched a couple of my videos when I talk about hodographs, the wind veering with the atmosphere is very significant here today. All right, that is the more than likely the determining factor for our tornadoes today. We have a lot of this arcing in these storms, and these arcs can produce tornadoes, some of which could even be significant. So as this plays on through, you can see how the storms increase in coverage. We even have one classic one right within here. So a lot of activity within this general area, and then it all starts to become a line as it starts to approach the Birmingham areas, as well as the areas near Chattanooga. So that's the reason why I'm saying I probably will end the live stream once we get to that point, which would be sometime around 9 to 10 p.m. Eastern or Central time. So we've got a lot of time in between now and then, about 9 to 10 hours of live coverage for the severe weather. I want to take a look at something really interesting here, and I'm going to be taking a look at the updraft helicity tracks. Now, what this shows us is the potential to where the tornadoes could be specifically from the HRRR. Now, do not take this as if it is set in stone, okay? This could easily change, but the main thing that I want to show you guys here for the most part is that if you look across the board, there's a lot of these tracks, all right? These tracks can obviously veer north, south, east, and west, but the point being is the models are showing that tracks are possible for these tornadoes. So we're going to have to watch as to how this continues to progress on through. And if we take a look at the North American model, well, it even says that as well. We got some areas to where we have some tracks within here too. So this is just one of those things to where the models have been saying that there could be the potential for tornadoes within some of these areas. And we're just going to have to continue to keep our eyes peeled, keep our head on a swivel, as some would say, for these potential tornadic storms. Oh my, married with crypto for with a 50. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I really do appreciate that. It says, I watch from time to time, just here to show you some support. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. That goes a long way to my channel, and I really do appreciate that. Everyone say thank you to Married with Crypto if you guys can. That's a amazing donation, and thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to me. But yeah. These are what some of the storms here are saying. And I want to go over to a model that kind of overdoes things, but this is kind of the worst case scenario, if you will. And I think we have to go to pivotal weather in order to see this. Let's go local. Let's see Alabama and Mississippi. Let's go severe weather. Oh, we need to do FV3. And helicity tracks. Oh yeah, so this one's the worst case scenario, more than likely. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you can see this model has a lot more tracks across the board in Mississippi and Alabama, and even into portions of Arkansas. So that is just something to consider. All right, something to consider. And if you live within these areas, all right, of course, the best case scenario is something doesn't happen. But the worst case scenario, too, could be you guys could get some activity, some impacts from the severe weather. So don't be scared, all right? That's the last thing I want you to be. Because if you become scared, most people tend to be like frozen in place, all right? Some people can speak off of experience with this. But some people just can't really think straight during that time. So it's better for you right now to have a plan in place, all right? Figure out where you need to go when a tornado warning is issued. I'm not saying your area will most certainly get a tornado warning, but on the off chance that you do, you need to have a plan of action so that you can go to a safe place to put yourself in between walls, put yourself in between the tornado or something like that. Like, my point being is that if you have like a bathroom or closet that doesn't have any windows and it's in the most interior room of your building, all right, please be sure to go to it during a tornado warning. Okay, so I always say for every single tornado warning, and people can back me up when I say this, in my previous live streams, I say get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And that's the same thing here. So I want you guys to be sure to have that plan of action so that you can get over there. And other things too that I want to mention as well is that if you run into, say helmets around, having helmets or having pillows and stuff like that, grab those while you're heading there too. Because, and even footwear, all right, in case if the tornado goes over your house, you don't want to step on debris. The thing of it is that most injuries and or deaths from tornadoes come from falling debris. And so if you get hit in the head and you have no protection, you're going to more than likely suffer a concussion at the minimum. So if you have a helmet, right, or some sort of pot and pan above your head, you hold it above there, you'll be relatively safe and you won't suffer those significant head injuries. So please be sure to take those plan or have a plan of action and plan accordingly, just in case if these said tornadoes do actually form. All right, so just a reminder of what we're looking at. This is the tornado tracks, or the helicity tracks, as what it's technically classified. And these little lines are where tornadoes could potentially form. And if we go back to some of the other models here, it's in a better diagram. You can see that some of these models indicate these tracks as well. All right, they can be a little bit further north, they can be a little bit further south. These are not set in stone. These are not set in stone, but the big thing is these models, these weather models, are now anticipating the threat for tornadic development somewhere here within this area. And just a reminder here too, all right, if we go back to our severe weather scale, all right, this is the convective outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. This is right over the areas of where that 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale is indicated in the orange. That's your enhanced risk. So if you're in the yellow or in the orange area, or if you know anyone within these areas, you guys need to get this information. You know, spread the information with as many people as possible if you can. And, you know, I'm going to keep saying that over and over again, especially when we get tornadoes, because we need to get this information out to people who more than likely need it. All right, some people maybe not be anticipating this. You know, I know they just issued a tornado watch, so some people might be like a little weary that a tornado watch got issued for their area. All right, but people aren't really paying attention to the weather. That's not the main thing that they've got going on with their life. So if we can get this information out to these people, we may be able to try and save some lives. That's the big thing here that I want to try and get across here for everyone. So please copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family, and on social media like Facebook and Twitter so we can get this information out. And by hitting that like button on the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If you hit the like button more and more, it gets recommended to more and more people. So please be sure to get this information out to as many people as possible. On the other hand, all right, I want to get this out here before things start getting really active, because I don't really want to self-promote and stuff like that while a tornado is going on, because that's really insensitive. All right. If you want to send pictures of what you are seeing live, at me on Twitter, at Nate_Snyder. Okay. I'll even send a link to the people in the chat there. Send me a picture and I will put it on screen, okay? The reason why I ask that is because we are trying to get perspectives out there of what people are seeing. And the same thing goes for if you see anyone that posts stuff on Twitter, at me as well, because we want to try and get people an idea as to what exactly is happening. And let's say there's a tornado on the ground and someone sees it and they send that information to me. I can then relay the information and say, hey, this is the tornado right here that we are currently talking about, and excuse me, and you need to take this seriously. So that's the big reason why I asked for that type of stuff. Twitter is down at the moment. I figured as much, honestly. I kind of saw that. Will Hutton with the 5 says, any chance for hail in Westchester, Ohio? Let me look that up here real quickly. Westchester is near the Cincinnati area, so you guys have a chance of getting some severe storms, but not from the hail department, really, all right? We're taking a look at the hail probability, and there's only an area right here that's in brown, which is a 5% chance for hail. Now, on the other hand, you guys out in that general vicinity, maybe not over you, but you're right on the border of the 5 and 15% chance for strong damaging winds. And so you guys could potentially get 60-mile-per-hour winds within your area, but it's not exactly like a super large chance, super high chance. While we're talking about it, we can take a look over here, and you can see our tornado probabilities across the board. All right, so our tornadic probabilities across the board here, 2% in green, 5% in brown. For whatever reason, they make yellow a 10%, but a 10% chance is still a very significant chance. You know, the 10% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. So it's a relatively high chance. And there's also a significant risk for tornadoes as well. You see this gray area here? This is where significant tornadoes are possible, all right? So Jackson, Tennessee, Corinth, Oxford, or Corinth, I should say. Corinth, if I remember correctly, that's how it was from the last stream. Tupelo, Greenwood, Vicksburg, Jackson, Meridian, Columbus Air Force Base. All right, into Columbus. So if you live within these areas, you guys have the chance, or at least the highest chance, of seeing a significant tornado within your area. So please be sure, if you guys can, to stay safe and have a plan of action. Because if something does happen within your area, then that's the, it's probably going to be significant, more than likely. Corinth. Okay. So Corinth. Other than that, let's take a look at the satellite imagery. I want to take a look at that here real quickly. Why do I have Google Maps pulled up on 2 tabs? It doesn't make any sense. Take a look at the satellite imagery right here. We're going to want to take a look at the true color. And the reason why I want to do this here, all right, reason why I want to do this is because I want to try and get you guys a decent perspective as to what we are dealing with here right now. So, what happens in the atmosphere when this activity, you know, starts to arise? How does this happen? Why does this happen? Well, what's happening here is we've got a lot of moisture coming from the Gulf of Mexico. You can see these clouds down here that are rising from the Gulf of Mexico, and they are moving into this general area right here. All right, so if you watched my videos, this is your 850 millibar jet that's streaming right into the system. On the other hand, in the upper level, or the upper levels of the atmosphere, you can also see these clouds that are shooting out just like this. All right, so this is your 500 millibar wind shear that's pushing out. So you have warm moisture coming from the south, and then in the upper portions of the atmosphere, it's turning. So it's kind of curling just like this as you go up higher and higher into the sky. It's veering with height. The wind is veering with height. And that sort of environment is favorable enough from a wind shear perspective for tornadoes. Now, as for the moisture components, all right, so with the storms forming, the energy levels of the atmosphere, what basically happens is you have a lot of warm air that's towards the ground, and then back behind it, you have a lot of cold air that's going over top of the warm air, okay? So what happens there is eventually the warm air wants to rise, the cold air wants to sink. And when you get that, you get your energy levels in the atmosphere. We call that CAPE, or convective available potential energy. And so what we typically want to look out for particularly, or should I say potentially higher amounts of CAPE that could end up starting to form, is when there isn't as much cloud cover across some of these areas. And we have some of these bands right within here that indicate some decrease, or a decrease in cloud activity across the board here. And because that is the case, the sun can heat up the ground and make the ground a lot more warmer. The air above it's still going to be pretty cold, but it's going to make the ground warmer and warmer and warmer, and it's going to increase that displacement, creating more and more CAPE. So we have some CAPE within this general area. We have some very strong wind shear from the system, and that results to what we've got right now. We have our dry line that's surging on through. We have our cold front back here that's surging on through, and then our warm front, which extends, which is basically when you have all these storms that continue to rise. When it stops rising like that and starts curling off towards the, or not curling off towards the side, when it starts curling around like this, that's when you're at the end of the warm front. You actually can see that. You actually can see where the warm front is if we go to the models here and we go to moisture and dew points. All right, so what we've got right here is you can see how you have a sharp cutoff right here of dew points. You have these blues and then you have these whites almost. And this is your warm front, or technically your Arctic boundary that's, you know, surging about. And that's the reason why areas north of this is more than likely going to get snow and ice. All right, there's a winter storm aspect to this as well. If we actually play out the radar here, you can see while the severe weather is ongoing, you can see the blues, salmons or oranges and purples over there are either sleet, freezing rain, or snow. And so north of that Arctic boundary, north of that warm front, is where that activity is more than likely going to reside. So this is a really interesting environment that we are starting to watch unfold in front of us. And we're just going to have to continue to see if there's more and more energy levels that actually form here soon. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued here. This is for the Pine Bluff areas, all right? So Pine Bluff, Arkansas, you have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Cleveland, Prairie, Monroe, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Arkansas counties. That'll be in effect until noon Central Standard Time. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So if you're near the Cornerstone, the Bayou Mito areas, the DeWitt, the Elmira general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and seek, great start to the beginning of the analysis, Nate. Seek a sturdy structure if you guys can, because this storm is going to be creating some strong damaging winds across the board. I can actually agree with that for the most part. I'm trying to see if there is anything here tornadic-wise that could eventually start to kind of signify that there could potentially be, you know, a tornado eventually. And we do have a jutting of the line here just a little bit. You see how things are curling just like this. But at the same time, I'm looking for specific stuff here to try and determine as to whether or not we might actually have a ELF or an LFVE as the technical term. And I don't see it here. What that basically is that's basically an airstream that flows from the you know, the core of the storm, the heavy amounts of rain, and wraps around into the hook. So the rear flank downdraft is what's on the outside. Rear flank downdrafts are on the outside. What I'm looking for is what's on the inside, and I can't exactly see one right now. I might be able to see a little bit of one, actually, but it's not really super identifiable at this time. So, but we do have some interesting winds, and then it starts to slow down. So it might be trying to organize a little bit more. It might be trying to do so, but it's right along that line. It's not really super organized. It's not, you know, actually what is representable of what we can see a little bit later on. What I want to do here is I want to try and go to my radar that's over here near Monroe. There's a couple storms across the board here. So, someone in the chat has been saying the Tallulah storm, as well as DOS in my DMs. He's been saying Tallulah could potentially be an area to watch. He's also gave me an observed sounding of New Orleans, and that looks absolutely insane. So, yeah, that's definitely something that I'm continuing to watch here. But yeah, Tallulah actually does have a little bit of an elf signature here. We have a little bit of an elf that's surging on through. Just a teeny one, though. Don't look at spectrum width, apparently, from this radar. This looks like a giant spiral, a giant pinwheel. So don't look at that. But we do have a surge in winds, and then we do have a decrease in winds, indicating that it could potentially be turning, something like that. I can't exactly say as to whether or not this is at that stage right now. I think it's a little bit more in its infancy. But this storm could potentially be something that we could be talking about later on. All right, I definitely see... I definitely could foresee this as a potential area of development for tornadoes. So we're going to have to continue to watch this storm. It's in a pretty good environment, all right? The CAPE numbers, the convective available potential energy that we've been talking about before. The CAPE numbers are decent. They're above what we need for severe weather in this instance, which is over 1,000 joules per kilogram in this event. And so we do have that activity that is starting to form because of the high energy levels. So this storm, I'm trying to see if there's any other areas to watch here. I don't see too much. I think the storm that's just to the west of Vicksburg is definitely the storm to watch here. This is probably going to start to root here relatively soon. So this is Tallulah over in Louisiana, about to pass near the Vicksburg, Mississippi general vicinity. And it's probably going to start to mature more and more, I should say, as time continues to progress. So Yazoo City eventually is going to see this storm. Based off of its current trajectory, Yazoo City, the Holly Bluff general vicinity, Valley Park, Onward, Cary, Rolling Fork, Louise, Carter, and Eden. You guys are probably going to see these storms, or at least the storm that I'm talking about right now as this pushes on through. Someone said in chat it's kind of curling a bit. Yeah, it is. You can see a little bit of the hooking characteristic right here, your forward flank downdraft, or your SVC that's starting to form right within here. So things are starting to kind of wrap around, or at least your SVC would be pulling up here on ZDR. You can see a little bit of that right here near Sonheimer. Or actually Sonheimer towards Tallulah. Might be a little bit more of the tornadic updraft there near Tallulah, which that kind of looks like to be the case. And so more than likely the storm will try and form. The only thing that I will say about this, though, right now, the only thing I will say about this storm is that it's got a lot of other storms out in front of it. So it might limit its progression here. As this continues to progress further and further. It might limit its progression. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for that. On the other hand, if a storm does actually collide with another storm, it could provide a little brief opportunity for a tornado to form. But those typically tend to be weak, so not really all super concerning with that department at this time. But yeah, that cell near Vicksburg is the one to watch right now. How's Tennessee doing right now? Let's go take a look over towards Memphis. A lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. That storm near Forest City, though, that does look to be... Ooh. That storm near Forest City might be one to watch here in the future. That might be another storm. And then Duval's Bluff as well. That might be another storm to watch. Let's see if I can get storm motion. If I can. Storm motion from warning. And there we go. So yeah, the Brinkley area, to the north and east of that, towards the Caldwell, Colt, and Wynn vicinity, north of I-40, could be something interesting right there. I want to see if we can actually pull that up. Arkansas dot or traffic cameras. We might be able to see it with that there. If we look Palestine, we're looking east, which is not what we want. This is looking west, not what we want either. That's looking west too, but we can't see a whole lot from that. I was kind of wishing that these cameras would have a little bit better of quality. I can't really see a whole lot. That's kind of what we're going to be dealing with here today, honestly. So the Forest City area, that's definitely where a storm can be. This is one to watch out for, in my honest opinion. I appreciate everyone in the chat. I really do appreciate everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream, everyone. I really do mean it. You guys have been amazing to me. And as I said, if you guys can, some people have already said in the chat, liking the video to help spread the information. That's true. If you hit the like button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So that's what we're going to have to do today. We're going to have to try and continue to get the information out to as many people as possible, because it's one of those days to where significant tornadoes are possible. All right, that is for certain. So if you guys can, please try and share this information with as many people as possible. Let me go through my radars here just real quickly. I'm going to turn on all of my things here. Potential flooding over near Paducah. That's a little concerning ahead of this event. I'm going to do storm motion for morning and try to see some of these storms that are over here. Yeah, Tallulah. Tallulah is definitely a storm. Obviously, no dip Sherlock, but it's definitely a storm that's trying to materialize. So that's a storm that we're going to have to really watch out for. That's a storm that we're going to have to watch out for. Watchwoman for Jesus with the 2. Thank you so much. Says thank you. I just did a warning on Mississippi. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you spreading the information. All right, that means a lot more to me than the money. All right, so the people who try and spread the information, you guys, thank you guys so much. So, but the money will go and go into the funds for the channel and help upgrade equipment and stuff like that. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate the $2 super chat. That really does mean a lot to me. Really does. But yeah, we only have one severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Not saying that's going to be the only one we're going to get, but it's definitely an interesting situation. I want to see, is there a camera that's looking north? There's a camera that's looking west. Well, that's not exactly looking west, is it? So we don't really have a whole lot of cameras here from Arkansas. We're trying to get stuff, but we're going to be trying to rely on these traffic cameras here for the most part. All right, that's the that's what we're going to more than likely be trying to operate off of, because we don't really have storm chasers. All right, so we just got to work with what we got. We also have the traffic cameras from Mississippi, so they'll be up. And then we're going to probably, yeah, there we go. So traffic cameras for Tennessee as well. Go to SmartWay traffic. Map. Yeah, close enough. Feature menu. Traffic cameras. There we go. Now we have traffic cameras across the board that we can use if stuff does get in towards Memphis. So I think we're all good there. Cassie with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Both of you, thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. I really do. It really does mean a lot to me. It really does. So let's go back over to the cell that's near Vicksburg. I know, right? Surprising. I have water with me. So yeah, it looks like these storms. So this is really funny, all right? This is really interesting. We have two storms that, if they were by themselves, they would be tornadic, that are forming right next to each other. So they're kind of competing for the same energy that's in the area, and now they're going to get into a little bit of a fight. They're going to try and see which one can take advantage of the atmosphere more. And so we've got, yeah, these storms are fighting. These storms are fighting for the energy in the atmosphere right now. This storm that just formed is fighting with this other storm for dominance. And whichever one comes out on top is probably going to be the one that produces a tornado. So Holly Bluff, Yazoo City, Tinsley, Satartia. All right, you guys are probably going to get... You guys are probably going to get a severe thunderstorm here soon. This is from Tony C. All right, this is from Tony C. And man, that actually looks... Whew. That's pretty scary looking right there, my friend. That's right across of what seems to be this lake. And you can see a lot of heavy precipitation, more than likely some strong damaging winds associated with that as well. And a little bit of a shelf cloud. It's a kind of an ugly shelf and or scud cloud. You see a little bit of a drop right here in the clouds. That could indicate some strong damaging winds with that, so. Wow. So that's what's happening over there in Farmerville, Louisiana. That's what's happening over there. And Farmerville, for reference, is, oh, it's just to the north and west of Monroe. So it's one of these storms, or it's these storms that are back here. That goes to show you, all right, guys, that even if they're not exactly in the main risks, they're in the 2 out of 5, excuse me, the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, it doesn't mean that they won't get impacted. Now, it's not severe at this time, but the stuff is now starting to shift in towards the areas that we are watching the most, all right? So remember, all right, this is for the people who are new. This is the convective outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. They issue outlooks based off of a scale from 0 to 5. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in the dark green, a 2 out of 5 in yellow, and then a 3 out of 5 in orange. So if you guys live within the 2 out of 5 or the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, right within these areas, you need to stay tuned to the channel. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to get this information out to them, because I guarantee you most of these people within these areas are not thinking about the weather at this time of day, even on any day. The only thing that they would probably be more focused on is what the temperature is, not about tornadoes and stuff like that. So if we can get this information out to them, you know, you copy the link of the live stream and you send it to more and more people like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, a text message to your friends and family. We can get this information out to as many people as possible and provide, you know, crucial information to people who may need it. And by hitting that like button, believe it or not, that helps me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do that. All right, that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If more and more people hit the like button, it actually gets spread on to more and more people's recommended feeds. And if they are searching for information about these storms, they'll come to the live stream here and they'll see the information that we're providing and they can plan accordingly. And that's exactly what we want to do. We want to try and provide information that could help create good judgment for people who are living within these areas. Nicholas, with the membership, thank you so much. You've became an official weather watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That helps my channel out so much, and that's the best way to fund my channel. It's basically becoming a sponsor. And so I really do appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you know why they didn't go with a moderate earlier? Did the models downtrend a little? To be completely honest with you, I think it's more because of how localized the threat is. It's not exactly super widespread, and your convective available potential energy numbers aren't exactly like super high and widespread. The veering is there, all right? The boundaries are there for things to fire off. The cold front is there. You know, these storms are in good environments for severe weather from a wind shear perspective. From a thermodynamic perspective, it's not exactly as high. So that's the reason why they didn't go with the moderate. Yeah, the members in chat are saying you get emotes. You also get exclusive content as well. So I already uploaded a trailer for a video that I'm going to be doing in the future that I am gonna start a new series on this channel. It's gonna be about historical tornadoes, and I break it down and stuff like that. So you guys get to see all sorts of that cool stuff early. Which is pretty cool. I'm gonna move my radar back over to Little Rock. The storm near Elmira might have a little bit of a bookend vortex, honestly. Might have a little teeny bit of rotation, not really super significant to pull the trigger and say that it is, you know, a tornado on the ground right now. But it does have a little bit of rotation, all right? So you guys, you know, the one thing that I'm going to be saying consistently, I should say, throughout the stream is that when we take a look at the velocities here, right? This is the velocity signature. Your greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds are moving away from the radar. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And we've got that there, all right? We've got tornadic rotation. It's just not super significant, all right? You'd want things to start going into the bright greens or the bright reds into the pinks and stuff like that, all right? So if you can imagine reds going into like pink and the greens moving into, you know, like this kind of very, very light green. You would want those in order for you to get tornado, and we don't exactly see that within some of these areas. King Isaac, thank you so much for becoming a member as well. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and becoming a sponsor. I really do appreciate your support. My screens are out of focus. I don't know what that means. I really don't. It looks like everything is good. Yeah, everything's good on my screen. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Isaac, for becoming a member, a weather watcher. I really do appreciate it. Let's go back to the storm that's over near Vicksburg. Because that storm is going to eventually start going. All right, so it's now near the Valley Park areas, and it's starting to develop a low-level mesocyclone. How far are we away from the radar? We're about 50 nautical miles. So it's going to be pretty hard for us to see an ELF here, an LV. Jackson, that's a fellow moderator. They're allowed to. Do I sell autographs? I don't, but should I? Yeah, I can't see an ELF here or an LFVE within this area. We might be a little bit too high looking up in the sky, so we can't really say a whole lot with that. But we do have some activity here that's starting to develop, and I think I actually might see it. It might actually be extending relatively high in the atmosphere, because we do see an air current. If we go on a storm relative velocity, I should say. It's probably easier if we do that. We do see an air current that is moving away from the radar, kind of like this, and then the velocities kind of lessen. So what's happening here is the velocities are now becoming perpendicular. So it's going like this, and then it's curling around like that. If we go on the reflectivity, that's exactly what's happening right here. You can see how it's starting to arc like that, starting to hook a bit. And so we could potentially be starting to see our supercell here relatively soon. Maybe a tornado here relatively soon here. I would not be surprised if we actually did see a tornado here. But this is a, this is most certainly a tornadic supercell. This is probably going to form here relatively soon, if it really starts to get its act together. It's in a very good environment with both cape and shear. Of course, all of them have a good environment for shear, but this one right here, all right, this one right here near Valley Park, this is the storm to watch right here. So this is in Mississippi. This is in West Central Mississippi. All right, I'll zoom out here real quickly just to get a perspective, okay? Here's Jackson, Mississippi, right here in the circle. Here is New Orleans right here at the bottom of my arrow. Here's Memphis. Here's Little Rock. Here's Birmingham right within here, okay? So the storm that we are talking about, in detail is this one right here, where this white circle is. And this is going to be heading off towards the north and east as well. So it's going to be heading off towards areas like Yazoo City. All right, Yazoo City way back when had a EF4 tornado. They've had, a bunch of tornadoes. I've covered a bunch of tornadoes for Yazoo City in past live streams. And this, we're hoping that that isn't the case here with this storm, but it could potentially move on through and be a storm to talk about. So we are going to want to watch out for it if we can, because this is definitely starting to mature more and more. Yeah, this thing is now starting. This is starting to go. Yep. So now the ELF or the LFVE is starting to mature now. This thing is starting to become a lot more tornadic. We do have a tornadic updraft here according to ZDR, because what ZDR looks at is it looks at the actual size of the rain droplets. So if it's a higher ZDR towards like the reds and yellow, the raindrop is more tall than it is wide. All right, meaning that it's kind of getting dragged up into the air. It's getting pushed up into the air, so it's elongating itself vertically. Whereas if it's lower, all right, if you have a lower ZDR, then your values of whatever it's looking at, whether it's rain, debris, or air, it's wider than it is long. And so we can use this to determine as to whether or not there is updrafts, and indeed we have one right there. We have one right over Valley Park. If we look up higher and higher in the atmosphere, that is still relatively consistent. It goes relatively high up in the sky, very high up in the sky, almost up to 18,000 feet. That is a very tall ZDR column here. And I actually want to take a slice through the storm to show you as to how tall this ZDR column actually is. So if we take a slice through here, there it is. So this is a slice through the storm. We just took it right in half, and you can see the updraft extending up into the atmosphere here. Now it's a little bit further. You know, the scan that we took is according to this 8 minutes old, so we're expecting to get a new one here that is probably going to be a lot taller and extend almost all the way up to a 20,000 foot tall range here. So we're going to have to wait here for a couple of minutes. But we do have a tornadic updraft here with this storm, and we do have an ELF here. We do have an LFVE that is starting to surge around and potentially wrap around. Yep, there it is. So what's happening here right now is, once again, we're taking a look at the velocities here. Imagine how the hook wraps around kind of like this, or even like this in some spots. What we're going to want to look at is the velocities now, and what we're going to want to see is when things start to turn. So you have your reds that are moving away, and then it becomes the low values of gray, so it's becoming perpendicular to the radar, and it can't, really see the intensity of the values of the velocity. So it starts to turn, and then the greens, which are coming back into the system just like this, all right? So we have that activity here to where we have this broad rotation, and we do have an LFVE that is broadly rotating. So our ELF does indeed to be present within this area, and this could be a supercell that we could be talking about as this moves off towards Holly Bluff and Yazoo City in Mississippi. So this is a tornadic supercell that it is trying to develop here, all right? We talked about how at the beginning of the live stream, I have been trying to study up more and more on, trying to identify as to where tornadoes could specifically, drop, or storms that could potentially be tornadic without me, actually seeing a tornado on the ground, or want to do it before it actually happens. Because what's the point of warning people if it's already, there? You're going to want to do it in the beginning. I mean, there is a point to warning people, but like, let's say the tornado lasts for only a minute. We won't be able to see that on the radar until it's too late. So we're going to want to try and do it in the beginning so that we can get the information out to people ahead of time. So that's the reason why I'm saying Yazoo City, Tinsley, Satartia, Holly Bluff, Eden, Carter, Midway here in Mississippi. If you're north and west of Jackson, Mississippi, you guys need to watch out, because this storm could potentially produce a tornado here soon. I do not have my lemonade today. I don't. I have my water instead. AC4060, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. It says, you're the best. Keep up the good work from London, England. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that. People are asking for a 3D. That actually might be able to help here. We might be able to see something from the 3D here. By the way, I took an executive decision to put on radar scope color tables for this, and I'm going to keep it like that forever now. All right, so now if you guys are using radar scope and stuff like that, you guys may be able to see what I'm seeing too. As for the 3D, I'm trying to see if I can find specific stuff here. We do have a little bit of a forward flank downdraft that's starting to develop. So what's happening here is your rain is starting to rise within some of these areas. And it's starting to get pulled up just like this and being slung around into a developing hook right within here. So this storm is developing. This is still developing. But if it keeps going on this current pace, it more than likely will end up forming a tornado here relatively soon. More than likely will end up starting to form a tornado here soon. But man, oh man, yeah, this thing is really starting to kind of pick up. I'm trying to see here on the side. Oh, they're really... Okay. Yeah, I'm using GR2 Analyst for people who are curious. GR2 Analyst. Is there going to be a tornado? More than likely, at some point in this stream, there will be a tornado. With this storm right here, we could be seeing a tornado here relatively soon. All right, this thing is now starting to wrap around a little bit more. Look at this developing rotation right within here now. So I talked about earlier, when we're looking for a rotation, we want reds moving away and greens moving towards, and they have to touch. And they are touching right in the middle. They are touching. So we more than likely are now seeing some sort of tornadic rotation that's starting to develop. And it's heading straight towards that area now. All right, Holly Bluff, Yazoo City. We've been talking about you guys for the past 5 to 10 minutes. All right, have we not, chat? We've been talking about this for the past 5 to 10 minutes. The entire purpose here is to try and get the information out to people. And we've been talking about it for quite some time. So if you guys live within these areas, you need to start preparing for a storm that could potentially produce a tornado, in my honest opinion. We need to share this information with friends and family and on social media. All right, copy the link to the live stream and start sending it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you know, text message to friends and family and stuff like that. We need to get this information out to these people because more than likely there will be a tornado heading off into their general vicinity here soon. And we might hear that ding from the storm, from the National Weather Service here in a second. We might actually see it. But yeah, please get this information out to as many people as possible. And by hitting that like button, you actually help me spread this information out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. So please be sure to spread this information. And please be sure to support me by hitting that like button down below. But yeah, this thing is definitely progressing. This thing is definitely trying to wrap around. We do have an LFVE that is wrapping around down here. So the storm at this moment is just to the south of Holly Bluff. All right, just to the south of Holly Bluff. And this is right near the State Highway 16 area. So let's go ahead real quickly. I'm going to pull up here on Google Maps as to where this is at. So there's Yazoo City. And there's the Holly Bluff area. So here's Google Maps right here. All right. It's currently right near the... Of course, my computer has to, do a little funny real quickly. It's near the Panther Swamp and Wildlife general vicinity right now. Okay. It's right near that general vicinity near Lake George. All right. So if you know where Lake George is, that's where the tornadic rotation is going to be. This will head up to State Highway 16 near the Heinz Grocery and Steakhouse area, and then eventually towards US Highway 49, all right? US Highway 49, so Yazoo City and areas near State Highway 16, west of Yazoo City, near the general vicinity of the Heinz Grocery and Steakhouse, as well as near the Yazoo County Airport. All right. You guys need to go ahead and start preparing for the storm, because the more than likely we'll start to move on through here relatively soon. Even after that, the Coxburg, the Woodlawn areas, Tinsley, Carter, Bee Lake, Thornton, and Ebenezer areas here in Mississippi. All right, you guys are more than likely going to be impacted by the storm after that. This thing might be starting to go now. This thing might start to produce a tornado here relatively soon. This thing might do it here in a second. So yeah, it's starting to intensify more and more. And our rotation really is starting to gather more and more traction. And it's starting to intensify more and more. So that's the reason why we've been trying to get this information out to as many people as possible. Trying to spread it with as many people as possible. So we still have that here. We still have that here in Holly Bluff. This tornadic rotation. Now, I was talking about a ZDR column earlier. And our updraft column, or our tornadic updraft column. And I want to actually show you guys that here real quickly. If I could. There we go. ZDR. Might be too far in front. I'm going to have to do that over Valley Park. What risk is this storm? Enhanced, right? Yep, it is. It is in the enhanced risk right now. What radar site this is? This is still GR2 Analyst. It's just a different color table. So here's your ZDR column. All right. I was talking about how the updraft, the tornadic updraft in itself, can extend relatively high in the sky here. And we have that. We have that right within this area. Let's actually do this and then do that. There we go. So here's our tornadic updraft as I continue to try and figure this out. There we go. And you can see how high it extends. All right, so we got this entire area that moves up into the sky just like this. And it goes to about, I'd say 15 to 18,000 feet up in the air. 18 to 15,000 feet up in the air. So there we go. There's that storm that's really extending. And then, of course, you can see the updraft right there. You can see the low precipitation towards the bottom. So this is 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet within these white lines. You can see there's not really a whole lot of rain down below all this big amounts of red. And that's mainly because the updraft is shooting that rain up above all of that. And so eventually it's going to fall down. And that's how you get stuff that's out in front of the actual tornado. But we have a clear updraft here from our cross section. And the storm near Holly Bluff is starting to look more and more significant. This is as classic as you can get right here with the beginning of a tornado. All right, this is probably going to start to form a tornado here within the next 2 to 3 minutes. If not 5 minutes at maximum. Because this right here is starting to wrap up. It is starting to go. And this thing will probably have a tornado warning here relatively soon. So yeah, we do have an LFVE that is evident here. So it's going down like this, and then it's wrapping around just like that. And yep, we do have that as the case here. It's actually going more like this and then wrapping around. And yep, the rotation's starting to get bigger. The rotation is starting to get bigger. It's getting a lot bigger now. And so once again, areas near Yazoo City, Areas near Carter, Luis, Eden, here in Mississippi. This is where this tornadic storm is heading off towards right now. This thing is more than likely going to form a tornado here soon. It's okay, Denise. There's some instances I try to say the state as much as possible, so you probably came in at a wrong time. At the wrong time. Because, like, if you were probably there, like, probably 20 seconds earlier, I said the state, but it's not that big of a deal. This is in Mississippi. This is north and west of Jackson, approaching the Yazoo City general vicinity. And this thing is probably going to produce a tornado warning here soon. All right, the velocities are starting to become more and more significant. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away, broad rotation right within there. So here's the zoom out here real quickly, just to show you the general areas to watch. This is the satellite imagery that I'm putting over this. And you can see these storms that are forming out in front of the lines of storms that we were looking at earlier. So these storms here that are just to the west of Jackson. All right, you can see near the Greenwood area, new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. So severe thunderstorm warning for that storm now that we were just talking about. This entire area right here is where we are watching for potential tornadic development. And now this does have a severe thunderstorm warning. So severe thunderstorm warning for Holmes, Yazoo, and Humphreys County in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible. And they do mention the potential of a tornado. All right, it's not tornado possible, but it's the tornado watch right within that area. So would not be surprised if something really does form within here. I keep checking this product right within here. I keep checking this product right here. This is called the spectrum width. And what this does is this takes a look at turbulence in the atmosphere. And of course, tornadoes cause turbulence. So we do have a bit of a ball of turbulence right up here on the northern end of that, but it's not exactly right to where I would look for the potential of a tornado being. So I'm not exactly keen on saying that this one is probably going to produce a tornado right within that area. But I do think this storm could eventually produce a tornado here soon. Maybe just a little bit to the south of where that area of spectrum width is. I think this turbulence will probably get forced a little bit further towards the south and east. But we do have an LFVE. All right, that much is certain. A left flank velocity enhancement. And we do have a tornadic updraft. This goes up relatively high up in the sky, actually. We're looking up 16,000 feet. And it's about 16 to 17,000 feet up in the sky is how high it ranges. So yeah, this storm is definitely going here. And we've been talking about this storm even before they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this. All right, this is probably going to produce a tornado. So Yazoo City, Eden, Carter, Ebenezer, Howard, Thornton, you guys are still going to get this storm. And it's probably going to happen here. It's probably going to keep going up. We're now starting to see a hail signature with this. So the updraft has gotten significant enough to sustain hail within some of this areas. And that's not exactly good. That tells me that the updraft is starting to really materialize. And I also see heavier values of velocities right within here. So the inflow is starting to become a lot more significant too. Meaning that more than likely there will be a tightening of the velocities here if this inflow continues to get stronger and stronger. And as of what I'm looking at right now, that definitely seems to be the case. So this is approaching the Yazoo City area. It's actually a little bit further towards the west of Yazoo City in Mississippi. And this is heading off towards the north and east towards Carter, Eden, and Thornton in Mississippi. So we need to continue to spread this information with as many people as possible, right? We've been talking about this storm for so long, quite some time, actually. And this is as textbook as you can get for the beginning of a supercell. This is as textbook as you can get for the situation. Lightning is starting to increase, all right? There's starting to be more and more lightning strikes within this area. So I can assume that this storm is starting to try and mature more and more. There aren't any traffic cameras off near Yazoo City. There aren't any traffic cameras, which is unfortunate. Because I would like to show you some of that footage over there. But yeah, there is definitely some tornadic rotation right within this general area. So remember, this is in Mississippi. This is in west central Mississippi, approaching the Yazoo City area. All right, we're gonna zoom out here a little bit just to give you a perspective. Here's Mississippi right in here. And the severe thunderstorm warning that we're looking at is right there. Now it already has a TVS. Now it has a TVS signature. So the lower level meso is definitely starting to get lower and lower to the ground. Yeah, now it has a tornado vortex signature here. Not a TDS, so don't confuse it with a TDS, a tornadic debris signature. It has a tornadic vortex signature. And there definitely is something that's right around these areas here. So this is definitely something to watch out for as this continues to approach Yazoo City, because this is probably going to, as I said, probably going to produce a tornado. There's the tornado warning. We've called it.
Tornado warning for Central Holmes County in central Mississippi, northwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, southeastern Humphreys County in central Mississippi.
There you go. There you go. There's the tornado warning. We've been talking about this storm since Kingdom Come. All right. There it is. Tornado warning that has been issued for the area. We're going to see here in a second. Giant red box that's going to come across our screen. But there's the tornado warning. There it is. Just as the robot said, it's for Holmes, Yazoo, and Humphreys County in Mississippi. And that'll be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right, so if you live within these areas, you got to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. All right? No doubt in my mind that this thing could potentially produce a tornado, and we've been talking about this storm for 20 minutes now. 20 minutes now before it even produced the tornado warning. So if you live in Carter, Eden, Thornton in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We need to get this information out to people who live within these areas too. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, please get the information out to them. Whether you share the live stream or you just tell them to pay attention to the radio. There's going to be more than likely a tornadic storm that's going to move on through that could produce a tornado here. So please copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and try and get this information out to people, especially who live within this tornado warning. On the other hand, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So please hit that like button down below. All right, I'm going to keep saying that over and over again because that's the best way for me to spread this information on YouTube. All right, we need to continue to get this information out to people who live within these areas, because if they don't have cable, if they don't have news coverage and stuff like that they can't go to, they're probably going to go to social media like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. And that's the reason why I say share the information out to these people so that my information could get out to them and they can make a good decision. So yeah, we do have a storm that is starting to become tornadic, and it's now starting to cross over the US Highway 49 areas. All right, we talked about this about 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, we said US Highway 49 and State Highway, State Highway, this actually isn't US Highway 49. That's actually the funny thing. Over here, this is actually State Highway 16. So US Highway 49 is all the way up north of Yazoo City. So it's crossing over the State Highway 16 areas right now, over that Heinz Grocery and the Steakhouse area that we just talked about. The Yazoo County Airport there in Mississippi. This is eventually going to head off towards the north and east, towards Thornton, Bee Lake, Coxburg, Mileston, the Hillside National Wild Refugee Site. That general vicinity over there. If you're basically along US Highway 49, you're going to get the storm. You're going to get the storm. And you need to start preparing right now if you're north of Yazoo City. So if you're north of Yazoo City, all the way up towards Tachula. There you go. You guys need to go ahead and start preparing. So Marcello, Westfield, Mileston, Thornton, Bee Lake, Howard, and areas north of Coxburg and just to the west of Lexington in Mississippi. We'll go back here toward the radar, I should say. Geez, I'm studying right now. And we still have some pretty strong rotation. Notice how the rotation has increased here. All right, so you have a lot of strong winds in the reds and almost yellows moving away from the radar. You have some greens moving towards the radar. And so this giant rotation right here, this counterclockwise spin, is where the potential tornado could be. And this is moving right over the State Highway 16 general vicinity right now. Right next to that airport, right next to the airport that we were talking about. You can see right there is the airport, and right there is where the TVS signature is. So we're going to circle the airport here real quickly. Here's the airport, and the rotation is just barely to the west of it, right there. Just barely to the west. So got to continue to watch out for that. Malcolm Ritchie with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Claire Rango with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Claire for the support to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, what's happening right now here, you can see on radar, this thing is definitely starting to wrap around, all right? So you have your SVC that's over here with your ZDR, your SVC that is starting to wrap around right here. And then you have your ELF, which is right within here, your ELF that is starting to wrap around this way as well. And then you have your rear flank downdraft, which is around behind all of that. So you've got a lot of stuff, or at least this is your ELF right here. This is your ELF that is surging right in here. So this is a classic supercell. Classic supercell that could easily produce a tornado. And my goodness, this is what we've been watching out for. All right, this is once again what we've been talking about before it even went tornado warned. Ask the chat. We've been talking about this thing for forever. So we got to continue. We're going to continue to watch out for that. We've been seeing how this has continued to progress. And we got to continue to get the information out to people who live within these areas. Security card with the 2. Thank you so much. Says GG Nate, you're better than UK forecasters. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Man, yeah, this thing looks very classic. This is a bona fide supercell now. I'm taking a look at the enhanced echo tops to see how tall this thunderstorm actually is in the atmosphere. And we're up to almost 39,000 feet up in the sky now. Almost 39,000 feet up in the sky. The storm is climbing. The storm is trying to really form here. And yeah, this is what we've been watching out for. All right, let's take a look and see the satellite imagery. We'll take the warnings off. And look at the satellite here. All right, we've already got a few storms that are popping out in front of this. We have one over here, one right here that we were talking about currently about Yazoo City, and the one that is just to the south of, I think that's what, I-20? I think that's I-20. Yeah, that is I-20. And that even has a severe thunderstorm warning right now, too. So let's take a look at that here. That's along a line, so there isn't really too much tornadic potential with that one. It's not really super tornadic with that. But yeah, this one over here near Yazoo City. I mean, this one is as classic as you can get. As classic as you can get. Valley Park does have a little bit of rotation, one to the north and east of it, too. Does it have a low-level mesocyclone? It does indeed. So it might be something brief over there. Does it have an elf? Maybe a little one. If it were to really mature, it would take probably about 10 minutes. So I'd watch it again in 10 minutes, see if something could form within that environment. Taking a look at some of these other storms that are near Vicksburg, I don't really see a whole lot. Maybe one near Eagle Bend. North of Vicksburg, there might be something that's trying to develop right there, but there's not really a whole lot with that I'm seeing at the moment. So the one that is the most consistent, the one that is probably going to be tornadic the most, is this one over here near Yazoo City. Yazoo City is probably going to be the one that's going to produce the tornado if it continues to strengthen at the rate that it's been doing right now. Is it on the ground? No, but it probably will progress here soon to the point where it could be on the ground. But, you know, what we've been trying to do is trying to get the information out to the people who may live within these areas. So that way, if the tornado does form, we can go ahead, or they can go ahead and be prepared and stuff like that. That's the big thing there that we're trying to be consistent with. So continue to spread the information. It looks like it's trying to recycle just to the south a little bit. It looks like it's trying to recycle just to the south. And it looks like it might have actually... Oh... So, no, it's not exactly recycled. I think it rooted. I think it rooted into the atmosphere. I think this is a bona fide supercell now. So this might be the second to last stage before it actually goes. I'm checking Twitter to see if we find anything. Trying to see if there is anything here that I'm scrolling through for tornado. But man, yeah, that cell is really really trying to get organized. I'm gonna put it on 2. Actually, I'm gonna put it on 3 here. Yeah, if you guys are able to send stuff to me on Twitter so that I can look at it. Yeah, there's one right here. All right, so this is from Mordo. This wasn't sent to me. This was sent to me by Jasmine. And this is a picture of what is right outside of Yazoo City right here. So what appears to be the case here is there might be a funnel right here. Might be a funnel. Looks like it could be a funnel right within here. On the other hand, I see a very low-hanging cloud right within here. Very low-hanging cloud right within here. So it might be a bit of a wall cloud right within there. But that could be a funnel cloud. Could be a funnel cloud right within here. Could be. And we'll have to see. It could just be scud that's rising up from the ground. Could just be an irrelevant cloud. that's just coming down from the ground. So it's something that we're going to have to continue to watch out for, all right? This is definitely this is the stuff to watch. This is what we can anticipate later on in the day. This is what we can anticipate later on in the day, and probably a lot more of it. Probably a lot more of it. So stick around, because we're probably going to see more where that came from, and we're probably going to try and identify those characteristics too. If we can identify them, probably would be easier. Now, I do want to say here real quickly, I'm going to go back to 1. And it looks like some of these storms here that are near the Tinsley area and Benton areas, they are now starting to form now. So what's happening is these storms are now going out in front of this supercell. And it might be limiting this storm just a bit. And why that is because typically with a supercell, all right, you have your rain that's coming around, and that's your cold air, all right, your cold rain, cooled air that's coming around in the form of the hook. But you also want warm, moist air to kind of, you know, surge right within the area to where the warm or to where the cold air is coming in towards. And so right in the middle to where that warm air comes in and that cold air comes in is where you typically get your tornado. But because you have other thunderstorms that are creating a lot of rain here too, this is also cooling the air as well. So this might be limiting the development of this supercell more and more. However, we have seen some instances to where a storm that has merged with the other supercell has actually matured and produced an even stronger tornado. So depending upon the interaction between these storms right here and the main supercell right here that could potentially produce a tornado will be crucial. Big thing there. So it's either go big or the storm goes home. Well, not actually goes home completely, but more or less it recycles and takes a long time for it to, you know, reform. So yes, we still do have our storm that is still going on right now. But it is relatively rain wrapped at the moment, so it's hard for people to see. No debris signature from what I can tell. No debris signature from what I can tell. Man, that storm looks absolutely insane. Let's take a look at ZDR, see what our tornadic updraft looks like. It's a decent tornadic updraft. It's not the best one I've ever seen in the world. Let's try and take a slice to see what's in the upper portion of the atmosphere with that line. So what we're basically doing is we're taking a literal cut out of the storm, a little slice through it. And we have different levels of the atmosphere here, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 feet as it goes on through. And you can actually see the rain coming from the bottom and rising up to the top because of the updraft here. So the updraft is literally rising all that rain and hail right within that area. And then once it gets up here above, 10,000 feet, that's where the rain starts to form into hail, and then it eventually falls down again. So we do have indeed a tornadic updraft with this. And you can see all the heavy rain that's being pulled up too. Now congealed all into this heavy band of rain here that's about 10,000 feet up in the sky. So this is definitely a storm to watch out for. It's not by any stretch of the imagination dead. But it is, once again, battling with these other storms that are out in front of the line, out in front of this storm. So the big thing here that we're trying to look out for is how does these thunderstorms out in front of it, all right? Does it strengthen the storm back here? Or does it make the environment a lot colder than it needs to be and kill off the storm? All right, that is what we are looking for right now. On the other hand, let's take a look at a 3D image. We're going to take a 3D of the storm here, the tornadic storm here in Mississippi. And if I take a look at isosurface here real quickly. We do have an inflow notch. We do have an inflow notch on the rear side. If I can make it easier for you guys to see. There we go. We do have an inflow notch. It's relatively low to the ground, but it's there, all right? So what's happening here is, once again, the updraft rises the rain, and it pushes it out and spreads it out in all sorts of different areas. So this area over here has a lot of the rain and stuff like that. But because the updraft is holding it up in the air, it creates a little area to where it's almost like a cave. It's like a very bare area to where there isn't really a whole lot of rain. There might sometimes be hail with it, sometimes, but for the most part, there isn't really a whole lot of rain associated with it. And that's what we call the inflow notch. It's usually really moist within that area, and that's where the moisture comes in and it rides within that area. And so you have the warm, moist air that's coming through this. You have the warm, cool, or the very cool rained air, the rain-cooled air, I should say, that's wrapping around as well behind the updraft. And right in the middle, where both of those touch, is where your potential tornado could form. So we have that here near Eden, Mississippi. All right, this is north of Yazoo City, Mississippi, north of Jackson, Mississippi. This is approaching the I-55 corridor, and it will eventually head over towards the Winona general vicinity. Does Winona have traffic cameras? No, they do not. Winona does not have traffic cameras, so we don't have a whole lot to look at from there. But the Howard, Lexington, Thornton areas near State Highway 12 and State Highway 17, you guys are going to be getting this storm next. All right, let's actually take a look at Google Maps here. It's not the right Google Maps. Where is the Google Maps that I want to see? Save my life, I can't get... There it is. There's Google Maps. Holy. I have so many Google Maps tabs open. It's not even funny. This is heading off towards the Thornton and the Bee Lake areas right now. All right. And eventually towards the Lexington general vicinity. So State Highway 12 areas over here. This is near the Queenie M. Johnson Road. All right. Queenie M. Johnson Road. The J. Chambers Road, and then the Thornton Tollersville Road, that general vicinity. So if you live over there near Howard, near the Marshall High School, the SV Marshall High School, okay? If you know anyone who lives over there near Chula and the SV Marshall High School, all the way over towards Lexington, you guys need to go ahead and start preparing now for a tornadic storm that's going to start moving on through. So we need to continue to watch out for that, because this is definitely still trying to materialize more and more. On the other hand, as it's starting to materialize, the one thing that I am noticing that it is starting to gust out a little bit more. So it's the inflow has not kept up with the amount of rain that's been pulled in behind that updraft. So that within that hook structure, the rain that has been wrapping around just like this, what that has done now is that's kind of pushed out the storm a little bit more, and it's made it form a little bit more into a line. So it's more of a strong damaging wind risk at this time. But along that boundary right there, we can anticipate maybe, somewhere right near Thornton, the potential of a brief spin up of a tornado that could form right within here. So we still have rotation. But at this time right now, what seems to be happening is the storms that are out in front of the actual main storm has made the environment a lot colder, and is not really taking in a lot of that moisture. So it's limiting the potential of the supercell quite significantly, actually, to the point where it's more of a strong damaging wind risk, but the tornado threat is not down and out. All right, the tornado risk is not down and out. So we still have a tornado warning, and it will be in effect until 1 p.m. Or now it's actually until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So they have extended the tornado warning. But yeah, man, that is that's an appetizer of what we can see. And if you can just think for a second about how, if these thunderstorms out in front of this, supercell was not there, we could be talking about a tornado, not just any tornado, probably a significant tornado right about now. So Lexington, Howard, Ebenezer, they're not out of the tornado risk, but they've got to be thanking God that, this wasn't as bad as it could have been. And you can actually see that now. Now it's starting to become more linear. Look at that. We've got the bow echo that is surging out behind this. The ZDR supports that too, a more of a bow echo characteristic with strong damaging winds. And what usually happens is at the tip of that bow echo, right about there, is where the most significant damaging winds actually reside. So this is more of a strong damaging wind risk than it is a tornado risk at this time. So that is the good news. That is the good news here. All right. There is no more LFVE, or ELF, as I call it now. I don't care what other people call it. They're not, Survey was the thing that everything was calling it, and now it's LFVE. There's no, quick way to say it. So I'm starting it. It's an ELF. It's an ELF. I'm pretty sure some people can agree with me there. Oh wow, thanks so much, Browning. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, I really do appreciate everyone who's came out to the stream so far. I really do. As I said, I'm going to continue to need your guys' help throughout all the day so that we can continue to get this information out to people who live in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. Let's go back over here. We still have, the tornado warning that's on and about. So we'll talk about that here again in a second. But I do want to mention our risk for severe weather here today, all right? We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in yellow, and 3 out of 5 here in orange. If you live within the yellow areas and the orange areas, all right, you guys need to pay attention to the stream here, okay? If you guys pay attention, you guys will get all the information you need in regards to severe weather and tornadoes, because the potential for tornadoes do exist here today, all right? If we take a look at the probabilities for tornadoes here within a 25-mile radius, we have a 2% in green, a 5% in brown, and then a 10% in yellow, all right? So if you are in these yellow areas right within here, you have a 10% chance for a tornado within a 25-mile radius, and that is a decently high risk here, especially for, this time of year. I know we start to transition in towards severe weather season towards late February, but having this type of risk here with the kinematics that we have, the wind shear that is with this event, is not exactly, something that we see every day. So we are trying to get this information out to people who live within these areas. And, you know, especially in these gray areas. All right, we just turned it over to the significant tornado risk here. And anywhere within this gray area, you guys have a chance to see significant tornadoes. So, you know, Columbus, Greenwood, Jackson, Vicksburg, Meridian, heading off towards the Corinth areas, Bolivar in Tennessee, Holly Springs, Oxford in Mississippi. You know, once again, Tupelo. We need to continue to watch out for this system. So that's why I keep asking you guys to spread the information with as many people as possible. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you guys need to go ahead and get your information, or get the information out to them. You know, whether you copy the link to the stream and you send it to them via text message, if you share it with friends and family, and on Facebook, a lot of people can go to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You know, the reason why I asked you guys to share it on social media is because there are some people who don't have cable within these areas. And they're probably going to go to the internet to try and figure out as to what's exactly happening. So if we get this live stream, we share it on social media and, you know, share it on YouTube. You know, a lot of people go onto YouTube to try and figure out what's happening. And so if we spread it on YouTube, spread it on Facebook, spread it on Instagram, Twitter, and stuff like that, we can get this information out to people who may need it, especially if they live within these areas. So that's the reason why I asked you guys so much to try and spread the information. You know, I know it gets tiring sometimes, but it's one of those days to where we actually have to try and all work as a team and get this information out to as many people as possible. So let's go back to the tornado warning here real quickly. Let's go back to the tornado warning. And once again, all right, it's the same thing that we've said before. This thing is a lot more of a strong damaging wind risk here at this point. All right, you see the arcing characteristic here in the radar. That means that you have a lot of strong damaging winds surging in behind this line. And it's not really as much of a tornado risk anymore with this storm. We still have a tornado warning for this until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. But if you were to ask me as to where the tornado could more than likely occur, it would be somewhere over here near Tchula and the Howard area. What could typically happen with these types of storms is when you have a lot of strong damaging winds that are surging in behind this, you typically get a whirlpooling effect, all right? And what happens here is you have your whirlpooling towards the side here on the northern side, you have your whirlpooling on the southern side, and the one on the northern side is more favorable for tornadoes to form. So we call that a bookend vortex on the northern side, and we have to watch out for the potential of developing rotations if that does form. But right now, doesn't seem to be the case. So we're going to just continue to watch out for that as time continues to progress. We do have some storms that are starting to form off here to the south of this. All right, so we got some other storms that are over here that are approaching the Yazoo City area. All right, so this is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor. They do have a little bit of rotation with this as well. If we take a look at the storm relative velocities, because I'm trying to see if there's a ELF here within this. And I don't exactly, well, I kind of see one, but I think that's more associated with an SVC. I think that's more of a, I think that's more of an updraft characteristic more than anything. I see more of a gusting out. But things could definitely be trying to rotate within here. It is moving, the wind is moving perpendicular to the radar almost, but right now it doesn't seem to be all too much from what I'm seeing right now. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for how this continues to progress, but yeah, Yazoo City is going to get slapped by another strong storm here. You're within the gray area, but I can tell you our local stations are just cutting in and out, so thank you for the continuous coverage. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate you telling me that, because now I can, you know, I can tell, well, I can actually understand what people are going through with that as well. You know, so I'm not just, you know, saying random stuff. This isn't random though. Tornado warning has expired. or it got canceled. There you go. So I told you guys, I said the storm more than likely was starting to gust out. That is the case here. However, we are not out of the clear. We are definitely not out of the clear. Because there's a new developing cell. What else is new? Out in front of the storm that was tornadic. All right, so if this thing does form and starts to move off through and stay out in front of this line, this thing could be tornadic as well. So we're going to have to continue to wait and see as to how that continues to form. Get a chance, look at the Chicago suburbs and how much snow we should get. It's actually an interesting question. I'm going to go off topic here real quickly and take a look at that. Chicago. HRRR. Total amount of snow. Chicago suburbs could get 1 to 3 inches of snow. 1 to 3 inches of snow. So there you go. That's your short and quick answer. What is NROT? That's a good question. So NROT stands for normalized rotation. It basically puts in an algorithm to see how fast the different correlating areas of spin actually is, and it indicates it as rotation. So yeah, Monticello or Monticello, Mississippi cell. What about that? Let's see if I can find that here on Google Maps. Ooh, that's way south of Jackson. Way south of Jackson. I think I might be able to get this with this radar right here. Yeah, I can. It's still infancy. It's still at relative infancy right now. It has general rotation, a lower level meso. It does indeed have a lower level meso. So that is something to watch out for, but I think it's not quite there yet. I will say, most unstable Cape numbers, they're pretty good for this environment. About 1,570 here, according to Rapid Satellite. And of course, storm relative helicity from 0 to 1 kilometer. I mean, we all knew it was going to be pretty significant throughout much of the areas, but this one definitely is. This one definitely is there. We got 250 meters squared per second squared of storm relative helicity. So that is that's something to consider right there. This is one thing here. All right, so this was sent in here by SPWX on Twitter, and this is basically what we are dealing with in our environment right now. So what we got here, this is a hodograph. So if you remember my video that I uploaded, what was it? 3 days ago? 2 days ago? I think it was 3 days ago. I think I uploaded a video 3 days ago and 2 days ago talking about hodographs. So either one of the two. I talked about how hodographs function. So it starts here at the bottom and it ends to the side. All of these numbers right here is the indication as to how high it is up in the atmosphere that we're looking in regards to wind shear value. So you have 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kilometers. All right. The area to really watch out here for the most part is this red line here. As soon as we get to right about here, that is the big thing to watch out for. Now, why this is so significant, all right, why this is so significant is because if you imagine a supercell here real quickly, all right, so if you imagine a supercell just like that with its, rain that shoots out just like that, it looks very similar to the hook here. So your hook comes out like this, and then it shoots out like that. And that is exactly the case here. That is exactly the case as to how this photograph shows us what our environment could potentially be like. Also, the upper levels of the atmosphere is relatively close to the right motion vector right here, the final right motion vector. So if it's not super far away here, according to Cameron Nixon, if the storm motion actually takes it right over to where the upper level winds in the atmosphere is, we could potentially see some high precipitation based supercells. So more than likely meaning, all right, that these storms, whenever tornadoes do form, they will probably be rain wrapped, meaning you won't be able to see them. So that's all the more reason for people who are out in front of this to have a plan of action right now. Do you need to take cover? You're in Laurel, Mississippi? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. If there is a storm that moves on through your area, and I do think it'll be tornadic, I will tell you. I will tell you. Trust me on that one. Yeah, I know, Roberto. I know. But that is our diagram there for how photographs are crucial to our environment here. So, you know, we can take a look here, for instance, and we can see our storm that is curling off, just like that photograph right there. You remember the photograph here? I'll actually pull it up here. Pull it up here on the side. There's your photograph, and there's the line that we just drew from the supercell. Very similar, is it not? Very similar. So that's what we are watching out for here for the most part. On the other hand, Lexington probably is very close to producing a tornado here soon. If we take a look at the velocities, yeah, this thing is definitely trying. It still is a little bit more of a wind gust oriented type storm if you're a bit further to the south of Lexington near State Highway 17. But this storm is trying to wrap around its rain. I want to see. I think we do have an elf here. It's a stream of air that flows into the storm. I think we do have one. I think we do have one. I think we do have one. I think we have an elf right within here. So we have a stream of air, a column of air right here that is flowing right into the storm. This could potentially produce a tornado probably right now. This is probably producing a tornado right now. If it's consistent, this probably could produce a tornado here within a couple of seconds. It might be a brief one, but it probably could be producing a tornado here soon. So I would not be surprised if we heard another tornado warning. There it is. There's the new tornado warning. Called it right there on time.
For northeastern Holmes County in central Mississippi, southeastern Carroll County in north central Mississippi, northwestern Atala County in central Mississippi, southeastern Montgomery County in north central Mississippi.
There it is. Ball game. So there's the tornado warning. And this is heading off towards the west and I believe that's Betty area. Near the Vaden area as well. So the I-55 corridor right now. All right, the I-55 corridor and then the US Highway 51 corridor here from Durant all the way towards Vaden, south of Winona. You guys are in a tornado warning right now. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And that's the main reason why we try and do these live streams, is so we can try and get the information out to people who need it. So we need to start sharing the information, all right? Get a link to the live stream, put it out on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, say a tornado warning has been issued for these areas here in Mississippi. This is almost north central Mississippi. This is well north of Jackson, Mississippi here. You can see the outline of Mississippi right within here. It's a terrible drawing of Mississippi. And this red box right here, that is where the tornado warning is currently at. So if you know anyone who lives north of Jackson, Mississippi, near the Lexington, the West, the Vaden, and the Poplar Creek general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And if you know anyone who lives within this area, you need to try and, just give them a nudge, give them this information so that we can get this information, so that they can make a good decision, I should say, not so that they can get an information. I was about to stutter there, but it's just this system. All right, this is right within the area of the range for significant tornadoes. We were talking about it earlier. If we pull it back up here again, all right, we'll take off the satellite imagery. The tornado warning is right over this gray area, which is where the risk for significant tornadoes does exist. So this tornado is in the correct environment for it to become significant. And that's the reason why we are so concerned about this day here today, and we want to share information to people. So please be sure to spread it with people on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and by liking the live stream, you actually help me put this out to more and more people on YouTube. This is now, all right, so if I pull up Google Maps here, all right, if I pull up Google Maps, okay, so now it's starting to cross over areas. I gotta move back up here. All right, so it's over the Lexington areas right now. Here is Lexington, and it's moving near the Hoffman and the West area, and just to the south of Vaden, right over the Interstate 55 corridor, near the Bethesda Cemetery, and just to the north here of State Highway 12, I should say, not US Highway 12. So you see here is State Highway 12 right here. I'll draw it. Here is the interstate, and it's going to be heading somewhere over here. So here is West, here's Hoffman, here's Durant, here's Lexington. Right now it's over Lexington right now. And if we go back to our radar here, here it is. So the supercell wrapping around its range just like this. Inflow now really evident. Look at this. There's no more storms out in front of the storm. So the warm, moist air now can seep into the system. And it doesn't really have a whole lot of limiting factors at this time, guys. I don't think this thing might stop. I think this thing could definitely progress here soon. The other thing I want to draw attention to as well is I want to watch out for the storm that passed in front of it too. This thing could potentially merge with this other storm. All right, now at that point, that goes beyond my expertise because I have not seen a storm like a supercell merge with another supercell before in like perfect timing. So that's going to be really interesting to see if this actually does happen. But as for right now, we have our rotation right here that's right over Lexington. If we take a look at the velocities here, you can see that we do have counterclockwise spin. We have our reds and brighter reds moving away from the radar, our greens moving towards the radar. Right in the middle, this counterclockwise spin is where the tornadic rotation would be. So we need to continue to watch out for how this continues to progress as this moves on through. I want to take a storm motion from warning. Latest scan just came in, and that's really interesting. It looks to be more inflow dominant more than anything. Looks to be more inflow dominant, but at the same time, it's now starting to run into that high precipitation mess again. And it's also merging with the other storm too. But yeah, oh wow, we do have a spectrum width drop here. So we do have a turbulence drop right here. Could indicate a tornado being in progress. Could indicate a tornado in progress over there. So man, oh man. Yeah, the spectrum width drop here is at maximum from what I can see. 26 knots. 26 knots of a spectrum width drop. That does tell me that there could potentially be some tornadic rotation right within here. So let's turn it back over to the let's turn it over to the radar scope. Look here. Yeah, let's turn it to the radar scope look here. This is relatively similar to what most of you are looking at right now. So as I said, radar scope looks similar to radar scope, and this is what's happening here. Rain's getting wrapped around just like this. Inflow is coming in just like that. There might be something somewhere over here. I don't see a debris signature at this time, so that is the good news. But we do have something that's starting to consolidate here, just to the north and east of Lexington. So right along Bowling Green Road, right along Sudbeck Road. If you know where that is where the tornadic rotation is currently over right now. Stokes Cemetery Road, that's where it's at right now as well. Stokes Cemetery Road. And once again, this is eventually heading off towards the west and Beatty area. Let me take a look at the... yeah, I was trying to take a look and see where this is at, but there we go. Yeah, Bread Adair is definitely on it. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have storm chasers, so we can't really, you know, show that. You know, we don't have... Eventually, we'll get up there. Eventually, we'll have storm chasers that we can watch and have some analysis on, but as of right now, we don't have the funds to do that. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. But man, oh man. It looks like we might get a new update with the radar here in a second. So I'm really interested to see what this is, or what this says. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So there's our new update. And it looks like the rotation is kind of fanned out a little bit. Just a little bit. But I did see something really interesting here. Maybe a little bit of a drop in the correlation coefficient. I'm not saying this is a debris signature. Not saying it's a debris signature. But it's just really interesting to me. Right there, of all places. So yeah, we need to continue to get this information out. This is in Mississippi. That we have a current tornado warning that is in effect for portions of Holmes, Carroll, Atala, and Montgomery counties here in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is well off to the north of Jackson, well off towards the south of the Winona areas. All right, so in between there, along Interstate 55. That is where this tornadic storm is currently located. And it's actually starting to approach the Vaden areas right now. So, if you live near Vaden, if you live near West and Beatty, heading off towards the Poplar Creek general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions now. All right, you should have took your proper precautions yesterday. But right now, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So here's the rotation that they tornado warned. Here's another rotation that's out in front of this. I don't think this is as significant, and it isn't. It's just a low-level mesocyclone right now that's developing. So it's not, you know, fully anything to worry about right now. But it looks like the old rotation over here that's just to the north and west of Durant, north and east of Lexington, is a little bit more displaced. a little bit more displaced. So it's not exactly as significant as it once was, but it definitely has something, or had something down there. Getting reports of down trees near Lexington. Sheesh. So yeah, could have definitely, it could have either been a rear flank downdraft there, or it could have been the actual tornado, which would make sense. If a brief tornado occurred right there, we saw it there on radar. Chloe Aird with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Says, I heard there's a tornado warning also for Calhoun County. Is this the same storm? So not at the moment. Before, if I go all the way down, I don't think Calhoun County is in a tornado warning right now, actually, and it wasn't in a tornado warning before, but it could have been in a tornado watch. So it's still, there is still a tornado watch ongoing right now. If we take a look at this big red box here, all right. So if you see this big red box across the board right here, this is a tornado watch. And so if you are in any of these counties inside of this box, then you're in a tornado watch instead, and that just basically says, hey, the potential for tornadoes is possible within your area. Put that back up, and then we'll put the satellite back up. Really interested to see. Yeah, the tops of these thunderstorms are really starting to kind of fire off. I do think things are going to start to kind of form here. Is it raining outside? It is raining outside. We also had 60-mile-per-hour wind. Well, not 60. The 20-mile-per-hour wind gust here. So sheesh. What was that gray color? That is the significant tornado risk right within there. We do have a new mesoscale discussion that was issued for portions of Nashville. 60% chance for a watch to be issued. Just got issued here, what, in the last couple of minutes, actually. Yeah, literally a minute ago, they just issued this mesoscale discussion. It says a narrow, evolving line of heavier showers and embedded thunderstorms may overspread the region through mid to late afternoon, with at least some potential for brief, strong to locally damaging wind gusts. So they're thinking that's going to be more of a severe threat. What about the UK? You guys are in a red warning, so watch out for that. Probably a strong storm that's going to move on through with strong damaging winds. So watch out if you can. Speaking of strong damaging winds, these cells over here near Union City, you know, a lot of strong damaging winds with that. You know, the veering, you know, the storm relative helicity is pretty mental up here at this point. But my goodness. Yeah, that's really intense veering. And that red warning is right over you. Fun times. Well, watch out for that, my friends. It'll be overnight tonight into tomorrow, I believe, if I remember correctly. Now, if you guys remind me a little bit later when we're not under a tornado warning for the United States, then I'll take a look at that here for you guys here in a bit. But yeah, a lot of strong damaging winds across the board here. Doesn't seem to be super tornadic at this point with these ones over here in Tennessee, except for one that was maybe over in Covington here. Might be a little bit of a sleeper storm that could try and form here relatively soon. Maybe an embedded little rotation that could form a quick spin up, but there's not really too much with that on the other hand. So the only storm that we're looking at here at the moment that looks tornadic is this one over here that is crossing over US Highway 51 now. US Highway 51 towards Vaden. And then the areas near Interstate 55 near the west general area. So now it seems like there's two storms. It looks like there's two storms now that might be starting to become tornadic. It looks like there is two storms here. So we have one right here. And then we have one right here. Now the Vaden storm. So the Vaden storm is the new one that's forming out in front. This one over here, that's near the west general vicinity. This was the old supercell. If we back it up here in time, you see how originally this was the storm that was right over Lexington. And now we have the new one that's formed near Vaden. And this one might be taking over. This one might be taking over, guys. So this one probably could be this one probably could be the tornadic rotation here in a second that could produce a tornado. If we haven't, had a tornado in Lexington already. Is there a tornado on the ground? Not at this time, but there is a tornado warning here for Vaden, Mississippi, north of Jackson. So if we back it out here again, show you all what this all looks like. Look at this right here. All right, you see how this is the state of Mississippi. Here's our tornado warning. All right, right here is Jackson. Right here is Memphis. Right here is Birmingham, and right here is New Orleans. All right, so that's just for a reference as to where everything is at. Our tornado warning is right here in Mississippi, in north central Mississippi, almost central Mississippi at this point. Gearing up for activity near Starkville? Jeez. Yeah, I mean, that's practically everywhere in Mississippi. It's probably gonna get that activity here soon. What? It has an elf. It has an elf. This one right here near Ebenezer, near Pickens, or north of Pickens, near the Lexington area. This is the cell that was off near Yazoo City before. So we were looking at this before, and we saw there was a little bit of rotation with it. This one is now starting to develop. It's actually starting to develop it's starting to become actually a little bit more tornadic. So this one is heading off towards the Durant areas, and Durant and West, I'm afraid you guys aren't done. After the storm moves on through, there's going to be another one that could potentially be tornadic. That one caught my eye really quickly. That one caught my eye very quickly. And yeah, this is a storm to watch out for. There is not a tornado in London. We are covering the United States at this time. But yeah, this is definitely quite the storm here. $3D that cell, maybe? Yeah, I definitely can. The one near Ebenezer, I'm gonna 3D. I think it's this one? I can't tell which one is which. Is it the one that's out in front the most, or is it the one... I think it's the one that's a little bit further back. I think it's the one that's a little bit further back. So this one down here in the corner. All right, this one is still developing. All right, it does have an inflow notch, though. Look at that. Inflow notch. So basically what's happening, once again, updraft carries all the rain and hail, holds it up above ground. And because that updraft is continuing to hold it up in the sky, it creates a little pocket of air down at the bottom for moisture to kind of seep in underneath it. And so when that rain and hail comes back down and gets wrapped around, that warm, moist air wraps around next to the cold air. And in the middle of those two is where the potential tornado could be. And the storm is starting to, get its act together more and more. It's definitely trying to produce a tornado. It's just a matter of if it can, but it definitely is giving us that look. It definitely is. So I'm going to continue to watch out for that. But yeah, you have your hook, your rain that gets wrapped around just like this, your inflow where the moisture just gets pulled in towards the supercell. Right there near Ebenezer is where the tornadic rotation is again. And that's, I just said here, guys, just 5 seconds earlier, or not exactly 5 seconds earlier, but a minute earlier, if you're in Durant, if you're in West, you guys are not out of the risk yet, all right? You had your tornado warning, or your tornado warning storm that has moved off towards the north and east. But you have another storm that's coming in behind this. Another storm that's coming in behind this. So, this is a situation to where I would not leave your sturdy structures at all. If you are in a sturdy structure, you need to stay in it. And this one does look like it is trying to ramp up a bit. This does look like it is trying to ramp up a bit. I will say that. Yep. It does look like it is trying. It does look like it is trying. We're starting to get pretty far away from the radar for Jackson. I think we're starting to get into the instance to where we can actually shift towards Columbus Air Force Base here. Not quite yet. We have a lot of range folding, so it's making the analysis of the tornado warning storm that's near Poplar Creek and the Kilmichael area. It's making it very difficult for us to spot. So we'll come back down to that here in a second. We'll come back to that area there in a second when it actually gets out of that purple mess. And we're going to just continue to check on this Ebenezer cell because this is definitely the one to watch. I also want to check here real quickly. Someone asked earlier what's happening in Tennessee. And if we go over here, you see across the board here in Tennessee. All right. Here's Nashville. Here's Clarksville. Here's Jackson, Savannah. Here's Memphis. All right. And here's Union City up here. You can see how the lines of storm, or the main line of the storms, is all the way back here, extreme western Tennessee, okay? So if you're near like the I-55 corridor, I know I-55 is in Arkansas and Missouri, but if you're like right along the Mississippi River, you guys are more than likely out of the risk right now, okay? But this line is eventually going to start shifting off further and further east. And this is going to create your strong damaging winds and create a lot of severe weather potential. So if you guys live within some of these areas, I highly recommend you have a plan of action and get into a sturdy structure. All right. You don't have to, get to the center of it. Just, stay in a sturdy structure. Rather you guys be safe than sorry in that instance because, mobile homes, you're going to hear from me whenever tornadoes do form within this stream. You're going to hear me say mobile homes will not be sturdy enough, will not be safe enough for you to survive the tornado. And it's true. It is true. So that's the main thing that I wanted to get across. Check Twitter. Pike County, Mississippi. That is near Magnolia. Chat said Magnolia like a second ago. Let's go check it out here really quickly. I gotta try and find where this said storm is. There's Magnolia. It's really far away from the radar. It's also really spinning too. Yeah, it's relatively surface-based. I wouldn't, call this cell quite yet. I'd probably wait another 5 minutes. In my opinion, it's got to mature a little bit more in order for it to probably produce here in a second. But definitely got some surface-based activity, potential for some storms to become tornadic within some of these areas. We even have one over here near Oma. Look at that little small supercell right here near Oma. So that's pretty interesting. I actually want to see. Hold up. Where is Mississippi? There's Mississippi. Oma. Do not have a traffic camera over there. Blech. I wish we could. If there was a traffic camera over here, we might be able to see a wall cloud with that storm. We might have been able to see a wall cloud with that cell. We're going to check up on this cell back up in Lexington in Mississippi. So once again, this is north of Jackson, Mississippi. There is a tornado warning in this area, but it is expected to expire here at 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I don't see a whole lot with it. Or at least the one that was over near Kilmichael and Poplar Creek. Not really a whole lot with that one. But the one near Ebenezer. Definitely seems to be on the uptick, on the rise. It's not congealing quite yet. And I think the main reason for that is because there's a bunch of other storms that's out in front of it. What it's doing there is it's basically creating a lot of cold air around it, because when, rain falls and you guys are outside, dancing in the rain and stuff like that, then it makes the air kind of cooler. And because you have a lot of thunderstorms that are out in front of where the thunderstorm that we're talking about is going, it's going into a colder environment, and it doesn't have that moisture to kind of, really amplify it up. So it's not really doing a whole lot, if you will, to help these storms. And that's good. That's really good right now. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Okay, Morgan. Sounds good. I just looked at my phone. That cell near Lexington is trying, though. It is trying. But it's not really doing a whole lot at this time, so that's the good news here. Is there any other storms that we could be looking at? Near Canton. Not really doing a whole lot. It's got some activity with it. Got some updraft potential with it too. Yeah, this thing could be something to watch out for. What about this one over here near Braxton? If we take a look. Not really a whole lot with that. Yeah, this one over here near Pocahontas and Madison, Canton. This one's something to watch out for. Actually, I wonder. I wonder just a little bit. Can I look west? I can. It's not really doing me a whole lot, though. Yeah, this might be the best camera we have here to look west. So we'll have this camera here up on the side here in a second. Or actually, should I say we should come back to that there in a second. There's Madison. There's Canton. So this is looking right at that rear flank. Or not that rear flank, that forward flank. Something might form right over the camera, actually. I'm not gonna lie. It's right over Madison, which is where the camera is at. And we're looking too far. Too far south, maybe. So we might be able to see something if we watch the camera here in a bit. But or no, the camera's right over Canton. Madison's further south. So yeah, if we keep this camera right here, switch the video. Yeah, if we keep this camera, we might be able to see something right here. We might be able to see something as it approaches Canton. So I'll have to continue to watch. This thing does look like it is tornadic, though. It does have an elf. It does have an elf signature. Okay. So what that basically is that's an airstream. That's an airstream to where air comes here from the core, right? It goes along and then it basically curls back down and then moves towards the radar, just like this. And when you get it to where you can start to see it curl around fully, if it starts to curl around, that's when you know it's probably going to produce a tornado here soon. But it's not doing that right now. All right, it's still kind of elongated. So it's probably going to show up as ZDR arc, and that is indeed the case. So this is the one to watch right here, guys. This is the storm to watch. Probably going to produce, or possibly could produce, a tornado here soon. And we might be able to catch it on the traffic camera. We might be able to catch it on the traffic camera. It's still pretty, meh quality, but no one ever said it's perfect, right? Let's see if we can find any other cameras that are looking off to the north. Can we find any other cameras that are actually, giving us a good view? North, no video. That's nice. Yeah, it's not giving us a good view. It's not giving us a good view. Nope. So I think our only real view here, guys. Oh wow, look at that. Hold up, switch to video for this. Whew. Yeah, out in the distance, you could see that. There's the picture. You're right within there, so you can see the storm, the outline of the storm all the way up there already. So yeah, I think the thing that we should stick with, the camera that we should stick with, is probably this one, this view to the west. Move this down a little bit. Robert Redmond, thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher for 6 months. Or not 6 months, 3 months plus, I should say. 3 months plus. I really do appreciate you coming back to the channel and doing that. Welcome back. Thank you so much. You know, it's the best way to support my channel, and I really do appreciate, you know, your guys' support. So thank you so much. Yeah, we might be seeing something off in the distance here, but it's really hard to tell. Let's see if we can switch to video for our north view. Oh. Oh, we have something right there. Hold up, look at that. That's a wall cloud. Or it might be a shelf cloud right there that's developing. Look at that. Oh yeah, we got something over there. Let's see if I can move this over. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. That's a wall cloud right there. That is a wall cloud. Oh yeah. That is a wall cloud that is developing. This thing might form a tornado right over the camera. That is a wall cloud, my friends. That is a wall cloud. West. Switch video. This is good enough. I think if we keep it on this is probably the best shot for us seeing something. Because this is about to go right over the camera. Actually, what's the view looking? So east is kind of meh. South, of course, is still, you know, got the wall cloud there. North is nothing. Yeah, this is probably our best shot. Probably our best shot at seeing something right here. So let's go back to the video. And yep, there it is. It's hard to tell, but here's the base of the cloud right here. Here's the base of it. And it's definitely starting to surge about. Let's go back to radar. Let's go back to radar. There's so much rain within that area that it's so hard to tell what's going on. I think it's starting to congeal a little bit further north. I think it's going to congeal a little bit further north. I think we might see our tornado near Canton and Sharon. So if you know anyone who lives near Canton and Sharon in Mississippi, Canton, Sharon, Camden, all right, that general area near State Highway 43, you guys need to go ahead and watch out because this is probably going to produce a tornado here. This is north of Jackson, Mississippi. North of Jackson, Mississippi. This is definitely a storm that could produce a tornado here relatively soon. If I look in the upper levels, yeah, it does have some pretty strong rotation with it too. Yep, this is a supercell. It's got nothing out in front of it. I don't see any reason as to why, you know, it would need to stop. Oh, what just happened there? I don't know what just happened. Oh, what is that over in the left side? That might be some scud. Might be some rising scud within the area. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that! Oh! Let's move that over. There it is! There's definitely something right in here. Oh, look at that. Right near Canton, Mississippi. Oh, man. Let's refresh. See if we can get it. Switch to video. There it is. Got some scud, maybe even something there extra. Maybe. Oh. That's really noodly. That is really noodly, chat. I am not gonna lie. This storm has tornadic potential, all right? Regardless, this is the wall cloud right in front of us. This is the wall cloud right in front of us. I'm watching... Oh, jeez. Wow. Wow. Yeah, we've got something right here in Canton, Mississippi. Canton, Mississippi. I want to see... South. North. Switch to video. I wonder if I can see anything here with this image if this passes on through. I want to see if I can see anything with that image. Just for reference, all right, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near Canton. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm near Canton. All right, this storm has quite a bit of rotation with it and probably could form a tornado. If it does, it will probably be right over here near Canton in Mississippi. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. All right? Start sharing the information with as many people as possible if you can, because this is in Mississippi. Canton, Mississippi. Sharon, Mississippi. Camden, Mississippi. All right? Take the link to the stream and share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, your friends and family with text messages. All right? Got to share this to people, because this is a serious situation. If this tornado does form, it'll be right near the Canton areas. And Canton has quite a lot of people from what I can see. From what I can see, it does have quite a lot of people. So we have to continue to watch out. Yeah, wind is definitely starting to whirl more and more. At least I thought it was. Yeah, you can see the visibility on the left-hand side diminish. Yeah, this is definitely the storm to watch. Let's look back again at the radar. It is developing its rotation. It still is. That north camera is gone. Oh, look at that. Look at all the significant wind there. Visibility is gone. You can see the wind whirling into it. Now, it's not significant wind, not substantial wind, but it definitely is enough to start whirling things around. This is, there is definitely some activity here within this storm. I want to see... So just to the north of that, here. We're looking east, trying to see if we can see the storm as it passes through near Canton. It looks like the rotation has officially moved over Canton right now. Looks like it has moved officially over Canton right now. So this is in Canton, Mississippi. And we still have a storm that could potentially be tornadic here moving on through. But it does look like it's now moving out of our camera feed here. Which once again is unfortunate because, you know, I can't get storm chasers. I want to double check here real quickly from Columbus. There's a storm. There's another storm that looks to be potentially tornadic here near Cosick. That's a heck of a name right there. Kosciuszko. I think that's how you pronounce it. Kosciuszko. There's a storm right there that has quite a bit of rotation. If I put storm relative velocities, you can see it does have that rotation there too. So I would not be surprised if that even ended up being tornadic. Because there definitely is something that's possible over there. But we do have something right there in Kosciuszko. And you can see, you know, with the radar, you have your greens moving towards, you have your reds moving away. So right in there is where your tornadic rotation more than likely would be. It's really far away from the radar at this time, so it's very hard to tell as to what exactly is going on with that storm. Very hard to tell. Kosciuszko, that's what it's pronounced. On the other hand, the storm in Canton.
Northwestern Leake County in central Mississippi, northeastern Madison County in central Mississippi.
It's the storm that we just talked about, guys. Canton. This storm is now tornado warned. And unsurprising to no one on this channel, because we've been talking about this storm for the past 10 minutes, probably will produce a tornado here. Because this thing is in a very good environment right now. So once again, tornado warning for Leake and Madison counties in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you are in Canton, Sharon, Camden, Thomastown, Redwater, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right? This storm has had a history of rotation. We even saw the wall cloud live on stream. And this thing's probably producing a tornado right now. That's a significant elf. That is an elf. That is a big time elf right there. Oh yeah. Oh, that is a significant. That's probably one of the most crystal clear ones I've seen since I've learned that. And yeah, this one's probably going to produce a tornado here, guys. Sharon, you are in immediate danger. Canton, you're in immediate danger. Camden, you're in immediate danger. All right, if you live within those areas, guys, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. This is some pretty significant rotation here, guys. I'm gonna have Morgan here join me. He's going to help me out here a little bit as well. But yeah, man, this is some pretty significant rotation right here. You can see the reds and pinks moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, and it's heading right for Sharon. So if you live in Sharon, State Highway 16, Camden, Wiggins, Thomastown, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. All right, right now, the storm is starting to ramp up in activity. Because this storm is more than likely going to produce a tornado here. And we've been tracking this, all right? Let's see if we can find, you know, if this can actually show us. I highly doubt it. I think it's going to be more than likely rain wrapped, so we won't be able to see it on the traffic cameras. At least not anymore. And that is indeed the case. We can't see anything on the traffic cameras. I just went through. I have a lot of rain that's moving about. So I don't think we'll be able to see it.
How bad has it been thus far?
What, the event?
Yes.
Just
got home from school.
Not too bad.
Because I saw a lot of stuff was getting absorbed by the crap vection as well, so that may be another key to all of this.
Well, this one I don't think it's going to. This one right here is...
The one over Canton, probably won't, but Lexington just looked like it kind of died from occlusion.
Right. It is. That is completely correct there too. Guys, if you're in a mobile home within any of these areas, you cannot be in them. All right, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. All right, whenever we have these tornado warnings. You know, I usually say the phrase, get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, or even tornado. If you assume there is a tornado, all right, you're going to want to put as many walls between yourself and that. And if you have a mobile home, mobile homes are not constructed very well. They are... Oh, that's not debris. Okay, I just wanted to double check.
What did
it dropped like within like 2 pixels.
Contamination?
No, it's inflow actually, believe it or not. So the inflow is actually, you know, that's the funny thing here, guys, with chat. All right, so when we have our supercell here, remember, so we have the hook that's wrapping around. We have our elf, which is surging on through, which, did you watch that video last night, Morgan?
Yeah, I did. I watched most of it, at least. And yeah, that is definitely, that's really cool, actually, now.
Yeah, and you can even see that right now, too. That's the thing. You can see that on this storm right here. That flow of air coming from the core of the storm. That airflow that is surging right in there. And then it just turns right there at Sharon. That is where, more than likely, where the tornado is actually at right now. So we do have more than likely a storm that is probably going to produce a tornado here within a couple of minutes. Jeremy Spencer with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, we have been on top of these storms all day. We've been getting, lead time out 5-10 minutes before tornado warnings for the most part today.
Just about, yeah. Saw you calling your shots multiple times.
Yeah. And that's what happens when you, like, you know, when with that video too, Morgan. That's what happens, because you can identify that. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's just how amazing research has came so far with meteorology.
What?
But yeah, this is definitely a bona fide storm that is more than likely going to try and produce here in a second, and it's still going. It's still going. I've been going through all of these just to see what the different products are. Once again, all right, for people who are new, this is a tornado warning for areas of Canton, Sharon, Camden, and Thomastown in Mississippi. This is north of Jackson, Mississippi. All right, for reference, this is Leake and Madison counties, and that'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live in any of these areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to go ahead and get them this information. You need to spread it with these people so that they know what is or what could potentially happen. All right. Some people do not have cable, so they're going to go onto Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube for their information. If we spread, you know, the link to this live stream onto those social media platforms, we can get this information out to people who may need it. And a good way to help me on YouTube spread this is by hitting the like button. If you hit the like button down below, we can get this out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how the algorithm works. If you like the video more and more, you get to spread it with more and more people. And so please be sure to help me spread that out. I'm going to keep saying that over and over again, you know, throughout the entire stream, because we need to all, you know, band together and try and get this information out to as many people as possible. The threat for significant tornadoes is possible today. All right.
Especially as we get later into the day.
All right. Garrett, the one storm passed right by you guys earlier. There's another storm that's going to be heading off towards your south, but yeah, you're in a little bit of a break period right now. And then in about 15 minutes, you're going to get another storm that's going to surge on through your area. What about Alabama? Well, Alabama doesn't have anything right now. All right, so if we take a look at the satellite imagery for Alabama, you can see all these clouds are starting to surge in through this general area, but this isn't the actual storms, all right? Take that off, put on the radar, and well, there isn't really a whole lot of stuff in Alabama right now. The only thing that's different is a new tornado watch that was issued for portions of Tuscaloosa and further up towards Florence and Huntsville.
Oh,
All right?
they did make a new one for that?
Yeah, they did. This is until 8 p.m. This is until 8
so
p.m.
It looks like it gets the eastern side of the enhanced risk. At least that's my knowledge of it.
Well, and the other thing about that too is that the probabilities for a tornado actually decreased with this tornado watch. So with the tornado watch that was over Jackson
60-40?
all the way up, yeah, now it's 60-40. So
really,
the first tornado watch was 70% chance for for 2 tornadoes within the tornado watch, as well as a 50% chance for one of those to be a significant one. And then the one that just got issued has a 60% chance for 2 tornadoes to form within the tornado watch, and then a 40% chance for a strong tornado within that. So that's kind of where we're at right now with Alabama. They're expected to get this activity a lot later on this afternoon into the evening, and I will continue to live stream as we get up onto this. So if you live in those areas, I highly recommend you stay tuned. And if you know anyone who lives in those areas too, please be sure to share that information with them as well, because this information could be crucial to them. Could definitely be crucial to them. We're going to be continuing with our live radar analysis as this progresses. Storm that's over near McCool is kind of, it's kind of half and half. So I won't pay attention to that one as much. We're still going to watch the one that's near Sharon, heading off towards the Camden areas. And I said before, this storm, or actually I said the beginning of the live stream here, if you guys were in the beginning of the live stream and we were talking about the hodograph, we were looking at a hodograph here, you remember how I mentioned as to how some of these storms could become rain wrapped. And we could actually see that because of the hodograph and how close it was towards storm motion. And for people who weren't a part of that and are just hearing me speak Greek, the big thing there to take away from it is that these storms, when they are producing tornadoes, or when they do produce tornadoes, I should say, they will become rain wrapped. So you will not be able to see them. As they move on through, you're just going to see a giant wall of rain, and if you're lucky, you won't be able to see the tornado until it's literally on top of you, which really isn't luck at that point. It really isn't. So you need to go ahead and go prepare accordingly. All right. Even if you're not in a tornado warning right now, have a plan of action. Know where you need to go so that when a tornado warning ever does get issued for your area, you can go right towards it. All right. That's the big thing here. Don't be scared. Just be aware and be safe. That is the one thing that we are trying to get across to you all. The cell that's over Camden still has a little bit of rotation with it. It's still trying. No debris signature quite yet with this storm, though. So that does not, that probably means that it was not on the ground within the past, 2 minutes. Maybe 5 minutes.
Fudge muffins.
But that's not saying that it won't be able to be tornadic later on. That's the big thing here, is that this could definitely do so. So we're going to continue to watch out for this as much as possible.
I made my thumbnail today during history class.
Because
I knew I wouldn't have time when I got home. So.
I also really do appreciate everyone who's actually helped me spread the information. Of course, as I said, I'm going to continue to ask that more and more. But we have over 700 people who have actually helped me out spread this information by hitting the like button. So thank you so much. Let's continue to do that. Let's continue to try and band together as a team to get this information out to more and more people. But the big thing to take away here, guys, for people who are watching, all right? Once again, tornado warning north of Jackson, Mississippi. This is for Camden and Thomastown. If you're in Sharon, you are out of the risk now, or you're out of the risk from this storm. You could potentially get something later on, but from this actual storm in itself, you guys are out of the risk for getting impacted by a tornado. But just for reference, exactly as to where this is at, Here's Mississippi. Right within here. And here's the tornado warning. It's about central Mississippi. So, this is definitely something to consider, especially if you live within these areas. That's not saying that other areas in Mississippi aren't getting activity, aren't getting tornadic activity, but it's just a one thing to note that, you know, if you live out ahead of this, you know, down the stream, I can see Columbus, Mississippi being a part of this activity. All right? It's just something to really watch out for.
All right, Nate, I'm going to deafen here briefly and start my stream, and then I'll come back on.
All right, sounds good. I want to check the storm over here near Florence. I want to see if it has a lower level mesocyclone with this. And it does. So this thing actually is rotating too. Both of these storms are actually rotating. There's one near Puckett. It's a very small storm that's rotating. And then we have a storm right here near Gatesville in Florence. So this might actually try and become tornadic eventually too. So it's over here. I want to actually see. Is there a camera that is looking due east? No. No. No, we don't have any cameras here that are looking east, unfortunately. But either or, all right. Still something that we're going to watch out for. So Florence, Mississippi, just barely south of Jackson. You know, if you remember one of my live streams from last year, I think it was in March or April. Might have been April. There was this tornado outbreak and a 5% chance for tornadoes here in Mississippi, and we caught that tornado live. That was just south of Jackson, Mississippi. So we've done a lot of coverage here of Jackson, Mississippi over the time of our channel existing. And we're going to continue, of course, to try and do that. But this area is no stranger to tornadoes. So hopefully you guys know where to go if the tornado warning does get issued for your area. Let's go back up to the tornado warning. It looks like from a velocity standpoint, things are starting to gust out a little bit more. So that is the good news there. It doesn't seem as if it is as significant as it once was, which is, as I said, the good news. But still, something that we're going to have to continue to watch out for. Power not out here yet in Florence. Yeah, the thing of it is with that Florence cell is that Florence in itself is going to get the core of this. So you guys are going to get heavy rain, maybe even some small hail, maybe. But you guys in itself are probably going to be able to get out of this risk, or at least from this storm. It's the area south and east of you, near Star and Piney Woods, near the county road, or no, not county, State Highway 469. State Highway 469. That's the areas that I'm the most concerned about. So, yeah, it does look like there is a little bit of an elf there. So we're going to have to watch out for that too. What do you see when it comes to northern Mississippi near Lee County? In that general area up there, so that's Tupelo. For you guys, I see a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms. Strong damaging winds, I'd say, is the main threat with that one. Strong damaging winds, I'd say, would be the main threat. but it's definitely not as significant as, say, the storms that are a little bit further south towards Eupora. So that's something to consider as well. But, you know, for the most part, it's definitely more of a strong damaging wind threat for you. Definitely more of a strong damaging wind threat. I promise this is the only time I'll self-promote. We are only 20 subscribers away from 26,000 subscribers. And I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate you guys helping me out get this high. Because, you know, this time last year I had about a little under 2,000 subscribers. This means a lot to me, as well as to the growth of my channel. So I really do appreciate everyone who's helped out, helped support the channel. And hopefully we'll continue to grow more and more, especially with the stream. Hopefully we'll grow our community, because that's the main thing that I want, you know, to do. Grow the community. Where is this? This is over in Mississippi. So there's only one tornado warning right now. And then there's a severe thunderstorm warning there as well. So I'm going to go over the tornado warning one more time. Look to see as to anything, or if anything changed. And it doesn't look like too much stuff has changed. Yeah, it doesn't look like too much stuff has changed. So yeah, I think we're good with this cell. It might become tornadic a little bit later on though. It looks like it's trying to recycle a little bit. But yeah, man. It's because there's some other channels that have storm chasers and stuff like that with their radar analysis. So basically, it's just a matter of budget. You know, some people pay chasers, and you know, because they have so many chasers and stuff like that, a lot of people love watching the clouds and tornadoes and stuff like that. But you know, as I've said in past live streams, I've built my channel from the ground up, so I'm used to not really having storm chasers. Although we do have our own personal storm chaser that we have that's exclusive to us, but I would like to have more, of course. You know. Jeez, that cell near Puckett is kind of really interesting to me. It's got a really interesting lower level mesocyclone, and it's so low precipitation, it's not even funny. This thing is the smallest supercell I've ever seen, and it's had the best rotation in the upper levels that I've ever seen as well from this event here today. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny in my honest opinion. Chloe Ard with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, I see a box around Houston, Mississippi. Is it just a severe thunderstorm? It's near Houston, Mississippi. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. So for my channel, whenever you see a yellow box on GR2 Analyst, so this radar right here, whenever you see that, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for these areas. And then, of course, if you see a red box or a purple box, or even a dark red box, it's not a purple box, it's a pink box, actually, then it's a tornado warning. But it's got to be a box. It can't be these circles. These circles tell me what the environment is like. So don't confuse it with the two. And then these green boxes up here, they're flash flood warnings as well. But thank you so much, Chloe, for the 10. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support to the channel. I'm looking at the tornado warning one more time before we just briefly mention about the UK storm. It doesn't really have as much rotation as it did before towards the surface. Now it's relatively elevated. So it seems like it's kind of gusting out a little bit, but at the same time, that could just be because it's recycling as well. So don't count out the tornado warning storm quite yet. But at this moment right now, it's definitely not producing a tornado.
All right, I am back.
Then while you are back, I want to tell you two things. First off, the tornado warning isn't really, as significant as it once
I'm
was.
looking at it for myself, and it's just kind of fizzing, so to speak. It looks like a lot of straight line winds.
On the other hand, there's a baby cell that probably has the best rotation I've seen all day. At least in the upper levels. It's super funny.
Where at?
So, it's to the south and east
of Florence?
No, it's actually east of Florence, near Johns and Puckett.
Oh, that thing?
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
What in...
It is really funny, actually.
The fact that that's the best rotation we've seen all day is a good thing, sorta.
Yeah, it is.
So for you folks that are on my stream, we're talking about this cell that is just to the west of Polkville at this point. That looks like it's a pretty messy storm. The surface not well organized at all, but it does have some stronger, I'm not going to say strong, but some stronger rotational characteristics than some storms that we've seen go tornado warned today.
Yeah.
So if you are in those areas that are to the northeast of Johns and Polkville, particularly looking at Morton, Pulaski, and possibly Forest, near... I believe that is, that's State Route 80 as well as Interstate 20 at Forest. You guys might need to watch out for this. This could, if it gains some if it gains some structural characteristics, we could be talking about a tornadic thunderstorm on our hands for the areas of Pulaski and Forest.
And even too, the cell that's out in front of that one near Forest, that one can even go if it actually, gets significant enough too, because that has a little bit of rotation in the upper levels as well.
Although its downdraft is not wrapped at all. It looks like straight line threat until it does so.
The tornado warning that was for Canton and Camden has now been canceled. All right, so that is no longer in effect. It's now just a severe thunderstorm warning. So it is what we said earlier on. Do not count out that storm quite yet, though. All right, it could be some instances to where this thing could re-intensify, reorganize itself. And I think this is one of the storms that one of the first storms, I should say, that we've seen this stream that hasn't fully collapsed on itself. All right, before there was the other storms that was tornadic, whenever it, was towards the end of its life cycle, it would kind of gust out. It would just be nothing but a strong damaging wind risk. This one is different, however. All right, this one has still maintained shape of a thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. It just has weakened. So it's not exactly, out of the count quite yet, and you need to watch out for that. But yeah, as Morgan said, the cells that were from Forest all the way down to Polkville near US Highway 80 all the way to I-20 in that general vicinity, from Morton to Forest, Lake, Newton, even a little bit further north towards Hillsborough, as well as Decatur and Union in Mississippi. You guys definitely need to watch out for that activity. 100%. Dan Wilson, thank you so much for becoming a member, a weather watcher of the channel. I really do appreciate it. And then Carl Montgomery, my goodness. Everyone say thank you to Carl. Everyone say thank you to Carl.
That cell to the south of Florence may be gaining some structure. This is an interesting severe weather day because this is something that we haven't really... This kind of storm system we haven't really seen in a while, at least at this time frame. I know comparisons were made to stuff like April 27, and I even mentioned some sort of correlation to December 10th, but at the same time, it's not similar at all to December 10th.
No,
but in terms of where we're getting this kind of storm and getting this kind of thunderstorm structure, this is really interesting for this time period. I haven't seen something like this in a long amount of time.
Right. But yeah, Carl, that's really generous of you. Thank you so much for the $75 super chat. Thank you so much. Like, my goodness. It really does go a long way for the channel. So thank you so much. And then, as I said, Dan Wilson, that's the best way to support my channel right there. I really do appreciate you becoming a member, sponsor, weather watcher, however way you want to put it. I will say, for my members, all right? So I said this in the beginning of the stream, if there's the new members who are here in the live stream, I uploaded a little trailer for my my new series that I'm going to be uploading on the channel. It's going to be talking about historical tornadoes. And after the stream, all right, after the stream, go ahead and watch that video if you haven't already, all right? Because it does provide a little interesting trailer for what that video could be, and it's going to go in depth on a specific tornado that I'll be talking about. But yeah, thank you so much, you guys. I really do appreciate that support, and thank you, Carl. Thank you for being very generous to the channel. Look at Florence. So Florence right here, that's pretty interesting for the most part. We said earlier that this storm was probably going to start to really kind of ramp up here a little bit. We also said the cells near Polkville and Pulaski and Forest could also get some activity. But I mentioned before Morgan came on, Florence is really a storm to kind of watch out for, specifically near Star and Pelahatchie. All right, if you guys live near the Pelahatchie areas and Star as well as Johns, you guys need to go ahead and kind of watch out, because you could potentially get some activity right within there.
Nate, we just got a report in here on Spotter Network of a funnel cloud halfway to the ground 3 minutes ago on that severe thunderstorm warning for Thomastown, as well as Carthage and Redwater. So that storm that just got the tornado warning canceled for it doesn't seem to have really weakened entirely just yet. It definitely still has some rotational characteristics, although it does look fairly straight line. But it is important, if you are in Dossville and Renfro, that you are taking your proper taking your necessary warnings, excuse me, if something does happen to get issued for your general area.
Right. And if that's the case, if the funnel cloud was halfway to the ground there, I mean, nothing's really stopping it from going down further and further towards the ground too. So it's all the more reason why people need to go ahead and start taking their proper precautions. All right. I know we sound like a broken record, but you're going to be hearing a lot of that, especially during these live streams, because we want to try and get the information out to these people. All right. We don't want to leave anything left out. We're trying to tell you guys straight up what you guys can get. And even if it, even if it's more of like a broken record-esque type way of doing it, so be it. But we're trying to...
It's better we're saying it than not.
Right.
In this instance.
Right. So Redwater, Renfro, Dossville, Zama. Let me pull up Google Maps here real quickly, see if there's anything else around that. Yeah, Zama, near the Alice area, the intersection of State Highway 19 and State Highway 25. All right, so it's a big intersection right there, near the Holdiness Grocery, that general vicinity over there, and everywhere else. Now, the interesting thing right here is that this storm is currently moving over, or at least just to the east of Thomastown. All right. Just to the east of Thomastown, right along State Highway 35. If we pull up Google Maps here, State Highway 35 is right here, guys. All right, there's a Dollar General along it. There's an easy stop over there. And then here is State Highway 25 right next to it. So if you're north of State Highway 25, north of Carthage, and south of Williamsville, or even east of Williamsville, you need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions and getting into a sturdy structure, because this can definitely produce a tornado, especially with, it having reports of there being a funnel cloud with this. All right, so I said, don't count this storm out quite yet. This thing could potentially, be tornadic still. And here it is. The storm is still trying, so don't count it out. Kansas City's probably going to get some snow, more than likely. I'm pulling up the radar really quickly. Yeah, they're not getting a whole lot right now. It looks like the snow might have passed by them already. Possibly. Yeah, it looks like the freezing rain and snow has already passed over you guys, for the most part. So, you guys might be starting to get towards the end of your risk there. Yeah, that cell near Forest is definitely trying. The cell near Polkville has still a lot better rotation than most other storms. And then that cell near Florence, still looking rather interesting to me.
Still needs to wrap its RFD at this moment in time, but if it does, it's got a decently clear environment in front of it.
Right.
So areas like Pelahatchie and Morton might need to be on lookout sooner or later.
Someone said in chat that rain is really coming down in Brandon, which is just to the north of that rotation. I would stay
right over the radar site.
Yeah, right over the radar site. If you're the person who's in Brandon, all right, I want you to stay indoors until this storm completely moves on through, all right? Just in case if something does happen here. It looks like the actual area to where it could potentially produce a tornado will move just to the south or even to the east of you. But on the off chance that any funny business happens, which, you know, in the realm of possibilities could happen, I'd rather have you guys stay within a sturdy structure at this time. So if you guys could, that'd be greatly appreciated. But yeah, you guys are getting very heavy rain across the board in that area. Sup, Kyle? Nice to see you from across the pond. What's Tennessee looking like right now? Really quickly. Pull up this here. So here is the radar imagery for Tennessee, all right? Here is Memphis. Here is Jackson. Here's Bolivar. Here's Savannah, Centerville, Nashville, Clarksville. And here's Paris, all right? The line is all the way over here at Jackson and Bolivar. So it's past Memphis, and it's heading towards the Savannah and Centerville areas, all right? So if you guys live within those general vicinities, I'd probably watch out for the potential of there being some strong damaging winds. I can't exactly say that it's going to be like super significant, you know, to the point where it'll like blow everything over. But at the same time, you guys could see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts within your areas. So would not be surprised.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for areas to the north and west of, I believe that is Carthage, on the storm that did have the funnel cloud reported halfway to the ground. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, I believe, for the counties of Choctaw, Clay, and Octobeha, or that may be something else. Because there's multiple warnings that just got issued.
There's a storm that we need to watch big time. South of Tupelo, near Okaluna, near Shannon, might be a developing supercell along the line. And based off of velocities, there's an ELF there too. Or LFVE. There's definitely something along there. No doubt. That is a storm that I'm gonna watch very closely. Very closely. Where'd you say again? Just barely south of Tupelo, right next to the radar, KGWX.
Egypt vicinity?
The Okaluna area in Egypt. Just look at the velocities. There's a steady stream of an ELF there behind that heavy amounts of rain.
Chat, you can see what we're talking about here with this large area of velocity that would give the storm conditions to produce a tornado if the storm wraps. So that's something to definitely bear in mind for the areas to the north of the Columbus radar site, including Smithville, Tremont, and Fulton.
45.
And additionally, looks like there is a bit of hail with that storm as well. So that's something that we aren't really expecting today, which is hail. So bear that in mind if you're in the Armory, Smithville. Again, like I said, Tremont, Fulton areas. They may be expecting storms with severe,
thank you so much.
excuse me, severe characteristics heading up your way shortly.
Thank you so much, Mini Stock. I really do appreciate that. Everyone say thank you to Mini Stock. That is very generous. Very generous of him. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate that. It may not be U.S. currency, but anytime,
Okay.
anytime
We're getting
anyone
steady line of
donates, it's
severe
very
thunderstorm
much so
warnings
appreciated. And thank
up
you
and
so
along
much.
that general
Thank
area.
you so much. I really do mean it.
So
To all the people who've been, supporting the channel as of recent, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. So thank you. I just had to do something there real quickly. But yeah, that's exactly what Morgan said. The storm could definitely wrap around. Smithville, Armory, Tremont, Fulton, Fairview. Guys could get that activity. The interesting thing here, Morgan, is that as that storm moves off towards the north and east, there actually is a camera on Radar Omega at Phil Campbell, Alabama. All right? Which is just right around the Hackleburg area. So when this storm gets closer and closer, we might be able to see what this thing is doing as it approaches, because the storm is looking off towards the south and west. The only thing I will say, though, is that it doesn't look like the Cape has elongated a lot further towards the north as a lot of people anticipated. I think this is I think the event has shifted a lot further south, which takes the area that I said earlier. All right, so I've been saying this for quite some time. I wasn't really too sold on like areas over in Tennessee and whatnot. Jackson and Meridian, those are the areas that I've been watching since Kingdom Come. Chat could even tell you on my side that those have been the areas that I've been advocating the most. And the potential for that is possible here too. So I think the event has shifted a lot further south than what most people has thought. And that means one of two things. The areas that are up towards Tennessee and Kentucky, you guys aren't, expected to get a whole lot of stuff, as much at least. Areas here in Mississippi and Alabama, you guys are. So it's something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this stream continues to progress. I just want to say real quickly, thank you guys so much for getting me over 26,000 subscribers. You guys are amazing, and I really do appreciate that. And Morgan's on his way to getting up to 1,000 subscribers too. He's almost there.
Slowly.
So he's actually streaming on his channel right now. So if you want to show him some love, you guys can as well. I'll put a link to his in the chat.
Eventually have a plan to do bi-weekly videos as well whenever I get my act together and all that. So yeah, obviously Nate is the bigger of the two of us, but I'm trying. So one thing I am beginning to notice is to the west of Mayhew, west of Starkville as well, along United States 82, there looks to be some sort of tornadic characteristic moving up towards the north and east towards West Point. Now, it has weakened substantially since from where it was at a few minutes ago, but it definitely has some sort of tornadic characteristics on the edge of that line. And if you take a look at spectrum width, you'll also see that there is some sort of lowering, maybe in the form of a shelf cloud or something along that line. So, like I said, along U82 near Starkville, you might have to watch out for some damaging wind gusts at the minimum. And you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 miles per hour wind gusts until 3 Central Time. So bear that in mind if you are in that general area.
The area near
to
Egypt.
Be continuing to watch out for that.
Area near Egypt has an embedded supercell.
It does.
So that might produce a tornado here soon as well.
It's sort of on the back end of it. It's like the southern edge of a storm line. It's kind of looping around.
Yeah.
That is quite the embedded hook. That is quite the embedded hook, though, and you can tell in the higher reflectivity scans.
Oh yeah. For people who can't tell, we'll bring it back a scan here just for people to tell, for people to see. You can see how things hook around here towards the bottom, right over the U.S. highway there over Egypt, U.S. Highway 45 alternate. And so usually when you see that, that's when things really start to kind of be concerning, because along the lines, tornadoes aren't exactly like your classic, these tornadoes, I should say, aren't exactly like your classic type supercells. Supercells usually take a lot of momentum, take a lot of time, and over that time, the tornado gradually gets stronger and stronger and stronger until, it can't do it anymore. With storms along the line here, that isn't the case. Things typically start to form rather quickly and unpredictably. So, just by seeing this here along the line, if something does form here, it's based off of, pure luck that we're seeing it right now. But there is definitely something there, all right? That's, without a shadow of a doubt, something that I'm sure more than everyone here in the chat, including ourselves, can agree upon. We do have, if we take a look at the velocities, we do have greens and grays moving towards the radar. We have reds moving away. So we do have that counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere that's right over Egypt. So the potential for tornadoes do exist here within this area. And you guys got to continue to watch out for it. Armory, Smithville, Tilden, Tremont, Fulton here in Mississippi, right along the border of Mississippi and Alabama. All right, this is where this storm is going to be heading off towards.
And one thing I do want to mention with this as well is if you're looking up on reflectivity scans into the upper portions of the storm, this thing has a decent amount of frozen substance in it. You're looking up at 17,000 feet. It's registering 65.5 dBZs. So definitely some hail embedded with this storm as well, with the rotational characteristics that are going on at the surface.
I was going to say, if you go to 3.1 tilt and go to correlation coefficient, it supports your idea too, supports your thesis. You can clearly see the hail right within there in the lower correlation coefficient values.
Even higher scans too.
Yeah. So what basically correlation coefficient looks at is it looks at the different densities and the different shapes of the objects in the atmosphere. So if it's not a raindrop, it's a lower correlation coefficient. All right, that's basically what it is. All right, so in this case, because we have hail within this area, this is being picked up by the radar as not a raindrop. And you've got, the clear indication that there more than likely is hail right around that area. And it almost looks like that hail is being wrapped around in towards the actual area of rotation in the mesocyclone. So that's kind of interesting as well. Maybe the SVC right within that area definitely starting to kind of mature a little bit. The forward flank downdraft definitely wrapping in. And that actually may be the actual area where the hail is might not actually be the SVC or the forward flank downdraft, Morgan. That might actually be the ELF.
Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking.
That might actually, yeah. I'm looking at velocities and I'm seeing that there. That might actually be the ELF right there, which is just this airstream that is streaming in towards where the actual rotation would be to try and supply enough shear, enough spin and vorticity in the atmosphere to get this thing spinning. And it's spinning, it's just not on the ground, which is the good news.
One thing I do want to touch back on briefly that you did mention, I'm looking at current SPC meso analysis on Earth, and it does look like that Cape Plume is staying regarded to central and southern Mississippi, as amongst other places. It's really not spanning farther north than about Columbus, Euphoria, and Greenwood at all, because at that point you're getting less than 500. So really interesting that we're really not seeing the Cape Invectus far north as we initially expected. Now that might also mean that the Cape Plume, as you get into the areas of western Alabama, could be more significant. So we're going to have to watch out for those areas of tornadic development as well in the future. But just an interesting note that the SPC maybe missed the significant tornado probabilities a little bit on that northern edge. And we did see them trim it this morning to basically exclude all of Tennessee, but still doesn't look like much Cape is advecting much farther north than central Mississippi / central Alabama.
Yeah, right there. That's where we're taking them on my screen, and of course on Morgan's screen too. You've got the convective available potential energy up here. Of course, the blues are more or less the lower amounts of convective available potential energy, and then once you start to get towards the greens, maybe even a little bit of a hint of yellow, maybe, if you can see that there. That is where you can actually see the higher amounts of convective available potential energy. And so when Morgan talks about how the Cape really hasn't rose further and further, or advected a bit further north than what everyone thought it was, advection meaning warm air rising. This is what he means. This green area, which is enough for severe thunderstorms to form or sustain and become tornadic, is right here. The cutoff is right about here. And, you know, there's a little bit of activity over there just to the east of Tupelo. But other than that, the cutoff is mainly where those severe thunderstorms are actually at, which is due west of Birmingham. So if you were to draw a line from Birmingham in Alabama to Greenville, Mississippi, everywhere from there and south has ample enough Cape for thunderstorms to form or sustain and become tornadic. Now,
Can I make the point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just make a point? There's no helicity at the moment. It's about 100 or less. That may be what's really just bogging this, because there's nothing over the.
It might be that might be all streamwise helicity. So the crosswise helicity, there might be enough there, but that might be the reason why everything is really occluded.
I mean, there's about 600 effective helicity, but at 1 kilometer, there's only about 150 tops. And that's in the Columbus area where these storms are about to move through right now. So should be keeping that in mind, that the storms moving up there may start to hook up a little bit more, but really not as much as the models were anticipating. And maybe that's a reason that everything is just kind of occluding or just going straight linear.
Now, I will say we are not in the peak of the event quite yet. We're not in the peak. Yeah. All right. So the low-level jet is anticipated to continue to amplify more and more. So I am expecting these storms here within these areas, you know, south of the line that we drew. So like the areas near Meridian and Jackson, they're probably going to start taking advantage of that environment here soon, when these storms actually do start firing off. So I think we need to still watch out for that general area. But if you're in, like, you know, if you're north, way north of Tupelo, you guys probably aren't going to get any sort of tornadic potential here.
I mean, the jet is going to produce some non-thunderstorm strong wind gusts at the surface. I believe most of Jackson's weather forecasting area is in a wind advisory for streamwise wind gusts, but other than that,
right,
you might just be expecting some windy rain showers throughout most of the rest of the day if you guys are up in that general area, which is good news, because at first instance we thought that this could be already at this point a full-fledged tornado event.
Well, especially with what was happening, you know, even before the live stream. There's like the storm that was over near Little Rock, and that storm was already showing supercellular characteristics. It just gusted out for the most part, and most of us thought that that was just only because the environment wasn't ripe enough with the wind shear and there wasn't really enough veering with that. But,
there's just not enough thermos.
there's not enough thermos with this either. That's the other thing. Not enough energy for these thunderstorms to form or sustain north of that area that we've drawn. So south of that, however, if we take a look over here,
Like Columbus and vicinity.
yeah, Columbus, south of that towards Jackson and Meridian. All right, Jackson and Meridian, the I-20 corridor, to be completely honest with you, is going to be a hot zone. All right, that's going to be the areas to watch if I was, in the chair of a National Weather Service employee. And so if this continues to move about and we get more and more thunderstorms that form from the south and go up to the north, these renegade thunderstorms could potentially produce that tornado that the Storm Prediction Center was looking for. But Huntsville, like areas near Huntsville, even Chattanooga, I think you guys are going to be more of a strong damaging wind risk. I think you guys could get some cape that could seep up into your area. Maybe once you get to like Florence and Huntsville, after these storms pass through Tupelo, something might try to organize a little bit. But other than that, I can't really foresee it to be like super organized based off of the current trends and stuff. That's cell near Bigby, though. That is just to the south and east of Tupelo. And the Amory. Apparently that's how it's pronounced. Amory in Mississippi. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. How about yourself, Drew? How about yourself, Andrew? Oh, that's a new report there. That's not even from a thunderstorm there. I think that's our first report of the day, Morgan. It's south and east of Jackson, and it's a non-thunderstorm wind damage report. Apparently, there's a tree down on the bridge near County Road 23 south of the Mississippi Highway 528. So, sheesh. I kind of was thinking that... Oh, never mind. Is someone dragging their car on the street outside? It sounded like someone's dragging their car on the street outside. No joke. I don't know what's wrong with them. That's pretty funny. So yeah, right now, we're just kind of waiting for things to develop. Let's put our radar on instead. Let's put our radar on. And let's do that. Driving back from Columbus to Tupelo, sent him your link. Well, let's continue to do a little bit of analysis there then. For the cell that's moving through Columbus, north of Columbus into the Smithville and Amory general vicinity. So right now, all right, if you're near Columbus, you've got a storm that's moving on through near West Point, all right, on 45 alternate. It's starting to move on through that general vicinity, and it's not super tornadic at this point, all right? If I take a look at the upper levels, there is something that could potentially try and form down near the West Point area, but it's relatively high above the ground for the most part, about 6,000 feet. And, of course, that's over a mile above ground level, so that's not exactly all too impactful to people who are, say, on the ground. But... on the other hand, that storm is producing some strong damaging winds. So if you guys live near West Point, Strong, Caledonia, north of Columbus, all right, due north of Columbus on the true U.S. Highway 45, all right, the original U.S. Highway 45, you guys are probably going to get some strong damaging winds, especially if you are from Aberdeen and down south. Now, if you're on the alternate, okay, from Prairie all the way down south towards West Point, you guys are getting your activity right now. But if you're from West Point and south towards near the intersection of US Highway 82 and US Highway 45 alternate, you guys are going to get the storm. And you're probably going to get another storm right after this, too. There's another severe thunderstorm warning that's even behind these other storms that are going to be heading off and towards your general area. So I would continue to watch out for this as this moves about. It does not look to be super tornadic at this time. That is the good news. The bad news is that it's still some strong damaging winds, and strong damaging winds still can create impacts like down trees and power lines. Anything for the Knoxville, Tennessee area? You guys are just barely out of the risk, so not really. I think you guys are good for the most part. You guys might see some strong damaging winds, though. That's the one thing I will say. Strong damaging winds. But otherwise, not really too much. I want to look at the cell that's near Amory. Yeah, so the cell that's near Amory now continues to look like it has an embedded supercell with it. This one is definitely one to watch. It's trying to wrap around its rear flank downdraft. So it's trying to fully hook around. So you have a little bit of a hook right here, but it's trying to wrap it around all the way. And if you were out in front of this, like say you were over in Detroit, Alabama, and you were looking at this storm, you probably wouldn't be able to see a whole lot because, well, there's so much rain in front of you. But if you were like really up and close to it, you still might not be able to see a whole lot, but it is starting to wrap around, and you probably would be able to see a wall cloud right within there. So I would continue to watch out for that. Could potentially be something tornadic that could form somewhere around that general area. So we'll just continue to watch out for it.
All right, I am back. Sorry for leaving you for a minute there.
That's fine.
Was discussing the winter weather. Someone in my chat had a question about that, and I figured you wouldn't want to hear me talking over you about winter weather. So took away for a second there. Does look like the northern edge of that storm line is starting to get some characteristics as well. I'm seeing another hook starting to develop near Smithville.
Yep, the Amory cell.
But other than that, there really isn't much, which is a little bit surprising, at least at this moment in time. Everything's kind of congealed. We expected a lot of individual cells, but everything's just kind of formed into two lines. There is some stuff in southern Mississippi, albeit that has the chance to go tornadic, as those are a little bit less, those are a little bit more loose in terms of storm line association. But currently,
yeah,
not too much to worry about tornadic wise. A lot of straight line winds, though, especially if you guys are in those areas between Smithville, Aberdeen, West Point, heading into Columbus, Starkville. You guys are getting hit by some significant straight line winds. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Columbus would expect to be in a severe warning sooner or later for this general area. I should open multiple GR2 tabs. What am I doing here? So definitely something to keep tabs on if you guys are in those areas. And then eventually Western Alabama, you guys will also have the chance to see some significant weather.
Give me a second, Morgan. I'm going to mute myself here real quickly.
Yep. All good.
So, for the people who are asking, about anywhere in Kentucky or Tennessee, okay? This is for you. Anyone in Kentucky or Tennessee, okay? Here is Memphis. Here is Jackson. Here is Nashville. Here is Clarksville. Bowling Green is right here. Evansville, Indiana is right here. Louisville, Murfreesboro is just a little bit further to the south and east of Nashville. and then Chattanooga is right here. Okay? So you can see we have a big whole mess, more or less, of showers and thunderstorms, and it's not really super organized. However, I will say that if we do zoom in a little bit further, all right, so this is going to be south of the Owensboro vicinity, extending from Madisonville all the way down towards Hopkinsville and Dover. There is a line segment that's moving on through, probably could create some strong damaging winds and maybe some localized flooding across some of these areas. It will head off more than likely towards Bowling Green and Russellville. More than likely will. I'm going to place a storm track here just to try and figure out as to when you guys can actually get that activity. And it looks like you guys won't be able to get it until about an hour from now. So that's something to consider if you guys live over in Bowling Green. Although you guys are getting a lot of rain anyway, so you guys are, could potentially see some localized flooding. But this line that I'm talking about that's creating some strong damaging winds, it will be moving through your area. It could get a little bit of Clarksville. It could actually touch a bit of Clarksville. So I'd watch out for that. You guys are over there. And then there's another line of storms that are just to the south of that here, from Waverly all the way down towards Lexington and Henderson, approaching the Savannah area. So that's something to watch out for as well. But not really anything super significant. It's more of a severe risk, a strong damaging wind risk more than anything for you guys. And if you guys remember what we were talking about earlier, we were talking about how the energy levels of this event is not really super significant, all right? Especially as you go further and further north, there's barely any energy for organized thunderstorm activity. So this area here within Kentucky and Tennessee is no exception to that. And that is more or less the reason as to why this isn't really performing like a tornadic event for you all. Now, there is still a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale within your area. All right, that is one thing that is true, and that is for the strong damaging wind. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible within these areas here of Kentucky and Tennessee. Tornadoes, however, not exactly as much. So let's go over here to our GR Earth. And you can see here our massive risk for severe weather. Our 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in this dark green. You can see all the dark green across the board. We have our 2 out of 5 in this yellow, and then our 3 out of 5 in this orange right within there. If we take off the radar real quickly and then put it back on, you can see the orange extends from Nashville all the way down towards Jackson and Meridian, and almost towards the Birmingham areas, including Tuscaloosa. So there is activity expected still. But as this continues to shift off further and further towards the east, the threat will begin to diminish. So that is something to make a note of. People were asking about Georgia. The only areas in Georgia that are really going to get significant activity is extreme northwestern portions of Georgia. So from Rome all the way up towards Dalton and Somerville, up towards the Chattanooga general vicinity in Tennessee. That's the only area that could potentially be a part of the leftovers. But other than that, in Georgia, you guys should be safe for the most part to kind of ride out the system. A marginal risk is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Good question. Very good question. Yeah, that cell near Smithville is definitely trying to rotate here soon, so that's definitely something to watch out for. All right, we're going to merge back with Morgan here.
Determine whether or not there's any kind of like really big characteristics with it. It's very hard to discern that. But
Cape values for the people who asked in the chat. Not really super high at this moment. We'll go over here. You can see anywhere within this kind of greenish blue and south, that is where the areas of highest cape that is sustainable for severe weather. Anywhere north of that, not really, except for just to the east of Tupelo. Go ahead, Morgan.
Bogue Cheeto, south of just to the east of Philadelphia. There's a strong cell there that has significant rotation.
Oh yeah.
Heading up towards the north and east, just to the south of Macon. This is going to be basically going parallel with State Route 21 once it gets to Preston, perpendicular to 397. Eventually heading up towards Shuqualak and Macon, along the United States 45. So those areas need to be watching out. You could see a tornado warning here issued very soon for those general areas.
I think it might be on the ground. It could even be on the ground.
Radar presence?
Yeah. I mean, just by looking at radar presence, I mean, this is surface-based. This is heavily surface-based, so we wouldn't be able to see anything in the upper levels. Yeah, this could be
south of Bogue Cheeto, Preston, Golson. Again, along 397 and 21, I would be taking your safe spaces now.
Right. Yeah. This cell is probably gonna start going here soon. If it's not on the ground, it definitely could do so in the future. And I mean, you know, this presentation too, this shows you, you know, we saw earlier on in the stream, and even in Morgan's stream as well, if you were paying attention, we had a lot of storms that were like a lot larger and it had a lot larger hooks. This one's a smaller one. This is a lot smaller than what we've seen here today, except for some of the other ones that we mentioned just due east of Jackson, Mississippi. And this is one of those smaller cells that is starting to kind of rotate a bit more. And, you know, just to reinstate as to what Morgan just said with the velocities, this has very strong rotation right now. I mean, very bright pinks and almost oranges in some spots, moving away from the radar. Greens moving towards the radar. We have this very strong counterclockwise flow right within here. And this is going to head off towards the Bogue Cheeto areas, as well as Preston and Golson. So if you know anyone who lives over there near State Highway 397 and State Highway 21 in Mississippi, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, in my honest opinion, and get into a sturdy structure. All right, start heading off into that general area. That velocity, man.
Yeah, that's probably the strongest signature we've seen today.
Yeah, this is what the Storm Prediction Center was talking about with significant tornadoes. All right, so guys, once again,
needs warned yesterday.
Once again, need to share this information. All right, share the information with as many people as possible. We're gonna keep saying it until this event is all done and over with, because we want to try and get information out to people who live within these areas. Copy the link to the stream. Either send it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or to text message to your friends and family, all right? Got to get the information out to as many people as possible if we can, because this is
it's forming a donut hole, and velocities de-aliased. And additionally, spectrum width seems to have shown a little bit of an inconclusive hole there. So this could very well be on the ground at this current moment.
The one thing that I also have to say too is that this also supports the thesis for storms being rain wrapped too. It doesn't matter if the storm is small. It doesn't matter if the storm is big, because it's forming that said donut hole, which is basically just it taking the rain from the core and wrapping it around the tornado. That basically is, you know, making the storm very, very hard to see, especially as the tornado moves on through. So you won't be able to see this tornado if it is on the ground until it's literally on top of you, which is the reason why we're saying the people out in front of this need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure if you can. So please be sure to take your proper precautions, and please share this information with as many people as possible. And the other thing with that too is that the way to share it with as many people as possible on YouTube is if you hit that like button, you actually help me spread this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Same thing with Morgan's stream. If you're on Morgan's stream, hit that like button, you help spread his stream out to more and more people. So we're trying to get the information out to as many people as possible, and that's one way to do so. But yeah, this storm is definitely there. Definitely got some rotation right near the Bogchito areas. Derek Bond with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says it's been real, bro. Keep putting my local meteorologist to shame. Well, thank you so much, Derek. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate the kind words and the support. There's a tornado warning, just got issued.
Tornado warning for central Noxubee County in east central Mississippi, northwestern Kemper County in east central Mississippi.
Yep, there it is.
So it's including the areas of Preston, Golson, Shuqualak, Macon, Prairie Point, and even Bigby Valley up to the border of Alabama and Mississippi. So, like we said, prior to this being warned, if you guys are along State Route 21, as well as State Route 397 in the Preston area, and then eventually as it pushes up further to the north and east, United States Route 45 between Macon and Shuqualak. You guys need to be in your tornado shelters, underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet, because this storm is really not messing around at this point. This is a very strong rotational couplet. This is a storm that has shown rotational characteristics prior to this moment as well. So you definitely need to be letting people know if you know anyone in this area, or if you yourself are in this area, you need to be taking your proper precautions so you make sure you and others are safe.
Yep, we do have that counterclockwise rotation here over Bogchito, heading off towards the Preston areas. This is a concerning situation right here. Could potentially be seeing our significant tornado of the day. So this is in Mississippi, all right? This is near Philadelphia, Mississippi, north of Meridian, all right? This is the area that we have been talking about and have been advocating for the potential of some tornadic development all day and even days prior to this day. All right, so if you've been on our channels, we've been trying to get the information out saying that this is more than likely going to occur. We've been talking about the storm for the past 10 minutes. That is now the case here, to where now there's a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service. And if you live over here near Preston, Golson, Shuqualak, as well as Paulette and Macon here in Mississippi, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost portion of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm going to zoom out here real quickly and show you guys exactly where this is at. I'm going to turn off the mesofill here on GR Earth. Here is Mississippi right within here. All right, so this is the outline of Mississippi. And here is Alabama as well. We're going to outline Alabama just to get a reference on here as well. Right here where I've circled this in blue is where the tornado warning is at. So it's central portions or west or east central portions of Mississippi, west central portions of Alabama. That is where the current tornado warning is at right now. So we need to continue to watch out for this cell as this continues to move on through. I think I'm going to start shifting over towards the KGWX radar. I think that might be the way to go here. I'm going to see if this is, if that should be the case. No, Jackson's radar is still looking relatively low to the ground, so we're going to stay with this until it probably gets up towards Golson. But this storm is, this storm does have the potential to produce a tornado here. Security guard with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for keeping me company with live weather update while you're at work. Well, I really do appreciate the generosity. I appreciate you coming out to the stream here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Will Hutton with the 5 says, is it counterclockwise rotation? Yes, indeed it is. It is definitely tornadic rotation here, meaning that this more than likely could be a tornado here relatively soon.
It's looking up to about 5,000 feet. So not only is spectrum width inconclusive, but so is ZDR. So we're really going to have to wait to see if any of the spotters that are out on U45 can get it. And there are a number of them. So
I don't think that we'll be able to see, like, if you're looking for debris and stuff, I don't think it's not going to be there.
Yeah, it won't. That's why I'm saying we need to wait for Spotter's word, and even then it's rain wrapped.
I will say, though, this does have a pretty tall tornadic updraft for the most part. Goes all the way up to 1.3 tilt, which is about, actually, it goes higher than that, about 16,000 feet up in the sky. So, it's not that bad. It's not that bad at all in regards to its current look. Can you show a track towards Birmingham? Yeah, I mean, these storms are heading off towards Birmingham, but it's not like gonna be there, say, within the next, hour. It's definitely gonna be there, more or less, I'd say, within the next 2 to 3 hours, probably 3 hours from now, if I had to guess. Of course, I'm gonna still be live by the time this line does make it over there. So, if you want to come back around that time, that's fine too, but yeah.
Nate, random thing, but we're gonna have to figure out how I can get the GR2 notifications thing working again, because I never set that up on
You
my
mean
new
Earth?
computer. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't look
So
like
the velocities came back to life on the entirety of the storm, but that's still a very strong indentation.
yeah.
Very strong indentation.
Shukalak really needs to watch out very closely. Yeah, this thing still has a pretty significant, signature. It has a pretty significant tornadic signature with this. I don't see a debris signature here quite yet. I do not. I'll probably take a look at that in again here in a second. But this thing still is going here, chat. I would not be surprised if this thing is actually on the ground, just based off of presentation from Velocities. I'm more leaning towards it probably being towards the ground, but regardless whether it is or whether it's not, it has a tornado warning. And the potential for it to be on the ground is relatively high. Juliana, hello, welcome to stream. Preston's out of the risk right now. Bog Cheeto's out of the risk right now. You guys are in the clear. Okay, so you guys back here, and Preston and Bog Cheeto, you can clearly see the rotation is further off towards the north and east from you. Further off towards the north and east. So there isn't anything from you guys to worry about.
Additional areas that I'm looking at here. If you guys are in Fairhill, Clearman, these are just near the areas, the intersections of county routes 21 and 29 or 39. State route 21, state route 39. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. So Clearman and Fairhill Road, if you live along that area, because it looks like there is some residents, you need to be in your shelters yesterday. This is right on your doorstep. This is a very significant storm that is going to be pushing on towards your general area within the next 5 minutes, less than that even. So you need to be in your shelters right now. ASAP.
I've already switched over to the Columbus Air Force Base radar. And storm relative velocities is just it's insane right now. I mean, you've got blues now, like light blues that are going towards the radar.
I got purples
Jeez.
on my screen, but that's on storm relative. Hold up, let me change. Now I see what you mean.
Yeah.
65 on top of 26. That's just over 90 miles per hour. But again, we're looking up 5,500 feet, which is over a mile in the sky. And this is a surface-based storm.
The other thing too there as well is that
be stronger at the surface.
The other thing too there is that there is a bit of contamination. If you take a look at correlation coefficient as well, there's a little bit of contamination leading into the storm too. So if we were, once again trying to find as to whether or not a tornado is on the ground via correlation coefficient by trying to find a debris signature, we wouldn't be able to do so. We wouldn't be able to do so. So,
additional areas. John Hale Road, Jones Road off of State Route 21 as this pushes off towards the Shuqualak area. Shuqualak Road that goes on to 21, and then the main town of Shuqualak, which has a lot of looks like it has a lot of trailer parks amongst other things.
Yeah.
You need to be very vigilant of your surroundings, taking your proper precautions, getting out of those mobile homes and into more sturdy structures as the storm gets onto your doorstep.
Someone said
Very
in the chat
important that you're heeding warning.
Someone said in the chat that it might be pronounced like Shugalak, so like with a G instead, which kind of makes sense a little bit. So like Sugarlack, but like Shugalak.
Shugalak.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah.
I mean, that's easier to say.
That's
so
probably what we're gonna deal with then. But yeah, like
I mean, we had that whole pronunciation debacle a while back with whatever storm went through here a while ago. So thank you to whoever said that. Settles it finally.
Yeah. Oh, so this isn't a debris signature? This is an actual donut hole. Wow.
Oh, I even see it on Columbus radar.
Yeah, that's not a debris signature. That's the donut hole. That's literal air.
That's ridiculous.
That's
Hold up.
literal.
I'm gonna take a 3D.
No. Before you do that, go to ZDR.
Yeah, I know. I saw ZDR and I saw CC. It's like straight up.
Yeah.
All in the middle of the storm.
That's... I just wanted to pull that up there real quickly. Yeah, no, there's not a tornado on the ground right now. It definitely could. All right, that's the one thing that we want to get across. All right, there definitely could be a tornado that moves on through, but this is definitely, you know, that correlation coefficient drop. That was not the tornado. That was air. All right.
Staz is on this, Charles Green is on this, Vince Welty is on this, so we'll have chasers if something is going on.
Reed's over there too. Kopic's over there. Only thing about it though is that I can't share it because don't want to get
copyright.
Don't want to get my channel taken down. True facts. We like what we do on here. We're trying to get information out to people, and you know, we don't want.
Yeah, getting banned would not be fun.
Right.
So the tornado warning has been updated. It will continue for the town of Shuqualak as well as Noxubee County, Mississippi. This will be until this will continue until 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you got another 30 minutes on this. This is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. This storm is racing up towards the north and east and will be on the Pickensville doorstep in Alabama as well as McMullen and Aliceville in a very short period of time. So
yeah,
regardless of whether or not you're in the current warning or downstream of it, you guys need to be very vigilant because this storm is moving at highway speeds. You don't want to be caught red-handed with being unprepared in a storm like this.
Or sugar lock.
And Staz is core punching.
Yeah, for real. There's a chaser on Omega. He doesn't have his camera up, but he's like ready to intercept.
Who?
It's the William Jordan. So, but the Wolfman with the 4 months of becoming a weather watcher and a member. I really do appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. It says copyright. Yay, I know, right? But thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
That is stuff that you do truthfully hate to see.
Yeah.
But you gotta abide by it. But hey, y'all, bear this in mind. If Nate does get taken down for a copyright strike, you can be tuned right here on the Morgan J. Fold YouTube channel with the severe weather analysis.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I mean, this storm is definitely on the brink.
New severe thunderstorm warning, Lowndes County, including the town of Columbus. So the straight line winds are starting to move into that general area. It's warned for 60 miles per hour wind gusts. And this will be until the top of the hour, so until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you are in the city of Columbus and surrounding areas in every direction, you should be taking note of this, that there are some significant storms already in your area. Not even heading towards you, they're already in your area.
Yeah, Shugalak, you guys are definitely getting this storm head on. All right, this thing may not be producing a tornado right now, but it definitely could be, relatively
Definitely
soon.
still has the characteristics to do so.
And it's right on your front door. That's the main thing there. It's right on your front door for you guys to potentially do so. So that's the big thing here that we're concerned about, is that if this thing does produce a tornado, it's right over your area.
Goodness. There's still a whole lot of rotation with this as well. Getting a delta velocity of 74 knots, about 85 miles per hour, and vertical rotation of 37 knots. So,
and just for
definitely
perspective,
not the weakest storm.
Just for perspective, all right, Morgan, if you want to zoom out here real quickly, just for perspective as to where this tornado warning is, because a lot of people are probably hearing us talk about, Shugalak, and it's like, where is that? So, just for perspective as to where that is, all right, here is Birmingham, Alabama. Here is Tuscaloosa. Here is Philadelphia, Mississippi. There is Jackson, Mississippi. And then hopefully at the top corner of Morgan's screen, there's Memphis all the way up there. The tornado warning is in between Philadelphia, Mississippi, and Tuscaloosa, Alabama. All right. So if you live over in that general area, in between Philadelphia and Tuscaloosa, near the general vicinity of Macon, south of Macon, and eventually in towards Pickersville, Alabama, and Carlton, Alabama, you guys are probably going to get this tornadic storm that is going to move on through, more than likely. As a matter of fact, like areas near Memphis and Aliceville.
So I'm pulling this up on my screen here. As Nate said, Jackson's here, Meridian's here. You're looking up Interstate 20 towards Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. You see Columbus here, which we just mentioned. They have the severe warning in effect in Philadelphia down here. The storm is right in here along 45, going up towards the north and east, rapidly heading towards the Alabama-Mississippi border. Memphis is up here. We talked about that intersection of State Route 21, State Route 39, where this storm could potentially be impacting those areas of residence, and then eventually towards Shugalak. And again, rapidly racing up towards the northeast at highway speeds. So, areas like Reform to the north of Interstate 20, to the south of 82 into Columbus, are going to have to watch out for this potentially tornadic storm moving up to their general area.
And that's the reason why we ask you guys to share the information with as many people as possible, because this is not a scrub storm. This is not a storm that is not weak. This is a storm that is rotating rather vigorously. All right, it's going,
at least at this current moment.
At least at this current moment, it is definitely rotating. Not to the extent of to where it's, going to, destroy everything, but it's something that can be impactful, very impactful to people. All right.
Oh, goodness.
And it only takes one tornado. I always say this. It only takes one tornado to impact someone's life. All right. So it's one of those instances to where we hope that we can share the information with people so that if they do get impacted, it's hopefully not by their health, by them getting injured and whatnot. So when we tell people to try and get into their safe spaces or get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, we hope that these people who live within these areas do that. And we also want to try and get the information out to people and tell those people to do that too. So, that's the reason why we ask you guys, copy the link of the live stream, share it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, on YouTube and stuff like that. Because if people do not have cable, if they do not have news networks to actually try and, see the live coverage of these storms, they're going to head on to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. And our coverage could be vital to those who are, potentially going to be impacted by these storms. So if we can get this information out on those platforms, someone could click on that, someone could come into the stream, and they can get this vital information. And by
Nate, I ask you, I ask to just break into your thing here. I'm gonna ask you to take a look at two storms. One to the south and west of Meridian by the Roberts area, and one to the south and west of Mendenhall in the Panola area. Both of these storms have decent rotational characteristics, and they're in pretty much their own environment for the most part. But we're starting to get into the point in which we're seeing some more storms with rotational characteristics, not just this one up by Shugalak. So if you guys are in the southern Mississippi area, again, along Interstate 20, Interstate 20 is going to be a big place that we're going to mention today several times. You need to be watching out for some severe thunderstorms hanging your way. And particularly the one down by Panola will have the potential to go, in my opinion, within the next 10 or 15 minutes once it gains a little bit more structure.
There might be there also might be a little smaller cell that's just to the west of Preston. Might create some strong damaging winds across the board over there. So if you're in Preston and Bogue Chico, or Cheeto, I should say, you guys need to watch out for that.
Again.
And that's just, you guys are going to have to watch out for multiple storms. It's going to be multiple waves that are going to move on through. It's not just one storm. It's going to be over and over and over again. You guys won't really get out of the activity until late tonight. So that's the reason why we're going to be live streaming all the way up until this event is over. All right. It's a Friday night. There's no reason for Morgan and I to leave. You guys, we're going to be on this thing. All right.
Today's Thursday, by the way, Nate.
It's Thursday night. I'm already thinking of Friday.
I'm going to have to go at about 7 or so. If stuff is still continuing at that point. But
I always tell
until then.
The funny thing about that too. So I completely forgot that I didn't work yesterday. So I thought that yesterday was today and today was tomorrow. If that makes any sense. Which is kind of funny.
Oh goodness.
That goes to show you how I've been Never Everland until Kingdom Come.
Something unrelated, but no less important.
Oh, there's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Marion County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Fayette County in west central Alabama, northern
it's northeast of Columbus. It's that thing you were mentioning. It's the north side of that.
Oh, it's the Vernon cell. Hold up.
They're worried about that wrapping. Yeah.
Oh, that's a bookend vortex.
It is indeed. That's the word I was looking for earlier. God bless. Ugh.
Sheesh. Yeah, I have a case of the Thursday-itis. Yeah, this definitely could rotate here. I would not be surprised if this thing does actually do so. This is probably one of the supercells to watch here with this event. It's not even a supercell. It's along the line. So what, as Morgan was saying, and what he meant by that, all right? So when he said that they're worried about this thing wrapping around, okay? When you have a lot of rain that's wrapping around, forming that hook, that wind can also be channeled within a specific area, and it's getting jutted out. It's getting pushed off more and more. And whenever it does that, it starts to consolidate the moisture out ahead of it. And eventually, that consolidation ends up forming into a tornado. So what they're worried about here is that consolidation eventually. And, you know, people near Winfield in Alabama, along the United States Highway 43 general vicinity right there. I couldn't see because the box was covering it. Interstate 22. Interstate 22 over there near Brilliant and Twin. You guys are going to see this storm here relatively soon, and this thing could potentially produce a tornado. So please, please, please be sure to get into a safe structure if you can, a sturdy structure if you can. All right, a mobile home will not do it for you. A mobile home will not do it for you because it's not sturdy. Okay, so get into a sturdy structure, some sort of building, and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, whether it's a basement, bathroom, closet. Do something to where you can be able to get into some form of sturdy structure.
Now, if you're in a situation like me, where your main bathroom is being redone and gutted and you can't get into a bathroom, you should be looking for an interior hallway or an interior closet to get into that is away from windows. The most important thing is away from windows, because the fewer windows you have, the fewer walls that are exposed to the outside in any event.
Right. So, you know, as I said, Interstate 22, US Highway 43, areas near US Highway 78, Winfield. Winfield is a big one right here, all right? If you live near Winfield, that's where the storm is heading towards, directly. And I'm not sure how many people live in Winfield, but it looks like quite a bit. It looks like quite a bit of people actually reside over near Winfield. So that's the reason why we are, you know, trying to get this information out. You know, the Gewin areas. I love how they put two Gewins, but they put the pronunciation of Gewin in it, just to like help me out for whatever reason. Because if you zoom in, Morgan, it actually says it there. But yeah, Beaverton, Gewin, Winfield. All right, a lot of people live in between Gewin and Winfield, near the state highway of 129 and the U.S. highway of 78, especially near Interstate 22. So you guys need to go ahead. All right, take your proper precautions. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, a tornadic storm that could produce a tornado here is coming your way. All right, so please share this information with as many people as possible on social media. By hitting the like button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works, so please hit that like button if you haven't already. All right, if people were looking on YouTube, they're searching up tornado, this video will pop up there, and they will be able to get this information. So Beaverton, Gewin, Winfield, Brilliant, Glen Allen, and then eventually towards Interstate 22 in Alabama. Just for reference as to where this is. All right. Turn on reflectivity. Here's Tuscaloosa right there. Here is Birmingham. Here is Jasper. And here is Tupelo right here. All right. You can see we have two tornado warnings. We have one that is just due west of Tuscaloosa. And then we have another one that's just due west of Jasper and just to the south and east of Tupelo, Mississippi. So we have one storm that is over in Mississippi, hasn't crossed over into Alabama yet, but that will eventually do so and head off towards the Memphis, Pickensville, Carlton, Aliceville, and Cochrain areas. And then we have another one that's already in Alabama, and that's just to the south of the Beaverton area, south of 278, heading towards the Gewin and Winfield areas, and then eventually towards Interstate 22. There's about 4,500 people that live in Winfield. That's quite a lot. Quite a lot of people. So, as we try to continue with this coverage, we're going to want to try and get this information out to the people who live within those areas, because a tornado is, possible within their general vicinity. A tornado could move off into their area. There's also an elf on the cell that's heading off towards Winfield. That's really interesting. That is really interesting, actually.
Oh my god, there is. What is it with these storms?
Dude, I told you, Morgan. Once you've watched that video, you can't go back. You can't go back. It's the basics of a supercell now, based off of research.
Also, something that we haven't really talked about today in the list of hazards is lightning, but we do have a report out of Kearney Park, Mississippi, that a house has been struck and now is on fire in Flora, Mississippi. So that's one of the unspoken hazards that we should be talking about with thunderstorms here more often, especially with lightning. There is the potential for you or someone you know to get struck just because of how frequent lightning occurs. So it's very important that you are taking to your houses or whatever when thunder roars go indoors. And certainly Nate and I won't always follow that mantra, but if you guys are trying to shelter from storms, that is the best thing for you to do.
I just want to go on for the record here real quickly, just to say, we're looking at some of the other storms that are back behind this, and I'm using the Jackson radar to see this. there is a new storm that just literally got severe thunderstorm warning that you guys just saw pop up right on your screen. Does have rotation just to the south and east of Philadelphia, Mississippi. All right, near Tucker, it does have some rotation. You can see reds are moving away from the radar, greens are moving towards the counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is right here. So we're starting to get more and more showers and thunderstorms that are starting to go a little bit more towards the tornadic end of things as we continue to progress from the late afternoon into the early evening stages of this event. And that is around the time period to which this could really start to kind of flip a switch. So we're not done with this event whatsoever. And then on the other hand, the cell that Morgan was talking about over near Mendenhall, that one is also starting to kind of organize a lot more too. So another storm that I'm going to have to continue to monitor, as well as Morgan will have to monitor. This is not done and over with, not expected to be done and over with anytime soon. And we're just going to have to continue to watch out for how this continues to unfold.
Oh, Beaverton might do it shortly.
Yeah.
It might be eating. May have collapsed actually.
I'm going to try
Tornado
and see
warning
new
does
tornado
continue.
warning.
It just got updated.
Tornado warning for Central Pickens County in west central Alabama.
So there's traffic cameras that are over near Jasper, but that might be too
Tornado
far.
warning is for Pickensville, Carrollton, and Reform in Alabama. It's for the
Extension.
Shugalak storm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Which,
still near Philadelphia.
For the record, still looks really good.
Yeah, these
So,
storms are going to continue to do that.
If you guys are in Memphis, Pickensville, Carrollton, it's pretty self-explanatory at this point. You need to be into your safe spaces, especially for a storm of this magnitude. I don't want to open radar scope. Go away. So yeah, Beavertown as well, Garden, Aliceville Lake. We're talking about these smaller areas that have a lot of mobile homes in western Alabama. So it's very important that you guys are finding more sturdy structure if you guys are in those general areas. You might also...
Evan said the cell that is on Macon, he's chasing that right now. He said it's on the ground.
Macon?
Yeah, the one that's from the Shugalak. He's saying that it's on the ground as of right now. I mean, look at the hook on it. All right, look at the hook.
He is on it, and I would trust his word. That looks really well defined.
Very well defined.
Best it has all of its life.
That might be the best looking supercell we've seen all day.
And even on ZDR, you can tell that there's a hook. So, if he says it's on the ground, I would take it as if it's on the ground at this point. And we'll probably start getting more reports from other chasers if it is indeed down. So,
if that's the case, guys, if this tornado is on the ground right now, all right, Memphis, Pickensville, Carrollton, Reform, Gordo. If you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because we have reports, all right, unconfirmed reports of a tornado on the ground with this storm. And if there is a tornado on the ground, this will be impactful to people who are in the direct path of it. So, once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Yeah, this thing has some significant rotation with this. And then there's the other cell that's just to the south and... Oh, dude, these cells are popping all over the place now. There's a cell south and west of Macon now that has rotation. There's a cell south and west of the cell in Philadelphia that has rotation now. They're all over the place.
That doesn't shock me one bit at this point.
Yeah. Neshoba and Union. That now has rotation. Things they're popping all over the place.
There's a narrow corridor of more helicity where those storms around Macon and Philadelphia are going. So
there's a cell near Hickory too, right along I-20, heading towards Meridian.
Interesting to note, though, the Cape seems to be decreasing already.
But now I think the veering is significant enough. I think there's the correct veering for things to completely fire off now. And that's the reason why everything is, what it is. That cell that's over near Gewen and Winfield.
There's a 70 knot low level jet at this point on the storms by Macon, so that would make more sense as to why those are starting to gain more characteristics as well.
There could be a tornado in progress right now, heading towards Gewen and Winfield. Could be a tornado in progress, heading towards Gewen and Winfield. Yeah, there could be. And if that's the case, then people in Gewen and Winfield, I hope you guys have actually went into your sturdy structures.
The storm seems to have slowed down a lot.
Yeah, for sure. But there is definitely what seems to be a tornado. According from it looks like based off of radar here. And it might be brief, might be, might not. We'll have to see. It does look like it may have been brief. But there definitely was what seemed to have been a tornado over in that general area. Then there's the cell that's over here, once again near Memphis. And then the other cell, dude, there's like so many cells now. Yeah, the cell near Mendenhall we were looking at earlier. That one's still going. Yeah. This thing might try and go here in a second. I'm not gonna lie.
There's also one to the west of Reform that looks like it may wrap sooner or later.
Yeah.
It's definitely moving in that general direction. But I think Ewan did go at one point, or is going now.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. It's very hard to say. On the other hand, the storm by Macon, the storm to the west of Macon, rather, looks quite interesting.
Yeah.
Quite interesting.
Real quickly, I do want to mention here. All right, so I know I haven't been talking a lot about Tennessee, and the main reason for that is because the risk is not exactly, or the tornado risk is not exactly there for you. All right, so you guys.
Evan maybe has two funnels. I'm sorry to interrupt, but he might have two funnels on that storm. Either that or one of them is scud, but there's at least one definitive funnel. But it looks like there might be a second.
Yeah.
Here, I will...
I got it here. This is what Evan's looking at right now. Could be scud, could be a funnel. I'm definitely looking at this right here, though. That's the one thing that
The one on the right is definitely a funnel.
Yeah, the one on the right looks... I wish he had a video here, but I kind of understand as to why he couldn't have it. Yeah, that is definitely something right there. 10 miles east of Macon, Mississippi, now into Alabama. I retweeted that on Twitter, so if you guys want to see, it's on there. But yeah, there is definitely something right in that area. So, as I said, Tennessee and Kentucky, you guys are just getting strong damaging winds, all right? So Clarksville, you guys have now passed, you guys are now past the event for the most part. This big line has pushed on through your area already. Now there's another line that's going to be moving on through here relatively soon as well, but that's not as significant as the one that's moving through Centerville right now. This line right here will eventually head off towards Nashville and Murfreesboro. So if you guys live over there near Columbia, you guys need to watch out for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, left is Scud. That's what I was kind of looking at. That's kind of what I was thinking about. Yeah. The cell that's near Winfield looked like it did have a brief tornado.
Stas has a tornado near Memphis. It's down.
Yeah.
Just tweeted 1 minute ago.
Yeah.
So if you are in Pickensville, McMullen, excuse me, along 14, along 17, up towards Carrollton, safe space now. Lowest innermost part of the building, like a bathroom or closet, pronto.
This right here, this was at 4:31, so this was about 9 minutes ago. This was over, and I'll send this over to you, Morgan, so you can show it onto your screen. This was a cell, this is a funnel cloud that was over back in Shukalak.
Main or alt?
Yeah, alt. Now, it's not really well defined, but you can tell back there, back in the backside, there is definitely something right within here that's pushing about. But it is very messy right now. Very messy. Very rain-wrapped, too. You can barely tell what's out over here, too. So there is definitely something out in there. But not too easy to tell at this time.
That Memphis storm continues to look even more interesting. Although I will say its echo tops look to be going down.
Yeah.
So we'll have to watch out for that. Ewan gusted out upon inspection.
Yeah.
And its tornado warning just got canceled.
So the cell over here in Memphis and Carrollton is...
Macon is getting weaker. Bogue Cheeto still has that storm.
Oh. There is a, believe it or not, Morgan, there is actually a camera in... There's a camera on the, Alabama traffic camera site. There's one camera. Now, it looks to the south, I believe, is what it does. But if there's something that moves off into that general area, then I might spare that camera over to you. But I mean, man, oh man.
So yeah, if the tornado is down right now, areas that are going to be impacted, Beavertown is right in the hook at this moment in time.
Oof.
And I mean, like, like, they're literally probably in clear air at the moment.
Macon is also starting to materialize more.
But additionally, Saps, Bonner Mill Road, Saps Road, Ball Road. As you push off towards the north and east, you're looking at Lois Spring as well. Beasley, County Road 29, Garner, Saps Road. This is going to continue to push off towards the north and east, eventually towards Carrollton. And Carrollton is not too small of a town for what we're talking about here. So definitely populace that is going to be impacted. Take your proper precautions when instructed to do so.
Yep. If you take a look
now.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Now you have a tornado warning. Now.
Yeah. Right now. I mean, here's the evidence for you. I mean, there's a bunch of different types of storms that look just like this one, but this one right here is tornado warned. You can clearly see the rotation. All right, your greens and blues are moving towards the radar. So the radar is up somewhere off the screen towards our north. We have greens and blues moving towards We have our reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, and that lines up very much so well with what the storm chasers have been saying out there, with the potential of there being a tornado right over here near the Memphis or north and east of the Memphis, Alabama area. So if you guys, once again, Carrollton, Reform, Gordo, anywhere near State Highways 86 and 17, as well as US Highway 82, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Because this storm, if it keeps, whether or not it's a sustainable tornado that stays on the ground for minutes upon minutes, or it's an actual, brief tornado, tornadoes are still impactful regardless, and they are also unpredictable. All right, there's only so much that we can do to say as to where these storms will go, but in regards to the specifics of a tornado, they're still relatively unpredictable, and that's the reason why we want to try and get information out to people who live out in front of these storms. So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible if you guys can. All right, as I said, copy the link to the live stream, share it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, so that people who may not have cable out here, who do go to social media, may be able to see our live streams. And by hitting the like button on the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. All right, that's the big thing here that we are trying to do. We are trying to spread information. And there's only one way we are able to do that.
That I do want, just a public service announcement here. Again, this isn't directed at anyone in the chat, but National Weather Service Birmingham has gotten to the point to which they're saying, also just a friendly reminder that yes, we are indeed watching all showers and storms on radar and will issue warnings when necessary. We kindly ask that you refrain from tagging us in radar screenshots, as that clogs up our feed and makes it difficult to spot damage reports.
Oh,
folks, we have the two of us that are doing radar analysis, and the National Weather Service is doing their job in terms of watching these storms, and they'll issue warnings when necessary. If you are one of the people doing that, refrain from doing so. Not necessary.
Mm. One thing I do want to point out here real quickly, Morgan. Look to the north of the Carrollton cell. There is another embedded supercell along the line. Another one that's heading towards Newtonville. We have another cell that is starting to develop here. This is going to continue to keep going, and we now have two storms. We now have two separate storms here that are tornadic. All right, both of which have relatively good presentation to themselves. All right. So we've had some unconfirmed reports of tornadoes with these storms. So you guys just need to go ahead and just not take these storms lightly, all right? If they have been producing tornadoes, they most likely will produce another tornado again eventually. And these storms have no reason to quit anytime soon. So you need to go ahead and start preparing now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Potentially, any way to get as many walls between the tornado as possible, all right?
Having a moment.
Well, yeah, I actually was trying to recover over my thirstiness, because I was thirsty, and then I just stuttered, so.
One thing to note on the north side of this tornado warning storm, north of Reform, maybe that hook continuing to
that's what
advance.
I was saying.
And I'm looking at the areas beyond it where it could potentially impact. Jasper is not small. Jasper's not a small area. And then eventually beyond that, you're talking about South Coleman.
Yeah.
These are big populous areas. Take notes if you are in that general area.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that.
Future.
I didn't even realize that this was heading towards Jasper. And, even before then, the Barry area, it's got some residential areas over there too. South of Fayette, the general area near Fayette in Alabama. But you're completely right, Morgan. This is heading off towards the Jasper vicinity at minimum in about a half an hour. All right. So now is the time. All right, now's the time to start, kind of start getting prepared. If you're in Jasper along US Highway 78, now is about the time for you guys to start kind of, preparing now a little bit. And, even the general vicinity, so US 78 as well as Interstate 22 near Jasper, that general area, all right, even to the south and west of that, near state highways 18, 69, 13 in Alabama, all right? These storms are going to be heading off into your general vicinity. So it's better for you to get prepared now rather than waiting until the last second when the tornado could potentially be right on top of you. All right? It's more or less one of those things where it's better for you guys to be safe than sorry. So do not take the storm lightly. If you know anyone who lives north of the Tuscaloosa area, all right? This is, these storms are due west of Tuscaloosa. This is heading north of Tuscaloosa. If you know anyone who lives north of Tuscaloosa and eventually towards the Jasper area near I-22, you need to inform them that you have tornadic storms heading off towards your area. Even give them the live stream, the link to the live stream, so that they'd be able to see as to where these storms are exactly at. Because people here in Alabama, they know where most of the towns are actually at in the geography of Alabama here. So when we try to, get the information out to people, we hope that, people take this seriously, especially since, in history within Alabama and Mississippi with tornadoes has not been very kind to them. So please be sure to spread this, spread the live stream, spread the links to the live stream on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, if you guys can. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help us get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. Is if you keep hitting the like button, YouTube recommends the channel and the live stream more and more. And that's the best way for us to get information out.
DMs, Nate. Goodness gracious.
Jeez, that's Mayfield?
That is Mayfield. Give them a break.
Guys, this is Mayfield, Kentucky. This is, the place that got hit by the significant tornado on December 10th of last year. That's Mayfield, Kentucky.
And y'all in chat, I will pull this up for what I was referring to, because I never even saw it. This is Mayfield, Kentucky. And you can see there's water at least a foot up, probably closer to 2 on these trees and stuff like that. You can see it's approaching the branches. Bases of homes look to be closer to the floodwaters. Can't catch a break. Cannot catch a break. Lenny, I'm using GR2. Selling your Tucker, Mississippi looks interesting. Where's Tucker at?
You're saying Brett, Alabama. I'm assuming that's over near Huntsville? Is that off near Huntsville? The cell that was off near Macon that's moving off towards the north and east, that storm is still doing things. It is still trying. There is definitely a storm that is rotating behind this. I mean, all of these storms are practically rotating at this point. All of them are doing so. There's so many storms that are just firing off. I said earlier, there are so many. It's all over the place right now. They just popped out of nowhere. And that's kind of what's happened right now. These storms have now kind of taken advantage of the environment, and they're pushing on through. And the one thing that I want to, draw light to as well, that's Tuscaloosa. Yeah, I was looking it up on, I was looking it up on Google Maps. I couldn't find it. So I was just like, I was literally, trying to search it on through. Yeah, so if you're near like Cooker and Elrod and areas south of Samantha, you guys should be fine. You guys should be fine. All right. At least for right now, you guys should be fine. This is expected to head towards the Gordo and Moores Bridge area. All right. Let's pull pull up Google Maps here again and show it for everyone who's here. All right. So Gordo, the Ecola areas, as well as the Samantha areas. All right. You guys are going to be impacted. But if you're south of that, near the, what is this lake? I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh my God, Nate.
Lake Tuscaloosa. All right. If you're near Lake Tuscaloosa, all right, you guys should be in the clear. All right. This appears to be moving a bit further towards, the north of you all for the most part. Specifically near the Northside High School. All right, if you know where the Northside High School is, that's where this is going to be heading off towards. Update on Middle Tennessee. There isn't really a whole lot over there besides some strong damaging winds. And that's basically it. It is approaching Nashville, though. It is approaching Nashville. So I'd say within the next 15 to 20 minutes, this thing would be right in front of you. Jeez, there's 2 TVSs now. There's the cell that's behind this in Pickensville, and then there's the cell that's in Gordo now. It's right over Gordo. Or it's about to go right over Gordo, I should say. If you guys have anything on Twitter, feel free to send it to me so I can show you guys, show everyone else, try and give people a perspective as to what is happening. But yeah, man, this is one of those things to where people need to go ahead and start being aware of these storms. All right. Jeez. Tuscaloosa in the clear as of right now, yes, but you guys are eventually going to get some more severe storms that are going to move on through your area. So don't think that you guys are, completely out of the risk. It's not done.
New tornado watch.
Where? It's not pulled up on GR Earth yet. That's why I was just like, where?
Yeah, it's not. If it's where I think it is, I'm gonna consider.
I'm always considering.
It's Birmingham.
Is it?
Birmingham and vicinity. Yeah.
Huh.
That's...
So there you go.
Like I said, I might consider. It's gonna include areas like, if I...
I'm moving my
Actually, let
radar
myself
or
see
a
my
radar
thingy
over
here.
to Birmingham right now.
It's going to include Birmingham. It's going to be very close to Montgomery. It's going to include Thomasville, Selma, Camden, Marion, Utah, Tuscaloosa, those areas, although Tuscaloosa's already in one.
Yeah. So it goes from what, Selma all the way up towards Gadsden, I guess?
Roughly.
Okay.
And it's until 9 Central Time.
Okay.
Not even the, SBC bot has it tweeted.
The IEM bot SBC. Got it.
Yeah.
But the actual SPC, they don't have
Also,
it right now.
Note very quickly, it is currently 66 degrees here in northern New Jersey, and Newark, New Jersey hit 70 degrees today. It is February 17th.
Yeah, I'm moving one of my radars over towards Birmingham, so that way I get better coverage once it heads over there.
Understandable there on that end.
I'm sticking with Columbus Air Force Base's radar for right now. Gordo still looks like it is trying. All right, it is trying. It's just not, fully wrapping up. I mean, Cape numbers I knew were kind of terrible. I mean, that much is certain. It's just not fully wrapping up quite yet, which is the good news. There's the thing. It says a couple tornadoes possible, and it goes all the way over to
Really?
Yeah, a couple tornadoes. So probably like 40-10, 40-20. If I would have to guess. New tornado warning north of Tuscaloosa.
Tornado warning for northwestern Tuscaloosa County in west central Alabama.
Yep, so Tuscaloosa County now has an extension. It's for the cell that's near Gordo. So it's the same storm that could be producing a tornado. Once again, all right, these storms are eventually heading off towards the Samantha areas and areas south of Barry, maybe even south of Jasper as well, all right? This portion of the state, has had tornadoes, before. So you guys should know all too well about how you guys need to go ahead and, prepare for the potential worst. So you got to go ahead and get into your safe space, all right? Get into a sturdy structure. A mobile home will not do it for you. So you got to get, once again, sturdy structure. Once you're there, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So this is in Tuscaloosa County. This is north of Tuscaloosa. This is heading straight for Samantha. All right, if you know anyone who lives near the general area of Samantha, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions right now and get into their safe space. All right, so spread the information. Spread the information with as many people as possible if you can. All right, once again, if you see anybody new here in the chat, whenever you hear a tornado warning, that's your guys' signal to start sharing the information. Tell people to start liking the video or liking the live stream, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If you do that, you actually help spread this information with more and more people on YouTube. And copy the link of the stream. Put it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, so that people who are looking through social media, they may be able to find us and get this information. Also, if they have their local news networks, all right, James Spann more than likely will be covering this live. I'm not sure if he is covering it live right now, but more than likely he will be. So, James Spann is a good meteorologist within this area to go towards. But for people who don't have cable, all right, this information could be vital to them.
Is this finally working? No, it's not. What the heck? Okay, there we go. It's 40-20, 40-20, 5-5. So there you go.
So 40-20. Yeah, I was right about that. It's just like, it sounds like 40-20 to me.
Congratulations.
National Weather Service Memphis has put out an all clear for themselves.
For their
war
forecasting area?
Yeah, for their forecasting area. They're in all clear.
I mean, that's kind of right. So...
James Spann is live on Facebook. Okay, good. So if you know anyone who lives over there, if my content won't, or anyone else on YouTube, if they're not willing to do that, send them to James Spann.
I'll be right back.
Yep. I think what I am going to do here, I'm going to try and find a scanner for Tuscaloosa County. I'm going to find a scanner for Tuscaloosa County here. Brookwood, Lakeview, Mount Olive. Is this? So Tuscaloosa County is right there. I gotta find, see, Lakeview Fire, I'm assuming is right there. Mount Olive Fire. So we're not doing Brookwood. So that's Mount Olive Fire Department right there. Lakeview Fire. That's all the way over there. So probably would be best if we did the Mount Olive Fire.
At Chevron, we're working with
So we'll have this on in the background. If there's any sort of report, we'll be able to hear it.
Can help fuel trucks across the nation. Learn more at chevron.com/.
Harrison Vinning with the 2 says Mount Olive rotation on Mississippi. In Mississippi. I'll check that out here in a second, actually. Jackson. Yeah, there definitely is one. And it's in a lot better of an environment, too. And then there's this cell down here, too, all the way down there. This has the tornado possible tag on it. So don't sleep on this storm either. Is there... Can I move this down? KHPX. There we go. There's a tornado possible tag on this storm down here in southern Mississippi. There's a tornado possible tag over here in southern Mississippi, too. And on the other hand, I also want to check to see, are there any cameras down there? Yes, there is. There's one camera near Macomb. And we have a decent view of it looking westward as well. So hypothetically, if it gets close enough towards Macomb, we could be able to see that storm. So we're going to come back to that. All right, we're going to come back to that storm over there. And it does have a tornado possible tag according to the National Weather Service. So that's something to watch out for as well. But let's take a look back at some of these other cells. Once again, the Mount Olive cell, that does have rotation. You can see the greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds and grays moving away. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation is. Right within there. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Walker County in central Alabama, north central Tuscaloosa County in west central Alabama, southeastern Fayette County in west central Alabama.
So that's a tornado warning for the cell north of the cell that's near Samantha. So that cell near Barry has gone tornado warn now. And this more than likely will now start to head off towards the north and east towards Jasper. So now we're starting to get more storms across the board that are starting to form here. And they could potentially be producing a tornado here soon. All right, would not be surprised at all from this. So the Barry general vicinity south of Jasper in towards Interstate 22. All right, we're starting to get a lot more rotation here. These storms are starting to congeal a little bit more. There is definitely a lot of activity that is really starting to push on through. So we have to really watch out for this. And guys, if you know anyone who lives near Jasper, you got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. As Morgan said earlier, this is going to be heading off eventually towards the Jasper vicinity. This will be heading off towards the Jasper vicinity. So we need to get the information out to people who live in that area. All right, Jasper, Oakman, Parrish, Cordova, Gorgas, Barry, U.S. Highway 78, as well as Interstate 22, and State Highways 18 and 69. All right, that's where the storm is going to be moving off. And guys really need to take your proper precautions. You really need to do so. So please, if you guys can, get into a sturdy structure, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Marked tree. Where is marked tree? I don't know where that is. I need a state. Marked tree, Arkansas? No, Arkansas is out of the risk. If you're not in Alabama or in Mississippi right now, you're pretty much out of the risk. But yeah, man, this is this storm right here that's just to the south of Barry probably could go here soon. Probably could produce a tornado here in a second.
Maybe a strong one to boot.
Yeah, maybe. Got two of them.
It's so heavily rain wrapped as well, so it's important if you're in Oakman, Parish, Gorgas, and Cordova that you are taking your precautions before you see or hear anything, because you will not see anything. You might hear something, but by that point, it is too late.
Oh, there's also a severe
So-
thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Mississippi. Don't know what that is.
There is.
Oh,
and
that's
there's
selling
some
Mount
ones on
Olive.
the northwest
Mount
side.
Olive. Mount Olive went severe warned. That probably could produce a tornado here in a second. That rotation here is significant. It's in a
goodness.
much better environment too, over 1,000 joules per kilogram of Cape. This thing might produce a tornado.
And legitimate helicity, too.
This thing might actually be producing a tornado right now. Yeah, this is where I'm talking about right now. This is south and east of Jackson, Mississippi. This is north and west of Hattiesburg. And this is going to be moving north of U.S. Highway 84. All right, so this is going to be north of Laurel, and this is going to be heading off near the So-So areas. All right, So-So, Hot Coffee, Taylorsville, Summerlin, Stringer. You guys are probably going to get this storm, and it could potentially produce a tornado here within the next few seconds. So this is really when it's starting to fire off here, guys. All right, this is the peak. This is starting to get to the peak of the entire event, and we need to spread the information with as many people as possible, all right? That's the reason why I keep saying, you know, share the information with as many people as possible. Like the live stream. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. There's, you know, this rotation right here is pretty significant, guys. All right, we're starting to get in towards the greens and even blues here with this velocity that's heading towards the radar, and then the reds that are moving away. So we do have quite an abundance of significant rotation over here near Mount Olive in Mississippi. So guys, please take your proper precautions if you live within those areas. Back over towards the areas in Alabama. Looking off again, the one that's near Barry probably is going to produce a tornado as well. This thing is probably looking like in the best shape, I'd say. In its best shape. I would say so. It's probably in the best shape that
That's
it's
problematic.
been.
The fact that the couplet is that large is an issue.
Are you talking about the one that's over in
Barry.
Yeah. The one thing I also want to mention with that too is it's completely rain wrapped. So if you were out in front of this and you were trying to see as to where the storm is actually at, you wouldn't be able to because the rain is covering the entire area. The only way you'd be able to see the rotation is by looking at velocities. And you can see here, there is quite some significant amount of velocities here too. You have some very bright pinks that are moving away, very bright greens, blues, and even darker blues there that are moving towards the radar. And yeah, right in the middle, there's the tornadic rotation. So there is quite a lot of activity across the board. not just in Alabama. All right, so it's, you know, you got the cells that are over in Barry, the cell that's over in Samantha, but you also have the storms that are off near the general vicinity of Mount Olive, Mississippi. There's just so much activity right now that we are trying to track here, and we're just hoping that people continue to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service, and hopefully even ourselves if you put your trust in us. Granny Flowers, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher. It's the best way to support my channel, and thank you for being a sponsor. Thank you for basically being a sponsor. That's amazing. You'll get your special perks here and stuff like that. You'll see exclusive videos and whatnot. Ooh, so the Mount Olive, it looks like the Mount Olive rotation kind of fanned out a little bit, but that tells me either one of two things. Either a brief tornado just occurred, or this thing might be trying to recycle. Might be trying to recycle, but it definitely has that forward flank downdraft right here. It definitely has, you can't really see an elf on here because we're looking too far away from the radar. Well, actually, not really too far away, actually. We might be able to see it right here. Might be able to see a little bit of an elf right here. Yep, left flank velocity enhancement. Yeah, we got an elf right there. So yeah, the storm is definitely trying to become tornadic. And this is something to watch out for. But, you know, on the other hand, let's go back up to the cell that's up in Alabama. And yeah, this is producing a tornado. All right, this is on the ground. This is on the ground. No doubt in my mind. This is heading off towards the Jasper area. Yep. This is on the ground. No correlation coefficient drop quite yet. But, you know, I don't really need that to say that this thing is on the ground, to be completely honest with you. Velocities look insane. Spectrum width, huge turbulence drop right within there. There is a tornado on the ground in Barry, Alabama. This is heading off towards the Oakman area, the Parrish area, the Cordova area. Guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible still. All right, we need to keep getting this information out to more and more people. As I said, please hit the like button so that we can spread this with more and more people on YouTube. You know, please take the link to the actual stream and share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, because if they don't live within these areas, all right, yeah, there's the debris signature right there. Debris signature, tornado on the ground, tornado in progress. This is our significant tornado right here. This is it. This is it. If people go onto social media, if they don't have cable, they're going to try and look for this information, and hopefully this information will be able to get out to them. But this is going right here. This is heading off towards the U.S. or the, not the U.S., the State Highway 69 area, south of Oakman. If you live near Oakman, or if you live south of Oakman, you have a tornado in progress heading off right into your area. You have a tornado in progress. And we do have a debris signature here. All right, let's see. Let's go to 4. And let's actually change this to velocities here. All right. So we have our rotation right here. Remember, green's moving towards, red's moving away, and even orange is moving away. And then right within here, you see a blue drop right here. This is indicating debris that is being spewed up into the atmosphere here. All right. So if you live over in these areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. All right. No doubt in my mind that this tornado is currently in progress and doing damage. So let's get Google Maps up here. And this is, so south and east of Barry. Oh, wow. Yeah, so this is a confirmed tornado. This is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning is now in effect. This is for north central Tuscaloosa and southeastern Fayette counties. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Oakman, Parrish, Gorgas, and Cordova. And for the extreme southern portions of Jasper. So if you live within these areas, all right, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Because this is a tornado in progress, and this is expected to continue to be in progress as this moves on through towards the north and east. So Oakman, Parrish, Cordova, Dora, Gorgas, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right, let's take a look and see. This tornado is currently going over mostly rural areas, with the exception of the intersection of State Highway 46 and State Highway 83. Or actually, no, County Highway 83 and County Highway 46. But as this gets closer to Corona and Oakman, all right? Especially as you get closer to Oakman, that's when things become a lot more populous. So Oakman, Williamstown, Parrish. All right, there's the Oakman High School over here. There's the Parrish Elementary School over there. There's a lot of things over here across the board. It's going to be heading straight for Parrish and straight for Oakman. So if you live in Oakman and Parrish, you need to get in your safe space right now. We'll go back to the actual rotation here. The rotation has weakened just a bit. You can see the greens are not as bright. The reds are not as bright. But on the other hand, the debris signature still exists right here. You still have a tornadic debris signature indicated from correlation coefficient. So if this thing continues to still maintain itself, it will head off towards the Oakman and Parrish area. Let's get an actual timing here. Let's get a storm track here as this moves off towards the north and east. Yeah, it's heading off straight for the Parrish general vicinity and then eventually off towards Cordova, which is the reason why we need to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. All right, so please share this. Please share this if you can. You know, we've almost had about 1,000 people help share this information with as many people as possible by hitting the like button. If you keep hitting that like button, we're going to get this information out to more and more people. All right, because this is a tornado. This is an actual tornado that is in progress, still going on strong, although it looks like it might be starting to weaken more and more and more. So that is the good news. But we do have a tornado that was in progress, and this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued for places near Jasper, Alabama, and south of that. All right, so this is in the north, well, not exactly the northern, but the north central portions of Alabama, north and west of Birmingham, way north and west of Birmingham, and north of Tuscaloosa. All right. If you're in Barry, you're fine. All right. You're in the clear right now from this tornadic storm. Okay. So you are in the clear. If you are in Jasper, if you are south of Jasper near Parrish, Oakman, Cordova, and Gorgas, you need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions and getting into a sturdy structure, because this storm is producing a tornado, and it is a strong tornado. All right, just to repeat the words from the National Weather Service here real quickly. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Boley Springs, or 19 miles east of Fayette, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Yeah, I know. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Getting a little tired here.
Looks like the rotation, though, is diminishing quite rapidly, which is good.
Yeah. That's
it still
the one.
Definitely has rotational characteristics.
And it can easily reproduce a tornado again if it's not on the ground right now.
Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, this storm is definitely still looking tornadic. And it's still heading off towards the north and east. I want to take a look at the cell that was over near Mount Olive. See if that has consistently stayed true. Looks like the velocities have actually Depleted just a smidge. So that is the good news. We'll take a look at the storm that was over near Woodville. Doesn't look like that's super tornadic at the moment, so that's also good news.
Velocities over there have depleted more than a smidge, it looks.
What, with Mount Olive? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also gotten a little bit more disorganized.
So the cell to watch here is the one that currently has a confirmed tornado warning that is heading off towards the Oakman and Parish areas. All right, that's where it's currently over right now. Oakman and Parish. You guys should be in your safe space right now. You guys should be in a sturdy structure. All right. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or at this point, tornado as possible. I don't see a debris signature anymore, which means that it's probably lifted off of the ground, but the good, so that's the good news, but the bad news is it still looks like it has rotation. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere. So we have to continue to watch out for this, because this could definitely produce another tornado later on. And that's the main concern here. That is the main concern here.
Yeah, folks, it looks like my stream did die momentarily. Back. Yeah, I don't know what that was about.
I now can eat dinner too. Someone just came in and gave it to me, so I appreciate it. Yeah, jeez. But yeah, still. Oakman, Parish, Cordova. You guys are still getting your activity here. Doesn't, as I said, doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground right now. It seems to be a little bit displaced. Just a little bit displaced with the rotation. But it still looks like there is the potential for this rotation to continue to exist, and that is still the case. Even not just for this cell, the one down to the south of it too. The one that had had unconfirmed reports of a tornado all the way on through towards portions near Memphis, Alabama, right along the border of Alabama and Mississippi. So both of these storms, you know, one of which has produced a tornado, most certainly. I mean, we've seen on radar that it has. But the other one, too, down near Samantha, that's head off towards the north and east, towards Gorgas, Short Creek, and West Jefferson. This could still produce a tornado as well, guys. And we got two storms that is producing tornadic rotation. Could definitely produce a tornado here in a second. Actually, no doubt in my mind that we probably won't see, or that we probably will see one eventually again.
So it's interesting to note that everything else on the board right now seems to be fairly linear.
He just died. What about the coast of Mississippi? Any weather coming? So for you guys are in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So yes, weather's coming. No, it's not the ones that are further north.
Yes. But at this point, we're getting close to hitting the 10% hatched risk for those tornadic storms. There are still some ones to the south and east that are well in the 10 sig contour. But really weird. Really weird. The start of this event didn't go as planned, and it's now prohibiting everything else.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to see if there's any other storms across the board. I mean, obviously there are, but... Oh, there's a storm that's over near Basefield or Bassfield. I always say Bassfield. Don't know if it's actually Basefield, but I've always pronounced it Bassfield.
If it's base field, that's really based. But
yeah, I mean, this is really close to an area that's very familiar. An area that I've covered 2 years ago. The Bassfield So-So tornado. So we have a storm that's right over Bassfield. Has a bit of rotation there. And you can clearly see it too. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right within the middle of that is where the tornadic rotation would be. And we've got a bunch of these rotations across the board. All right, that's kind of the case here for the most part. You're going to get a lot more of these. And so we have another one near Taylorsville as well that came from Mount Olive. Of course, the Mount Olive rotation was a lot more significant at that time period, but still something to consider. As we shift off towards the north and east, see if there's any more storms that could have rotation. There is a couple. We do have reports of damage from the formerly tornado-warned storm that was near Guin and Winfield. Barn roof damage, possible tornado. We were saying that there was more than likely a tornado on the ground with that storm. And
yeah, at some point, whether or not it was weak.
Yeah, and that seems to be the case there. Based off of reports.
A thing to note that the former ES tornado warning has lost just about all structure at this point. There's no real organized velocities for either of the two storms, so that could be done for the moment, which would
it looks like it's gusting out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I do agree with Morgan. It looks like it's starting to become more of a strong damaging wind risk than a tornado risk here with these two storms. And I think that might be because it's starting to run out of a little bit of energy, right? Cape is starting to diminish across those areas. Really low Cape across the board in that area, actually. So there is still the threat for tornadoes in that general vicinity, but it just doesn't seem super likely that we'll have a new rejuvenation of those significant tornadoes in those areas. However, the areas to watch, in my honest opinion, is still Jackson and Meridian. Still something to watch out for, especially with that Taylorsville cell. I do think that something could potentially be possible with that. Utah and Alabama, right along I-20. Maybe heading off towards Tuscaloosa. Got some strong damaging winds over there. But if it starts to wrap around a little bit, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if something could potentially get there. And I actually see something right near Gainesville. Gainesville is actually really interesting. That's actually a supercell right there near Gainesville. Yeah, that's a supercell near Gainesville. So I wouldn't be surprised if something formed right there. I wouldn't be surprised. Where did the tornado touch down at specifically? Right along the border. Highway 11 South. I'm trying to see here if I can get a scanner here. A decent scanner, at least. Brookwood Fire Dispatch, probably the one. All right, so we'll keep that in the background. We'll keep that in the background. We'll head back to the radar over here in Birmingham. And yeah, these storms are really kind of losing, or at least the northern one's losing its structure a little bit. Southern one, I do think it's gusting out a bit more, but you could see a rejuvenation, maybe a brief tornado on the southern flank. So you'd have a lot of strong damaging winds that surge like this.
Be
right
hard for
within
us to
here.
say at the moment, though, that anything really long could be developed from this again.
Right, right. New tornado warning. Is it that cell that I'm thinking about?
Tornado warning for Northern Greene
Yeah, it
County
is.
in west central Alabama.
Gainesville.
North central Sumter County in west central Alabama.
Gainesville. As my computer takes a little bit to register now, thank you. Holy. Gainesville, Utah has a tornado warning. Yep. There it is. So if you live near Clinton, Gainesville, Union, Knoxville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you can, because there is now a new tornado warning for your area. Let's see. Is there a camera over here? I don't see one. I only see one near Moundsville, so we'll have to wait if that does move off into that area. But yeah, we have a new tornado warning that's off near Gainesville.
This is going to be heading up to intersect 20 at about Knoxville.
Yeah.
This is going to be intersecting State Route 14 and about Clinton, impacting and eventually Foster's probably as it heads off towards the east, north, and east. So if you guys are in those areas, again, along I-20 between about Utah and Knoxville and along State Route 14, that is, between Utah and south of Aliceville, you need to be in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet.
Use Columbus Air Force Base's radar. It's a lot closer to the ground.
Oh, I'm using.
Yeah. It's about 5,500 feet looking up in the sky, which is about a mile. A little bit more than a mile. But yeah, we do have the clear
Birmingham will get
rotation.
into range sooner or later.
Yeah. That's the reason why I have it on standby, but I want to check that out.
I'm back on Curry Road, and it's raining enough here to put it out. Yeah, it just started on us when we was loading up down here.
So yeah, here's the rotation still. I was trying to listen to what they were saying on in the background. Nothing of interest here. But yeah, Clinton, State Highway 14, Union, Knoxville, and Alabama. All right. Gotta get into your safe space. We have a new tornado warning for your area, I should say. Area. And the one thing to consider here, all right, this is heading off towards the Tuscaloosa areas. All right, this will head off towards Tuscaloosa. So guys need to continue to watch out for this as this continues to progress on through. Of course, I'm going to continue to monitor this, but please, 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 if you know anyone who lives in Tuscaloosa, you need to get the information out that you have a storm that's heading off into that general vicinity that could be tornadic. So please share this information if you can.
There
There
is a
is.
severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky.
There isn't anything with it, though.
Yeah, it's just wind. I do want to take a look, though.
Yeah, no, you need to really take your proper precautions if you can. Now, as I said, please share this information with friends and family and on social media. Copy the link of this live stream and put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, because if people don't have cable, they'll go to social media. And if they find my live stream, they'll be able to get the information that I'm providing. And by hitting the like button for this channel, like we've had 996 people help try and get the information out on YouTube. What happens is if you hit the like button, you actually help me spread this information to more and more people on YouTube so that people who are searching through YouTube trying to figure out what's going on can see this live stream and we can get this information out to more and more people. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for
Also, I
southeastern
may
Walker
Birmingham.
County in
words about
central
Kentucky.
Alabama,
Birmingham.
northern Jefferson County in central Alabama.
Really?
The cell that's south of the Cordova cell, Short Creek and Gorgas.
Oh, goodness. Yeah,
Now
that,
just got tornado.
Fultondale.
Yeah, Fultondale.
Fultondale, Center Point.
Yep.
That area is wintertime tornadoes, so...
Yep, there's your new tornado warning. The northern metropolitan areas of Birmingham is now in a tornado warning. If you guys live within these areas, all right, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now, okay? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is heading off towards the Short Creek, Adamsville, Graysville area. It's going to be across the U.S. Highway 78 vicinity, and then eventually across the Interstate 65 areas near Gardendale and Fultondale. If you live near those areas, get to shelter now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This tornado also has had unconfirmed reports of tornadoes before. So, assuming that that is the case to where it has produced tornadoes, there is no reason for you to not take your proper precautions because this storm could produce a tornado again. And that's why we're trying to tell people to go ahead and take their proper precautions now, all right? Especially if you live near Short Creek, Adamsville, Graysville, and West Jefferson, all right? That right then and there, this storm is moving off over your area. Let's take some timings here just to see as to when this is going to be moving off over your area. 5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes is when it's going to be moving right over the U.S. Highway 78 areas. So you need to go ahead. You need to go ahead and go now. All right? Underground, lowest innermost part of your building. Bathroom or closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It'll be moving off towards the Gardendale within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So Interstate 65. Interstate 65. That's around the time frame in which it can start moving on through your, moving through your area. So if you're in the Birmingham metro area, if you're in the northern Birmingham metro area, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space because a potential tornado could form here. There is now a what seems to be a report here, pronounced TDS evident in radar, northern Tuscaloosa County. So the National Weather Service has indeed confirmed the tornado earlier in northern Tuscaloosa County. So that was more than likely our significant tornado of the day. Might see another one, but let's hope we don't. But yeah, this is a concerning situation here for these people who live over there. I want to see here real quickly. This is looking north, so we might be able to use that as time continues to progress. There's a traffic camera right on I-65, and it's looking off towards the north. I think I can't quite tell.
I'm sorry if you can hear that.
Yeah, I can. Ooh, what is this? These might be the skies out north of Birmingham. And I think they are. So we'll come back to this traffic camera here in a bit. I'm not sure if there's any sky cameras over in Birmingham. I've always wanted to figure out if there are sky cameras in Birmingham. If you know if there are sky cameras in Birmingham, please send them to me so I can keep them on record.
There we go.
Same thing with Tuscaloosa too. Same thing with Tuscaloosa. Yeah, it looks like the storm near Clinton still has a bit of rotation with it. Yeah.
Maybe not as much as it initially. A lot of spectrum with too.
There's a couple interesting videos that people are sending to me here. I'll send it to you as well, Morgan. Here and here. This is a video from Chris Jackson, who is on that cell in Clinton. All right, this is the video. And the interesting thing here is you can see the wall cloud wrapped in rain back here. All right, back over here, there's the wall cloud. And this is an ugly looking storm, but yep, you have a wall cloud back within here. It's sitting right within the rain. And I was talking about how you wouldn't be able to see the tornado until it's literally on top of you. That's what I mean. All right, you can't see that unless if, you squint at it, you look hard at it. Right there is the wall cloud right within there. So it's really one of those things to where you got to just trust the judgment of the National Weather Service.
Yeah, trust the people who are being paid to do their jobs. What?
Boley Springs just reported damage.
Nate, Fultondale's about to Fultondale. If you catch my drift.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. So there
Watch
definitely
for development
is...
of that, and it's going to go right over the areas of Gardendale, Mount Olive, Adamsville, and Forestdale. Y'all folks up there are all too familiar with storms like this that take a straight line wind threat and turn it into a tornadic threat, especially at this time of year.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, we may be talking about a similar situation yet again.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me. Holy.
Yeah, this is definitely a concerning situation for the northern portions of Birmingham. You can see here on radar, clear hook right within here. Clear hook. All right, hook is relatively evident here across the board. Not dealing with a whole lot of energy levels, actually. Cape is kind of meh. But yeah, the rain is being wrapped around right here. The moisture that's out in front of it is now being wrapped in towards the hook, all right? This is something we haven't really seen a whole lot today. And so, Adamsville, Fultondale, Gardendale, Pinson, Village Springs, Clay, Center Point, Morris. All right, if you live anywhere near those areas, you need to go ahead and start getting into a sturdy structure. All right, and if you know anyone who lives in these areas, send this live stream to them so that they can see what these storms are doing. And just try and get the information out if you can, all right? There's going to be a lot of activity with this storm as it gets closer and closer. It could, right now it's looking like it could potentially try and wrap up in the future. It's starting to look not as much of a damaging wind risk anymore. It's starting to wrap around its hook more and more and curl it. And if that's the case, we could potentially be talking about a tornado that heads off towards the Adamsville and the Gardendale areas. Yep, we now have a tornado vortex signature on radar here. Velocities just came in. Yeah, that inflow is streaming right into the storm. It's screaming right now. It is definitely screaming.
Yeah, goodness. You're looking at storm relative, that really puts it into perspective.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I hate living somewhere. Like in a place where people actually exist. Oh my god.
I'm trying to look to see if there's any other cameras I can try and use. What about this one? Finley Boulevard. Looks like it's looking, what, west or east? Something like that. So it's definitely trying to see what's in there, but it's just not exactly the best thing to look at. So I guess we'll probably be able to see it as it continues to progress on through. But man, oh man, this is concerning situation for the city of Birmingham and the northern suburbs of Birmingham. Yeah, this thing looks like it's trying to, go. It looks like it's trying to surge on through. Right within here, you can see the rain being wrapped around, the inflow pulled into the storm. Let's see if we can actually see a 3D of this. Let's see if we can see a 3D of the storm.
Ow.
We can. Oh, wow, we can. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Yep, so what's happening is that the updraft brings all the rain and hail above it, up here, and relatively elevated above the ground, and it creates a little bit of a cave, a little bit of a pocket of air down here, down towards the bottom. If I move the image around, you can see it right within there. And this is what's called the inflow notch. All the moisture gets channeled right into this area, right within here. And then where the rain gets wrapped around towards the bottom and curls around like this, and where the moisture meets right here at the top of the hook echo, that is where your tornado could potentially exist. And let's take a look at the normalized rotation to see how high this rotation spans up into the atmosphere. And yeah, you can take a look here. This little blue line here, or this blue blob right within here. This is where your rotation's at. It actually spans relatively high up into the sky, about 20 to 25,000 feet above ground level. So this goes up 25,000 feet into the air. This entire blue blob right here. And this thing still has some relatively organized rotation with this. And yeah, this is probably producing a tornado here. This is producing a tornado. This is producing a tornado. More than likely is going to do so.
One hell of a hook.
Yeah.
And it's about to go over.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
Mount Olive Gardendale.
Look at that hook right there, chat. See how it curls in just like that? That's what we were afraid of right there. That is what we were afraid of, and that is more than likely a tornado in progress right now. So guys, we need to continue to share this information. There's a lot of people that live here, so we can get this information out to the people who live out in front of this. That'd be greatly appreciated. We're trying to help people who are in the path of these storms. So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. As I said, copy the link to the live stream. Post it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Say it's this tornado warning over near Birmingham, Alabama. Or please be sure to, text it to people that you know. That way we can get the information out. And by hitting the like button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Essentially helping me spread the information. That hook that's one heck of a hook. That's not a debris signature. That is not a debris signature, but that is a heck of a hook right there. A heck of a hook. It's also got, I think it actually has an elf. Yeah, that's an elf. Look at that. Right along the boundary right there. That's an elf that swirls right into it. That's a left flank velocity enhancement. It's an air current. It's a literal air current that swirls right into the actual area where the tornado could be. And that is one thing we look at to try and determine as to whether or not there could potentially be a tornado. And we do indeed have a left flank velocity enhancement.
An elf, just say that.
Or an elf. And this
isn't. We're not going to really be able to tell if this is really hitting anything because this is going over just about nothing. The only way we'll be able to tell that is if it hits something, and I don't want it to hit something.
Yeah.
Good news on this front, though, is it seems to have turned a little bit more north.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll be avoiding Mount Olive and Gardendale, which would be excellent news. Because
Spectrum
this is a
width.
very strong storm.
Spectrum width, which indicates turbulence. This is one thing I frequently go back towards to try and see. Of course, tornadoes do create turbulence. And so this is a good indicator as to where that turbulence could potentially be. And if it's right over where the rotation actually is to where the turbulence actually is at, it's a good indicator that there's a tornado in progress. And, well, we have some significant amounts of turbulence here. You see some of the yellows. Whenever you get into the yellows or the bright oranges, that's when you know you have a substantial amount of turbulence. And we have over 34 knots of turbulence in this area. And that's pretty significant. And that, I'm not sure if that's a debris signature that's starting to try and, register itself. But, I mean, regardless, this is a pretty substantial storm. You can see still, this next scan, you can still see how it swirls in like a hook, just like that. I mean, this is probably producing a tornado right now. This is more than likely producing a tornado right now. And Gardendale, Graysville, Morris, Mount Olive here in Alabama. All right, if you are in the Birmingham metro, the northern Birmingham metro area, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, this is a pretty big storm here, causing a pretty big issue as this pushes on through. This is about to cross over Interstate 22. So the intersection of Interstate 22 and US Highway 78, that general area over there, that's where the storm is heading off towards. Okay. Let's actually turn off the radar here real quickly. Here's Interstate 22 right here. Interstate 22 is right within this area. Let's actually turn on shape files. Boom. There we go. So there's Interstate 22 right here. And this is, if we go back to the velocities, it's going right over the interstate right now. Right over the interstate. So now after that, it is starting to head off further and further towards the north and east. And it's probably going to head off near the Mount Olive and Morris area. Gardendale might be a little bit too far south, which is the good news. But this is expected to move off towards the north and east, towards the I-65 corridor, north of the Birmingham metro area. So it's actually more towards the suburbs, Gardendale, Morris, and Mount Olive. You guys are more suburbs more than anything. Might be, oh yeah, it's starting to consolidate. Look at that velocity signature. Velocity signature is now starting to become a lot more significant. What's happening here, guys, is you have a lot of wind. If you think of it this way, your reds and oranges are winds moving away from the radar, and your greens are moving towards, all right? So this counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere right within here is where the tornadic rotation would be. And when you have significant amounts of bright greens and oranges touching each other, that's when pixels are starting to become a lot more consolidated. And of course, that's when your tornado can be a lot more consolidated too. And we do have a little bit of a lowering in correlation coefficient, which could indicate that we could have a tornadic debris signature here from this tornado, meaning that a tornado is in progress right now. And I would not be surprised if that was the case either. Would not be surprised if that was the case either. And yeah, that's no, it's right over the same area. Honestly, it's pretty close. It looks more like a bookend vortex now. It looks like the supercell is starting to lag behind, and then the gust front on the southern side. So the outflow boundary is starting to gust out more. So it's turning more into a bookend vortex type supercell. But regardless, I mean, I still think it looks more like a tornadic debris signature here. You can see all these values of yellows and greens. And what's happening is the radar is looking at this, and it's trying to determine as to whether or not it's rain or not. And if it doesn't think it's rain, it won't be red. It'll start to lower its correlation coefficient values towards like yellow, green, and even blues if it's more significant. What's Morgan's channel? If you're curious, it's over here. I'm going to put the link to it in the channel.
J-fold.
There you go.
It is my name.
There's the link to Morgan's channel if you want to know. Yeah, this thing's still, I think it's still on the ground. ZDR verification's true. Yeah, I think it's on the ground. Alright, no more of that. But yeah, it does look like there was a tornado that went on through here. More than likely. So that's something to watch out for. On the other hand, there is also another storm to watch out for that's approaching the Tuscaloosa area. So still something to watch out for over there. We'll watch out for that as that continues to get closer and closer towards Tuscaloosa. But yeah, Foster's, Tuscaloosa, Interstate 20 all the way up to Interstate 359. You guys need to watch out for that as well. But going back to the storm that's approaching the Morris and Gardendale area, this thing is more than likely going to try and produce a tornado here. And it is actually producing a tornado, I should say, because the tornado debris signature that has caught the trees and has slung it up into the air. And a new tornado warning just got issued. And that's for Tuscaloosa.
Southern Tuscaloosa County in west central Alabama, north central Bibb County in central Alabama.
Oh, that's not weak. Oh, that is not good. That is not weak at all.
Mm-hmm. It's not organized right now, but it's got a bookend, or not a bookend vortex, a donut hole. It's got a donut hole. So a bounded weak echo region. It's starting to wrap the rain around the actual main area of rotation, becoming a lot more rain-wrapped.
Tuscaloosa. The timing of this might be very, very unfortunate.
Let's see if
Gardendale just kind of fizzed.
Yeah. Trying to see if I can
now
find...
It looks like I'm getting 82% on CC. That's interesting. So, I believe it is still down, even if it is a weak tornado. Again, semi-inconclusive.
Yeah, this might be a good camera for us to use in the future. But yeah, there's definitely a wall cloud over there. I'm looking at someone else's screen over here on the side. There definitely is a wall cloud. Doesn't look like it's reaching down to the ground quite yet. But there definitely is some activity right within those areas. And this is really concerning for the areas or the people of Tuscaloosa. So if you know anyone who lives near Foster's in Tuscaloosa, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, I had to turn down Morgan for a second. And then I forgot.
What did I do?
It was the train thing.
Oh my god. It's not my fault I live somewhere that people actually exist. What do you want from me?
Yeah, this storm still going.
Chat, for context, Nate doesn't live anywhere. He lives in the middle of nowhere.
So if you know where any...
So he doesn't
say,
experience this.
I don't. Well, actually, I do. There's a train track that's near my town. So, yeah, this is near Foster's, Alabama. This is near Tuscaloosa, Alabama. This is heading off into Tuscaloosa County, guys. Tuscaloosa County, southern Tuscaloosa County, and then north central Bibb County. So if you live within those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Right now. There is a tornado, or a tornadic rotation, I should say, a potential tornado that is heading off towards your area.
Yeah, they may be disorganized at the current moment, but it's not weak. That's the issue. If it wraps, it could be at the wrong time.
Yep.
Tuscaloosa is a very large area.
Yep, that's the concerning thing here. What are the echotops in this cell? It looks like, according to this, about 38,000 feet above ground level. So these are pretty tall thunderstorms for the type of event we have today. The one thing I will say is that it looks like the rear line is starting to catch up with the other supercells. All right, so the event is starting to, the door is starting to
coming
close here
closer to a
bit.
close.
It's coming closer to a close because this back line back here is starting to catch up with some of these other thunderstorms that have the potential of producing a tornado. Like, for instance, you can see one.
The back line is basically signaling the cold front. So once that passes, you're done. Period. Yeah. End of discussion.
Like, for instance, you have this one cell over here near Macon. All right, that looks to be a little bit tornadic, but by the time the line overtakes it, it's done. The storm is dead. So
the bee is dead.
Yeah. So the thing of it is that it's starting to come to a close. The only unfortunate thing is that we still have to deal with these current tornado warnings as this moves on through.
Inflow is screaming on the Tuscaloosa storm.
Yeah.
It's pretty ridiculous. Hold up.
I'm looking back at Birmingham for the tornado warning up there. It does look like that tornado is no longer on the ground right now. It does look like it's no longer on the ground, so that is the good news. But yeah, it was definitely on the ground at some point. So there definitely was a tornado with that cell as it moved off towards the north and east.
Oh my goodness. 3D Tuscaloosa.
From Columbus?
No, from Birmingham.
Alright. Well, actually, I'm going to do it from Columbus, because Columbus is a little bit closer.
Not at this point.
Yeah, it is. Looking up 5,000.
You're looking up
5,000.
No, you're looking up 35 on Birmingham.
Huh?
Dude, you're looking up 35 on Birmingham at Tuscaloosa's storm.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
I'm right for once.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, there's a little bit of an inflow notch right there.
A little bit.
I mean, it's not as big as the ones we've seen before, but it's still pretty, pretty gnarly right there.
It's small in terms of diameter, but it's a deep notch. It's not...
Right. And the big thing here, guys, to remember is that what's happening is in the updraft, which is right here, it's slinging all of this rain all the way up into the upper portions of the atmosphere, right within here. And it's holding it in place, creating a little cave down below that. You'll see the cave if I move my screen a little bit, right within here. You see the little cave. And inside that cave, that's where moisture from outside of the storm is channeled into the actual thunderstorm. And that's how this thing could potentially start to intensify. Because if the storm continues to get more moisture, it can start to consolidate it and then eventually produce a tornado. So that's what we're looking for here with this cell. Is that we're looking for it, for the potential for it to try and intensify. Right now, it looks like the hook hasn't fully wrapped around quite yet.
Nope. But it looks like you're getting inflow to the tone of about 120, 130 miles per hour. So, slightly gusty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cell is definitely still surging on through. And it's still looking rather severe. So it's definitely not done. Definitely not done by any stretch of the imagination. We got to continue to...
This cell isn't, at least. Yeah.
And we got to continue to inform people, all right? So Tuscaloosa may be out of the risk right now because they are a little bit too far north. Southern Tuscaloosa near Cottondale is not. All right, so Cottondale, Peterson, Coaling, Brookwood, all right? If you guys live within those areas, you have to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Gotta watch out here, guys. Gotta really watch out. Tuscaloosa tornado rain, or the Tuscaloosa storm rain wrapped, low visibility. That makes sense.
Kind of new here. What is happening? Tornadoes are happening. Maybe not at this current moment, but we're tracking tornadic activity across mostly Alabama at this point in time. Tuscaloosa and Birmingham.
Right. I'm gonna try and see if I can get traffic cameras up here from Alabama, near Tuscaloosa. No promises. You live stream. Oh, wow. Look at this, guys. People have pulled over to the side. This traffic camera here in southern Tuscaloosa is getting slapped.
Where are they at? They're probably in the
It's right on 20. And
so yeah, they're getting the
look at that, guys.
They're getting the 1.5 inch hail and 65 dBz rain.
That's southern Tuscaloosa right there. And they are getting slapped.
So they're getting shellacked.
Winds
over
are
there.
intensifying. Winds are intensifying. Oh, he's looking around now. The camera's swirling to the other side. Oh yeah. Winds are definitely amplifying. They just kicked me out of the live stream. I don't know what just happened. F5. Yeah, I really don't know what just happened. You live stream. Yeah, still significant winds that are moving on through. I'm going to see if I can get a different camera here. University Boulevard. Yeah, there you go. This is a good one. It looks like the clouds are moving towards us too, so we'll be able to have a good idea as to what's happening here in Tuscaloosa. But just for reference here, before this camera does get slapped, it actually looks like the rotation is going to be moving right over that area, so we might be able to get a good view.
It might be starting to wrap now soon as well. So Cottondale, Peterson, Brookwood, excuse me, Long I-20 need to be in your shelters now.
Yeah.
Like, not being in it is a non-starter.
Jeez. Yeah, I got kicked out again. I don't know why this keeps, sending me out.
Copyright.
It's not copyright, but is there another camera here that I can use hypothetically? Just on the off chance that this doesn't, function. This is looking off to the north. So what is this? Due south of Tuscaloosa. Oh, it's getting hit by the RFD, so no, that wouldn't work. Skyland Boulevard. Looks like things are starting to calm down over there at Skyland. Never mind. Oh, it's green as can be, and the winds are whirling over there. Look at that.
Green.
It is green.
I
Oh boy. Oh, look
mean,
at that. Whew.
That is pretty green.
Oh man. Yeah, they're getting slapped with significant rear flank downdraft right now. That's from the back end side of the supercell. Oh my.
Oh,
Look at this, chat. Traffic cameras are getting whirled around. Got tossed out again.
just doesn't like you, Nathan.
Apparently. Yeah, the storm is definitely rain wrapped. Definitely rain wrapped. I want to see where the storm is right now. Right now, here from radar, it's starting to go over the Cottondale areas. It's definitely trying to move on through. Is there any other areas I can try and find? Congratulations, Morgan. Ooh, what's this looking at?
Oh my god.
Trying to figure out where some of these cameras are looking at, because they're not exactly telling me.
I think it's safe to say I'm coping pretty hard right now about this. Just want to put that on the record. Who is grilling? It's February 17th.
Is there a tornado? Could possibly be a tornado somewhere over here near Tuscaloosa. We're trying to find it with the sky cameras or the traffic cameras. Yeah, there's only so much we can do with that. Let's go back to the radar. Yeah, velocities are there. They are there. It's just not exactly the most impressive thing in the world right now. It's got a lot of contamination with it, too. It's got a lot of contamination. Trying to look. If there's anything on Twitter, please be sure to send it to me so that I can actually get it on, show it to the people on stream so that people can get a perspective as to what's happening here.
FYI, once this cell is done, that's probably it. Just saying.
Yeah. And we'll probably wait until the cold front passes Birmingham and Meridian, too.
I mean, I'm out at 7, so.
And then I'll wait until it passes.
Yes, you will.
I mean, I've been live streaming for 6 hours and 18 minutes already. So, hope no barbecues were on fire.
Is that referring to my comment?
No, it's the, it's a joke from the Tupelo Tornado Emergency stream. It's pretty funny.
Oh my god.
Because there was like reports of like fires to houses and stuff like that. But then as soon as they showed up, they said on the scanner, it said, nope, it's just someone's grill on fire. It was great. Jeez. Yeah, I mean this cell still looks like it could do something. It's gotten a lot of hail with it too. A lot of hail with it. Let's actually see if we can see that hail. Oh. Yeah, look at this camera shot right here. In Cottondale. Ooh. Ooh, son. Oh, there's a guy on Radar Omega that's storm chasing the storm. Pamela with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I'm sorry I wasn't able to, see it when you immediately sent it in. But thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Everyone say thank you to Pamela. I really do appreciate that. You're welcome. There it is. Yeah, no, seriously, thank you so much. You are the man. Your analysis and coverage is #1. Greg Forbes would be so proud of your service. Thank you so much. Well, that really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words. So yeah, this is a storm chaser here that's trying to intercept the storm.
Oh,
I don't know
someone
exactly.
Storm chasing.
I don't know where he's at. Where's Reed Timmer? He's on the same storm too. In Tuscaloosa. Man, you guys have been just so supportive of me tonight. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to me. We have over 1,000 likes. Over 1,000 of you have been helping spread the information out to as many people as possible. We got over 26,000 subscribers, which is absolutely insane. You guys have been helping out so much.
Tornado warning has been updated for a $1.50 size tail for areas like Cottondale, Peterson, Brookwood, Coling, Vance, Caffey Junction. Goodness.
No, I did not, mobs. No, I did not. How can you like this video? If you exit out full screen, there is a thumbs up button. If you hit that, you're helping. Well, you're hitting the like button, obviously. And then
Nate, yeah.
I'm having a brain moment, big brain moment.
Lack thereof, maybe.
Yeah, clearly. But yeah, if you see the thumbs up button, you hit the thumbs up button. That's how you like the video. That's how you help me spread it on to YouTube. Graysville. Where's Graysville again? Graysville is what? There's damage. There's a damage report. Yeah, there's Graysville. So that's near Adamsville. Okay. There was a report over here of an 18-wheeler blown over on Interstate 22. Possible tornado. And then here's a picture here from Stephen Quinn of that same area there in Graysville. Look at this. This is along Highway 5. Look at these trees down, guys. Look at these trees down. Holy. And you can even see the trees behind these tall trees right here. These trees are down too. So there more than likely was a tornado that occurred here. More than likely was a tornado that occurred here. So thank you to SPWX for sending that in. Uh, 6 miles south of Tuscaloosa funnel, large rain wrap funnel across Highway 69. So that was, quite a bit ago. But according to that, there was a funnel cloud. It looks like it's a little bit more elevated, so it's not surface-based anymore, but there still is some tornadic rotation.
Looks like it's a lot more elevated, actually.
Yeah.
There's some rotation, but not a whole lot, and unless the RFD cranks, it's not going to end up doing a whole lot. There's a rain crowding its inflow.
Yep.
So you're going to be hard pressed to get something to develop at this point out of that.
Yep.
Someone's grill is on fire. I swear to Jesus.
Don't swear to Jesus.
God, why? Who is burning themselves? Or their things or something?
Oh. This is Jordan Hall near Macon, Mississippi. Look at this. Look at this. This was earlier. This was the storm that we were looking at that had the potential tornado. This is the storm that we were talking about. Look at that. Holy. Look at that. I've been good, Shell. How about you? I've been good. Yeah, look at that. Wow. That definitely could have been a tornado. How are things looking? We've had a couple of tornadoes so far, one of which probably was significant. This one right here probably was a tornado. My goodness. Man, oh man. Isn't that something? Wow. That's crazy. There's hail reports over in Tuscaloosa. Quarter-sized
That
hail.
doesn't shock me.
There's a TVS over in Oneida. I'm not sure. It does look like it could be potentially supercellular, but it's just not really doing a whole lot with that.
Yeah, no, not really.
That's what I was thinking.
Not down there, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, this event is almost over. Almost over. We just gotta wait for the supercell to die out. However, the supercell is about 41,000 feet up in the sky. 41,000 feet up in the sky.
It's losing characteristics rather quickly here, so
The cell is pretty
may still have
tall.
the chance, but not at this current moment.
Oh, compared to what it was before, I didn't even realize. Dude, this cell was up 50,000 feet up in the sky. Dude, this was a bona fide supercell that just blew up. Yeah, it definitely decreased a little. Say that much. Holy. A new severe thunderstorm warning that has now been issued for the city of Birmingham. Birmingham is now in a severe thunderstorm warning.
For the tornado warning cell, so they don't anticipate tornado warning
No.
this for the moment. which is the right call, personally.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my phone charger? Oh, gosh. Ugh.
People are telling me to look at Kentucky.
I mean, there are 3 severe thunderstorm warnings there.
Or
I can count.
yeah, Mark, but what I've actually done is I've found seminars from the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service that they show to each other.
What?
And I've been watching those videos. So
someone's doing fireworks or something like that outside of my house, and I'm considering the following.
I've been trying to keep up that way and stuff like that.
There's a severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee.
I don't really see a whole lot of rotation with these. Not really all too organized, in my opinion. But yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Birmingham. Quarter-sized hail is possible, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you guys live in that area, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure.
Till something else happens, I'm personally just going to loop radar because I'm trying to figure out a couple things.
Rose Johnson with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for keeping my grandkids safe as they travel all across the South. Well, I really do appreciate you sticking along to the channel and choosing me for your coverage. So thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Rose. Everyone say thank you to Rose.
Welcome.
You're welcome. Jeez. I really do appreciate that generous donation. And Kevin Wilson with the 5, thank you so much for your support to the channel as well. I really do appreciate that as well. I appreciate everyone's support here on the stream here today. It really does mean a lot to me.
And y'all, for reference, the support that you do give Nate and that you give the channel, for the most part, goes right back into the channel in terms of him getting products and stuff like that to use in YouTube videos.
Yep.
So I'm not going to spoil it, but once everything gets set up, Nate has a really awesome new toy that he's going to be using for radar coverage.
Oh, yeah.
So once he sets all that up, he's going to have a really good setup going for him.
Mm-hmm. Anything developing to the east? Not to the east of that storm. GR3? Nope, GR2. GR2 is the best radar product. Easy.
Although he does have GR3.
I do have GR3. That's what I choose.
Goes and chases his gusty winds.
True.
You've been told to check Twitter, Nathan.
Okay. Thanks, Evelyn, for being around. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Ooh. That's interesting. This is in Boley Springs. Potential damage from a tornado. You see the debris all across the board. It looks like there's mobile homes there, so that's probably the reason why. Mobile homes. I told you guys, it doesn't matter which tornado or what type of tornado it is. It is more than likely going to do damage to your mobile home, and your mobile home is not sturdy enough to protect you from that. It is not sturdy enough.
Holy goodness.
Let me put up GR. Any chance you have to drive through these tornadic supercells driving on 431 north through Alabama? Think I might have to make it there at around the same time. So if you're driving on 431, I pull that up here. Are you going north? Like, are you in Gadsden, or are you further south, like towards Oxford? If you're towards Oxford and going up north, then yes. If you're like from Gadsden and further north, you've already ran into it. Look at that. This is a picture from Brookwood, Alabama. And someone's trampoline is, gonna need replaced because there's so many sticks and limbs and portions of trees that are inside of it. So sheesh. Taken from the Hall area, looking across Black Warrior River into Foster's. Look at that. Yeah, there's a wall cloud right in there. Look at that, big wall cloud. So there's definitely something tornadic back in there. Yeah, there is something definitely there. Ooh, this is another video. Between Hall and Maxwell. And yeah, there up there, there's the storm all the way up there. You can clearly see the base and then the lowering right there. More than likely a wall cloud somewhere within that general area. More than likely. I want to take a look here and see. Ooh, so that's an interesting camera. What about that? Yeah, look at that. All right, we've got an interesting camera here. This is right on, let's see. Appears to be the intersection of Caffey Junction with US Route 11 and the interstate right here. So it looks like we do have something over here. Ooh, lightning. But yeah, we definitely have what seems to be a lowering somewhere over here. That's where I'd probably be watching for something tornadic. And I got kicked out again. This website, sometimes. I am curious here real quickly before I go back to that camera. I am curious. And I'm hoping this works. What was the outlook for Macon, Georgia this evening? Macon is not really going to get a whole lot of activity, to be completely honest with you. Not really a whole lot. Yeah, this thing is not loading. Oh! Look at that over there, right here. It's a lot of scud, but I saw a lot of swirling over here. Might be a wall cloud right within there. New tornado warning. City of Birmingham.
Northern Shelby County in central Alabama, southeastern Jefferson County in central Alabama.
Yeah, south of the city of Birmingham.
Yep, that might be that wall cloud right there that we were looking at there, guys. We were looking at that, and it looked like there could have potentially have been something around there. Let's just hope that these other storms actually, or these other cameras work. But guys, on the other hand, we need to share this information with the people who live here. All right, there's a new tornado warning now for the city of Birmingham. New tornado warning for the city of Birmingham. Yeah, that definitely looked like a bit of a wall cloud right there. I'm not having the greatest of times trying to figure out
What are you figuring out?
these cameras are not working.
Oh.
And it's kind of stupid, but
Maybe
yeah.
find another website then for them.
No, because this is the only place where you can find traffic cameras, which sucks. Unless if anyone knows where a sky camera is for Birmingham is at. If that's the case, then I'll use that. I'll use that in a heartbeat. Yep, so new tornado warning over here for the city of Birmingham. And it looks like the rotation is a little bit further to the south, so I think it's going to probably parallel the 459 areas. Pickles with the 10, thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Pickles. You have family in Nashville, should they be worried? How are the conditions looking up that way? It's not really looking all too significant for you, to be completely honest with you. Nashville is already out of the risk, actually. The line is passed on through them, so they are fine. But if they're near Manchester, Morrison, Smithville, Cookville, then they're about to get hit by the main line here. But yeah, that's what it is for them. But thank you so much, Pickles. University of Alabama for cameras. Hmm.
Oh man.
I'm trying to find something here, guys. I can't see a whole lot. Not really. Yeah, there's just pictures. Yeah, but there is some rotation with this cell still. Still. And I think it'll be heading off more towards the Bessemer area. I think Bessemer is the area to watch for the most part. Bessemer, Hoover, anywhere along Interstate 459. All right, Interstate 459. That's where this is more than likely going to head off towards. So Interstate 459. And then areas near Hoover, Lake Purdy, Meadowbrook, and Leeds. All right, I think Birmingham can still be in the activity. They're just going to get some hail from this. They're going to get a lot of hail from this, actually. Let's take a 3D of the cell. Someone made it, had a good idea. We're pretty close
It's so
to the
close
radar.
to the radar site, though.
Yeah, that's the point. Now everything is high definition.
It's almost too close, though, is my thing.
It's so high definition, though. Nothing is blocked out. Everything is crystal clear. Yep, there is an inflow notch right within there. But it looks like the inflow notch is not fully wrapped around here, according to 3D. It looks like the outflow boundary towards the bottom, right within here, is a little bit more of a gust front. A lot of gusty winds that are surging in behind this. So it doesn't look too much like a tornado threat with that. But until this starts to wrap around, then it'll continue to be a gusty wind threat. But there is definitely something tornadic. Definitely something tornadic that is possible. Yep, he also
Alright,
pays the storm chasers, Thomas.
Probably gonna get off my respective stream here.
Okay. Yeah.
My computer is doing the funny because of it.
Ooh. That's really interesting. It's a wall cloud in Petal, Mississippi.
Nice.
I'm trying to see if there's a wall cloud here.
Rain over
Maybe right there. But I don't really see too much with that. But it's still relatively interesting there. Still relatively interesting. Austin with the 5 says, thank you for all you do. How does Gadsden, Alabama look? So Gadsden in itself, all right, as I pull it up here on the side. Gadsden is, oh yeah, that's right. It's in the northern portion. Or kind of the northern portion. It's like northeastern portion. So Gadsden all the way over here. You guys are probably going to get hit by a storm here relatively soon. With strong damaging winds. And that'll probably be in about 10 to 15 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes. So please be sure to actually, get into a sturdy structure. I would stay in a sturdy structure if I were you. That probably would be a pretty strong storm moving on through if I had to guess. We're pretty far away from the radar right now. That's the one thing that I can say. I mean, we're decently far. But yeah, there is definitely a strong storm that's producing some strong damaging winds that's going to move into your area within the next 10 to 15 minutes. No such thing as trashing. There's no bad karma there. That's just me saying, that's just me calling how it is, or how it was. Notice how I'm not talking about it anymore, because it doesn't really matter all too much. No? But yeah, man, oh man. Is Lexington, Kentucky going to get hit? They are getting some activity. But they just got the brunt of it. All right. So now you had the main line that moved on through. Now you're going to start to decrease in activity, and eventually, within the next 10 to 15 minutes, your activity is going to be done. But yeah, Birmingham right here. A lot of activity over that portion. I did not mean to do a 3D. Did not mean to do a 3D. Let's go back to Birmingham here. But yeah, this definitely still is a tornadic storm. And it's right here in Birmingham. So if you guys could, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. By either liking the video, by liking the live stream, or by copying the link and posting it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. By sending it by text message to your friends and family, especially if you know people who live in here. You're actually helping me spread this information to more and more people. And the reason why I say by liking the video and liking the live stream, which is what I typically say for my videos too, because I do upload videos when I don't live stream, so that I can get this content, get this live stream, or get this video out to as many people as possible on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. If you hit the like button more and more, it actually gets, spread out to more and more people. So that's the reason why I ask people to spread it out. And the storm is right here in Birmingham. Do I think it's going to hit Arkansas? It's already past Arkansas, so Arkansas is out of the risk right now. Yeah, these cameras are terrible. Terrible.
Holy Christmas trees.
I don't get a whole lot of severe weather. I'm in the mid-Atlantic to the northeast, so I kind of just...
I get more severe weather than you do.
Which is true. Which is true.
Which doesn't make sense, but I'll take it.
Looking in the upper portions of the atmosphere, might be a little bit of rotation on the southern end of all this line. I don't see... Ooh. That's big inflow notch there, and it just went rain wrapped. So that makes sense. All right, no tornado with that for the most part. Tony Bowers, thank you so much. Tony, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Everyone say thank you to Tony. Everyone say thank you to Tony if you can. I really do appreciate that. My goodness. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really do. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Are you going to be okay in Georgia? Yep, unless if you're in northwestern Georgia, like extreme northwestern Georgia, near the border of Tennessee and Georgia. That's
Like when we
where I
say
would watch out for.
Like when we say northwestern Georgia, we're talking like Lafayette areas.
Yeah.
And Rock Spring and
Trenton.
yes.
Interstate 59 areas. Minor damage reported in Peterson, Alabama. Oh, that's good. At least it was minor. Yeah, it looks like the cell over here is trying to reorganize. It is trying. We do have a bit of an elf there. Or an LFVE. Left flank velocity enhancement. Which is...
Did it take you a second there?
Kinda. We do have something right within there.
Holy crap.
So my goodness.
Can I make the comment of one of my friends who is 16 years old? Tore her ACL and meniscus doing gymnastics and just got surgery today.
Jeez. That's unfortunate.
16.
What about Knoxville? Knoxville's going to start getting the severe weather here in a bit. But in regards to tornadic activity, not really. You guys aren't going to get a whole lot, so you guys should be fine. Any bad weather in the Tennessee area? Depends upon where, Jackie. If you're Nashville and west, you guys are done. If you are Cookeville and east, you guys still have severe weather storms that are going to move on through. But otherwise, should be fine for the most part. About to be live streaming for 7 hours. That's going to be Monka S. Maggie with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's zoom out here real quickly. So snow is still going about. Snow and freezing rain. And stuff like that. Looks like we're starting to get closer and closer towards the edge of the risk here, though. That's the one thing. One thing that we can say about this. Curious about Chattanooga. Myself, son lives in Manchester. Yeah, Chattanooga is right on the edge of the risk. Chattanooga's right on the edge of the risk, so they're about to get some severe weather that can move on through that area. Let's see if I can get this loaded up while I take another bite.
What are you eating?
Butter noodles. Load up this radar. This would be a time to where I would stand up if I had the thing set up. I don't want to spoil anything. How strong is the tornado in Birmingham?
It's not.
So it's not on the ground right now. Although it is trying to rehook itself. So it is trying to recycle. It is trying to bring that rain back around. So it's not really all too particularly strong right now. But if it keeps going on its current trajectory, it could potentially become decently strong. Definitely will do damage if it does form. If it does. Which is the reason why we are going to continue to watch out for this storm. So yeah, if you're on the border of Tennessee and North Carolina, you guys aren't really going to get a whole lot tonight. You guys will be fine. But yeah, this area over here near Hoover, Meadowbrook, Lake Purdy, Indian Springs Village, you guys are going to still get a lot of activity here. Michael, with the 5 months of becoming a weather watcher, a sponsor, a member, a channel member, I really do appreciate it. Says Nate is really a water elemental in disguise, even though he likes the wind. Been watching you since you started streaming. Keep it up, brother. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the kind words, and I really do appreciate you being a member. All right, we have a bunch of channel members that have all banded together to help support the channel, and you're one of them. All right, $5 a month is no small feat. So I really do appreciate, you know, the people who do support the channel and our members. We have over 100 channel members, 100 people that have contributed $5 a month to the channel. That's insane. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And for people who are asking as to why you should become a member, members get exclusive content, so they get bloopers and stuff like that. They also get trailers for my future videos that I'll upload. And they also get emotes, badges, and they also get shout out. So you'll see in the bit down below, you'll see people's names and stuff like that. So
to answer a few questions I'm just seeing in chat really quickly. Nate, do you have Fortnite? Yes, he does, but not the time. How is Youngstown, Ohio looking? Cold rain, 40 degrees and raining, likely for the next few hours.
yep.
And those are the two that I see.
Jacob, thank you so much for becoming a member for 5 months. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Look at Adela, Alabama. Where? I don't know where Adela is.
And if we don't know where it is, it's probably not too bad. Just gonna go out on a hunch.
Alabama. Oh, that's up near Gadsden. Yeah, that isn't as significant, to be completely honest with you. That's the one thing we've been looking at that for quite a bit. Yeah, Jacob, thank you so much for the 5 months. Mark, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate that.
Oh, that storm is the remnants of what almost went through Gardendale.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't doing much. That's not something to be worrying about.
Jason with the 5 says, doing a great job, Nate. Your South Hattiesburg area, we still waiting.
You're about done.
Yeah, you're almost done here. The line is starting to push on through your general area, so I'd wait until. So you had the one line that pushes on through. There's another line that's going to push on behind that. It's over near the Macomb areas, and it'll head off through. So as soon as that line pushes off, then you guys and your risk is officially done.
2 hours or so.
Yep.
I'd say.
Triforce Hunter with the 10 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. It says, Nate, you do such an amazing job, and you're glad to be a loyal follower of the channel. I continue to learn more and more every day. Keep it up, bro. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the kind words. There's been a lot of channel members that have, signed on today. If you want to become a channel member, that's fine too. You can't do it on mobile, I believe, or iPhone mobile. It's really weird. But in order for you to become a channel member, if you're on a computer, go down right next to the subscribe button that you hopefully have pressed by now. There's a join button.
Nah.
You click it, you click join, and then you get to be a part of the Weather Watchers. I've actually been thinking about adding another level, to be completely honest with you guys. It's like $10 a month, but it's like nobles. So like, you know how
following considerers.
So no. So like, you know how in the last stream that we had, you guys gave me the nickname Duke of the Doppler. So I was thinking of having, Noble of the Doppler and stuff like that. And you guys would be like nobles. And like the crowns would be like colors of the Storm Prediction Center's Convective Outlook. So that's something that I was thinking about doing in the future, but I'd have to figure out how to give you guys special perks too. So I don't know. But yeah, this storm over here near Lake Purdy and Meadowbrook is still trucking along here. You help me, cause. Well, I'm glad to hear that, TTV. I'm glad to hear that. DeAndre, what's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this storm near Lake Purdy and Meadowbrook is not anything to scoff at. Could potentially be something that moves on through there. Could be tornadic. David, Youngstown could start seeing that in like June and July. Maybe May at earliest.
Yeah, now ain't the time. It's just not the nature of your general area.
This was sent in to me by SPWX, of course, in chat. And look at this. This is in Illinois. 100 car pileup. Look at that. Yeah, on the winter aspect of this, my goodness. Whew. That's ugly. Northside High School football scoreboard has collapsed. Hey, we said Northside High School. We said that here. So hopefully the people that were out in front of it got that information as well, of course. Yeah, it looks like Lake Purdy and Meadowbrook could potentially go here. Might actually have a tornado here in a second. So if you guys know anyone who lives within these areas, we're not done. We got to continue to share this information with as many people as possible if we can. Please be sure to, as I said, copy the link. Share it with friends and family if you guys can. especially if you live within these areas. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that like button so that we can try and spread it with more and more people on YouTube. Yeah, this is now to the south and east of Birmingham towards the Lake Purdy areas and the Meadowbrook areas. And this is eventually going to head off towards the north and east, eventually towards Pell City, south of Leeds. Actually, maybe even towards the Leeds and Moody areas. So, gotta continue to watch out for this, all right? This is not done and over with. Not done and over with. Anything down south from the storm? Not really. There's a lot of just general showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through. Nothing really too tornadic. But this storm right here, probably could possibly produce a tornado here. Yep, it's safe to sleep near the Knoxville, Tennessee areas. Yeah, if you're in Tennessee, you guys can probably go ahead and head to bed. Go to sleep. I can't say for certain, David. I can only say that activity for tornadoes is going to be somewhat similar to last year. Is Charlotte good? Yeah, Charlotte should be good. They should be fine. North Carolina, in general, should just get showers and thunderstorms for the most part. Yeah, this cell over here, Lake Purdy, probably producing a tornado here. Or it's going to probably produce one here soon. Yeah. So, for people who are new, there is a tornado warning here for the southeastern portions of Birmingham, Alabama. You can see this tornado warning here in this red box. And here is the city of Birmingham right here. So if you guys live over here in Moody, Leeds, Sterrett, Pell City, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you can. All right, because this could definitely produce a tornado here. This could definitely produce a tornado here. I think they can get thunderstorms in general, Rod. I don't think it'll be super significant. So I think you guys should be fine. If we go over towards the convective outlook here, you guys are in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And the only reason why that is because of the wind. If we take a look at the tornado probabilities, there is none of these greens, browns, or yellows that are on the left-hand side. And if we take a look at the hail, well, I mean, the hail is nowhere near any of this. So strong damaging winds is possible, but nothing really tornadic. Oh, debris signature. It's on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. There it is. Tornado on the ground. Yep. There it is. Tornado on the ground. Pamela with the 5 says you're moving back to Alabama, you're home. Can we say storm shelter priority number 1? Yep, I would probably get a storm shelter if I was moving down there too, to be completely honest with you. So I agree with you there. Thank you so much for supporting us with the 5. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. Tornado in progress. Tornado in progress. If you live near Leeds and Moody, you guys need to go ahead and get to shelter now. Get underground now. Or get into the lowest innermost part of your building. I'm gonna turn off shape files here. Yep, there's the tornado. You can see the rotation right within here on the left-hand side. Reds are moving away, greens are moving towards. And then right here, there's the debris signature. That
And
same
it just went
cell.
confirmed.
Yep, confirmed tornado warning here. This is not a PDS. It is just a confirmed tornado warning, but regardless, it is a confirmed tornado. All right, this is a tornado.
A tornado is a tornado is a tornado. Take to your safe spaces.
Right.
Particularly if you are along the State Route 119 corridor up to Leeds.
Yep, State Route 119 to Leeds. State Route 25 to Leeds as well. All right, if you're along State Route 25 and State Route 119, as well as US Highway 78 near I-20, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, so we do have a confirmed tornado in progress right now. We do have a tornado in progress. I gotta find the right one to put on. Yeah, this'll do. This'll be fine. And there it is. I mean, that's as clear as day as you can get it. That is a, that is some tornadic rotation right there. And oh boy, look at that debris signature now. Look at that debris signature now. Remember, red's moving away, green's moving towards. And then look at the correlation coefficient. Notice how it starts to drop from the reds to the greens to the blues, all right? When you start to see the greens and the blues, that's when you know that it's not rain, all right? Everywhere else in that reds, that is rain. When you start to get to the green and blue, all right, that's when it's not rain. It's either air, that's either dust, that's either debris, that's either smoke. In this instance, it's debris, though. All right, in this instance, you have a tornado that is lofting up debris into the atmosphere. And if we take a look at the verification for ZDR, that is also the case right there, too. So we do have some debris that is being lofted into the atmosphere by this tornado that is currently in progress. And it's clearly evident here based off of radar because of that. So all the more reason for you guys to spread the information. All right, we got to continue to get this information out to more and more people, to as many people as possible, because these tornadoes do impact people. It only takes one tornado to impact someone's life. And so that's the reason why we want to continue to do these live streams and stay up to date with all this. We want to try and get the information to as many people as possible. And in this instance, that is exactly what's the case. Someone said it's over trees. I'm not sure this is trees, Chief. That looks like a development to me. That looks like a development to me, Chief. Looks like some people's houses to me, Chief. Not to mention, you have to consider the fact that the tornado happened before the debris signature. So it more than likely went over these areas here along State Highway 119. That's the reason why I'm saying, you know, these tornadoes are impacting people. Sheesh. Velocities are starting to weaken more and more, become a little bit more broad. That's the good news, but it is still on the ground as of right now. and it is heading towards the Leeds area. We have a tornado in progress heading towards Leeds. So if you live in Leeds, Alabama, this is due east of Birmingham. Due east of Birmingham in Alabama, there's a tornado in progress right now. Tornado in progress, and you need to go seek sturdy structure. New tornado warning.
Warning for Central St. Clair County in central Alabama.
So new extension for this storm. New tornado warning out in front of this.
Moody, Pell City, Wattsville,
Yep.
Riverside.
I-20.
I-20, yeah.
Are tornadoes odd for February? Not too odd. You typically get them from the middle towards the end of February. Not really towards the beginning, so it's about fine. 3D scan, we wouldn't be able to see a whole lot from it, to be completely honest with you. This debris gets lofted up about 3,000 feet above ground level. You do see a heck of a debris signature, too. Look at that debris ball there. Debris ball and reflectivity right within there. Oh, yeah. Look at that. There's your debris ball. As this is still moving off, this is still on the ground. That's a heavy debris signature. Oh, boy. Oh, my. That is a heavy debris signature. That is a very low correlation coefficient. That's extraordinarily low. Yep. That is a tornado that is still in progress right now. Very much so still in progress. Man, oh man. Yeah, that's Leeds and Moody. If you live within those areas, the time is now. The time is now for you to get into a sturdy structure. There's a tornado in progress, and it is going across quite a few areas. All right, this is going across some residential areas. Leeds is not a scrub town. All right. It's already went through some areas with housing. And here it is. There's the debris signature right there. Some person asked as to how large the debris signature is. The debris signature is about 3/4 of a mile wide. So the tornado would be probably about, I'd say, 1/4 of a mile wide. Maybe even a little bit less than that, to an eighth. I'd say probably 1/8 of a mile wide is probably how large the tornado is. The debris signature has expanded, but it also has gotten larger. So like the higher correlation coefficient, I should say. So that leads me to believe that this tornado is starting to fan out, but still is on the ground at this time. It is starting to weaken significantly, and the velocities support that. So it looks like it's starting to kind of fan out a little bit more. But US Highway 78, on the off chance that it is still on the ground at this time, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Confirmed tornado warning with this cell. This is not a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, but it is a confirmed tornado warning for this cell. And it is now heading off towards the Moody and Odenville areas, as well as Wattsville and Pell City, as well as areas near Interstate 20. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you can. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, once again. And we got to spread this information with as many people as possible, of course, too, because a lot of people live within some of these areas. I mean, this isn't just, you know, as I said, this isn't a scrub city. This isn't a scrub town. People live here. And it only takes one tornado to impact a person's life. And that is the case here in this instance, because this is going over residential areas. Look at this. Here's the debris signature. I'll circle the debris signature right here. Take it off. And it's going over areas to where there are buildings. Or there are houses and stuff like that. So this is why, you know, we're going to want to continue to get the information out as long as this thing is still here. The debris signature is starting to fan out, so this is telling me that it is weakening a lot. Weakening substantially, actually. But I won't call this thing off until the debris signature is completely gone. So it still is surging about right now, but still a debris signature at this time. And it looks like the velocities have weakened a lot too. You're in Western Moody. Will it hit you? No, it will not. You are a little bit too far to the north and west, so therefore you should be fine from the tornado. From the actual rain and stuff like that, you guys might be getting some spotty hail within your area and some torrential downpours and strong damaging winds. But otherwise, if you were in like southern Moody, like right along I-20, or even, you know, right along, you know, US Highway, you know, Highway 411, then I would probably be a little bit more concerned. But because you're a little bit further to the west of that, you probably should be all right. As this is, you know, this tornado right now is directly to the south of Moody, and it's not even over Interstate 20 quite yet. So I think you should be good. I think you should be fine and in the clear. But stay in a sturdy structure if you can. Continue to stay indoors until the storm officially passes you. But this storm still is surging about. You can still see the correlation coefficient drop here. The debris signature from the tornado. It wasn't as significant as it once was, though. Before, it was relatively compact and confined into a small area with a very low correlation coefficient drop. You notice how dark the blues is over there. And then as it moved off towards the north and east, you notice how the blues become a lot more sporadic. And the latest scan came in, and it's not even showing a whole lot of blues. Only 1 pixel of blue in that area. More than likely meaning that this tornado is no more, but it's also one of those things to determine that, or to mention real quickly, that because there is still debris in the atmosphere, that does not mean that you can go outside quite yet. Because the threat's not completely over, and what I mean by that is if the tornado did throw up debris like it has said here according to the radar, because it is dark outside, that debris is going to be flying from the sky, and if it hits an unsuspecting person, a person will get injured. Flying debris is dangerous to people who could be caught with that, you know, activity. So that's the main reason why, you know, that's the main reason why I'm saying don't go outside. Don't go investigate anything quite yet. And if you are going to investigate, make sure you have some sort of head protection, like a helmet. You know, you can even put a pot or a pan on top and it'd work the same way. You know, have actual appropriate footwear. Don't go out with, you know, socks or no socks and just bare feet. Have shoes, all right? Have shoes, because if there is debris across the board, you know, you could get injured by stepping on, you know, nails, splinters, and stuff like that. But for the most part, as of right now, stay indoors, all right? Especially if you're along I-20 near Moody and south of Branchville. Will it ever end? The event tonight will end eventually. It will indeed. But as for the storm, nope, it looks like it could potentially be back on the ground again. So good thing I didn't call it off quite yet. There's another debris signature right here, a new invigoration of this tornado. You can clearly see the lowering of the correlation coefficient indicating some blues. And what's happening here, for people who don't know, the red colors here on this side of the screen, this is all rain, but the radar tries to figure out the different shapes and sizes of the particles that it's looking at. So if it's not rain, it's going to show up as the yellows, the greens, and the blues. And it's either, you know, it's either hail, which is, you know, a different shape than rain, air, dust, smoke, or debris. In this instance, because it is relatively close to where a tornado vortex signature is, which is where the rotation would be, This, in this instance, is a tornado debris signature. And so we have a tornado that is still ongoing at this time that is moving on through the Interstate 20 vicinity, right near the intersection of US 78 and Interstate 20. Let's actually try and pull up here Google Maps. And let's show you, for people who live within these areas, it's probably not as surprising. But this is right near this exit, near the Sonic Drive-In, the I-20 truck sales, and the Valerio over here. The Gateway Tire of Birmingham, that giant manufacturing area over there. The McDonald's in that general vicinity. This general intersection right here, all right? I don't know what exit this is, but it's right next to the Sonic Drive-In, and it's heading off eventually further towards the north and east into this general vicinity near Kelly Creek Road. All right, so Kelly Creek Road, all the way through until Highway 174. That is where the storm is currently heading off towards right now. So if you live along Kelly Creek Road, if you live along the intersection of Interstate 20 and US Highway 78, you need to be in a sturdy structure right now. You need to be in a sturdy structure because this storm still is producing a tornado as it moves about. But this is going to be more than likely further off just to the east of the Moody area. This will be in eastern Moody as to where this is moving off towards. So, if you live along areas like Highway 411, you guys should be fine besides getting some strong damaging winds and maybe some sporadic hail. But this is going right over the Sonic Drive-In general vicinity. All right, it's right. This is where the tornadic debris signature was, where we last saw it, right within here. If we go back to the radar, we'll be able to see it. Here's that intersection right there. So now it's moving a little bit further off towards the north and east. Moody is in the clear. All right, Moody, Central Moody, Southern Moody, and Western Moody, you guys are in the clear. Eastern Moody, you are not. Eastern Moody, you are not. All right, so the actual rotation now is right over here. The tornado is right along this little hill and mountain range right over here, just to the east of Kelly Creek Road. And this is going to be following along that mountain range, that little hill range, all the way up through until State Highway 174. It could get really close to the Dollar General over there, just to the north and west of Pell City. So if you guys know where that Dollar General is, right here at the intersection of Mount Moriah Road and Highway 174, it'll be just to the west of that by about a mile or two. Probably just by about a mile, if not right at the area. So if you live near that Dollar General, you need to get in your safe space. Ahead of that, this will be heading towards the Coal City area and the St. Clair Head Start general vicinity, near the Manning Road general area and the US Highway 231 vicinity. All right, if you live within that area near Wattsville, you need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. All right, because this storm is going to be heading off towards your area. If you know anyone who lives in those areas that I just called, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure if you can. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Unfortunately, my internet's going to be a little bit laggy at this time, so bear with me here. Eventually, I plan to get better internet service for myself. Yeah, give me a second here as my internet lags a bit. So the big thing here to remind everyone is that Leeds is in the clear. Central to Western Moody is in the clear. So yeah, trying to deal with my internet being... There we go. Now it's online. It looks like the debris signature has fanned out again, but the only unfortunate thing is that it looks like it went right over the interstate, which of course people could more than likely be driving across. So it looks like the storm has already crossed the interstate, and it doesn't look like it's active right now. Doesn't look like it's producing a tornado at this time. So that is the good news. That is the good news. You're almost to Aniston, which is in the path of a tornado. What should you do? Should you stop? Are you trying to chase it, or are you trying to get away from it? If you're trying to get away from it, I highly recommend going south of the storm and then going around. I wouldn't go through. That's if I wasn't trying to chase it. If I was trying to chase it, I'd go right in it. Core punch or something like that. Yep, it looks like activity is now depleting here with this storm, which is the good news. Pell City is a direct hit. Jeez. I think that's more of a strong damaging wind threat, to be completely honest with you. I don't think that's from the actual tornado. I think that's more of a strong damaging wind threat. Yeah, I think that's more of a strong damaging wind threat. I don't think that's from the actual tornado here. Chances of North Georgia getting moved to a slight risk? Very low. Very low. Check Pittsburgh. What's happening in Pittsburgh? You guys are going to get some strong damaging winds here relatively soon, to be completely honest with you. And they will probably start to move on through your area in about an hour, so watch out for that. Watch out for that. Did Tuscaloosa take a hit? Yeah, but not directly. And the tornado wasn't really on the ground during that time. There was reports of, like, wall clouds and potential funnel clouds, but other than that, not really a whole lot. But the I-81 corridor in Virginia looking like for tonight, there isn't really a whole lot of stuff to anticipate for that general area. Let me go down. Oh, that's very nice. Mid-Atlantic. So, stuff really won't really impact us until around midnight. Well, actually, around 9 o'clock, I will say. So I'll do that. I'll say that just to be safe. But 9 o'clock all the way through, and then our threat won't end until about, I'd say 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. We'll just get strong damaging winds that'll move on through. So nothing really too serious. Yeah, it looks like that cell that's off near Pell City is now diminished. It was a storm, but now it's not. Now it looks like its thunderstorm tops have now depleted significantly. So it looks like that storm is not really anymore. A lot of flash flood warnings across the board, though. I will say that much. A lot of flash flood warnings. But it looks like that storm is not really tornadic anymore, guys, which is the good news. It could try again. It could definitely try again. And it looks like ZDR is, trying again. But it's starting to wither away a little bit. The other thing too is that this massive line right behind it, this is starting to collapse here on this storm. So as soon as it overtakes it, that's pretty much, most of the tornado risk that's done and over with. Most, if not all, that's done and over with. So Cape values are very low. Very low Cape values. How is East and South Mississippi looking for the rest of the tonight? So if you're from Interstate 55 and west, you guys are in the clear. Okay? The areas that are near Interstate 59 is what still have to go through some severe weather still. All right? Well, maybe even not severe weather, to be completely honest with you. Some of this isn't really super severe. It's just, strong damaging winds for the most part. But as soon as this line, this rear line over here that extends from Meridian all the way down towards Bogalusa, Louisiana, as soon as that passes through, everyone is done in Mississippi. Everyone's done. KLVX. Move that down into an area to where we can watch. Yeah, I'd say that tornadic storm is done. And it looks like the tornado warning has been canceled. There you go. Tornado warning is expired and or canceled. So now there's only one severe thunderstorm warning, which is ironically not even in the main area where the tornado watch is at. And then we have 4 flash flood warnings. 4 flash flood warnings. For some reason, one of them is up in Illinois. An ice jam break. It was an ice jam break. That's the reason.
That's been in effect for a while now. I don't know where.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, I said that on my stream. I was like, flash flood warning for a what now? It's snowing.
Yeah, it's an ice jam break, which makes sense. Pushes all that water down. Whew. Trees down, people trapped in leads. Oh boy.
Oh crap, I have to go. Yeah, whoops.
Jeesh. Gloria with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, thank you, Nate. You are a true natural weather spokesperson. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, thanks, Morgan.
You are welcome, Nathaniel.
But thank you so much, Gloria. I really do appreciate it. The channel really does appreciate it too. So thank you so much for funding the channel. I really do appreciate it. I really do. So let's go back over to Birmingham here. And yeah, we have a bunch of strong damaging winds for the most part. The interesting thing here, all right, so first off, we're going to keep streaming until this line officially passes Birmingham and Gadsden all the way down to Utah. So as soon as it passes, the I-59 and the I-20 corridor. All right. That's when things really start to kind of deplete. So that's something to consider with that. But yeah, we're going to keep covering this all the way through until it passes. We're going to keep covering this all the way through until it passes. Patty McNeil with the 20. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Everybody say thank you to Patty. Everybody say thank you to Patty for the support. Oh my. Thank you so much for the 20. I really do appreciate it. It says, was able to warn friends and Moody. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for choosing this channel. I really do appreciate your support. Do I have a website for donations? No. In the chat. So in the chat there's like a little money sign, a little money sign at the bottom. If you click that, that's the way to go. But don't do that unless if you actually want to support the channel. You know, just don't do it out of spite and stuff. You know, I still feel weird accepting donations because I don't really, you know, like I'm a weather guy, you know. I feel weird. Feel weird accepting it. But yeah, there's that way to support my channel. And then if you want to help support my channel, you also get exclusive perks doing this as well. If you are on computer or maybe even on a Samsung device, you can't do it with iPhone for whatever reason, you can't. Down here, there's this little join button right next to the subscribe button that hopefully you guys have pressed by now, which, by the way, we're at 26,050 subscribers now. Absolutely amazing. I really do appreciate you guys. If you click that join button, it'll pull up, you know, just something here, $5 a month. That's the best way to support my channel, in my honest opinion. And you get exclusive, you know, perks because of it, too. So you kind of get rewarded for being like a sponsor. So, yeah. Yeah, I really do appreciate you guys so much. Gloria and Patty, thank you so much for your generosity. Jeez. Yeah, this is the loop here of the radar as the tornado went on through. Look at this. Ooh. I will say, guys, all right, we were relatively on top of things across the board. We like gave lead time warnings and upwards of 20 minutes before warnings even came out. I mean, that's just phenomenal here. You guys helped out so much with that. Tree on a mobile home, entrapment in Leeds. Oh boy. Sheesh. This was in Fairfield. I have no clue where Fairfield is. I think that's in Alabama. And there goes the BP station. That has definitely collapsed. What's up, Andrew? What'd you miss? You missed a couple tornadoes and whatnot. Gotta eat. We feel weird taking for free. Need to add Patreon and PayPal. Well, I do have PayPal, but the main, Patreon, the thing of it is with Patreon is that there's something that's very similar to that. That's the reason why I say the membership thing, the join thing there. All right. That's very close to it. All right. $5 a month. Same thing with Patreon, although you can make whatever price you want. I'm thinking about actually adding like a $10 a month one, but I don't know what perks I would give you all. I have no clue. So, that's probably the best way to do that. Okay, new convective outlook that has been issued. And, it's pretty sad. There's now a 5% chance for tornadoes over in Knoxville, though, and Chattanooga, which is really surprising to me. Really surprising to me, I'll say that much. Patreon takes less money. I get that too. Is Greenville is good, right? Greenville, South Carolina. Yeah, you guys are fine. Greenville, South Carolina should be fine. Nashville, I want to move your radar over to Knoxville. Yeah, South Carolina is good. Tonight they'll be fine. Carrie Elward, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. All the new members that we got today, I gotta actually put on the I gotta put you guys on the thingamabobber that goes through and shouts out people who've supported the channel and stuff like that. So yeah, I gotta do that again. But thank you so much, Carrie. Thank you so much for helping out. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Yeah. Let me see if there's anything interesting there. I want to pull something up here on the side. All right, there you go. I fixed that. About to get on the I-20 corridor. West, are you clear? I-20 corridor going west from 431. I'm assuming is what you're asking. If that's the case, you're gonna run into a giant line of storms that are gonna move on through. So I wouldn't say you're the clearest clear, but it's not really all super tornadic right now. It's more of a strong damaging wind risk more than anything. I will say, though, you're going to encounter some traffic as you move through Moody and Leeds. So consider that if you can. Is Atlanta going to look good other than wins? I mean, Atlanta should be fine, honestly. The only thing you're going to get is wins, really. So, for perks, you could give us early promos to your other projects for one idea. I've done that already, all right? So, the one I actually uploaded it, I think it was, yesterday? Yesterday I did it. There's a trailer. There's a trailer for a video project that is going to be uploaded here within the next month, all right? It'll be uploaded as early as the end of this month here, the end of February into the beginning of March, and as late as late March, all right? It honestly depends upon how much I can do, but I'm having so much fun editing it. So, as members, you guys can see that. You guys have early stuff, early sneak peeks. And then you guys will also get the video released to you a couple days earlier. I'll say 2 days earlier, probably 2 days earlier. I don't want to do a full week, honestly. I don't want to do a full week because my anticipation is going to get the best of me, and I really want to try and see if I can get it to other people, get it out on the channel. So, but yeah, no joke. If we go over to my channel here, if you're a member, Greenville is good. All right, if you're a member, this is the video I'm talking about right here. Members only sneak peek, the first video of the what is it called? Of the historic tornado, the historical tornado series. All right. So that's a sneak peek. You guys can get sneak peeks and stuff like that. How about a birthday shout out or one free merch after 12 months? That's not a bad idea. I can do giveaways too for the people for the next level, the noble ones. Yeah, I can do giveaways and stuff. So yeah. When/what is the next severe weather threat? Middle of next week. All right, so we talked about it a little bit, not last night's video, but the night before that, on Tuesday night. We uploaded a video then, and we talked about how the potential for severe weather and winter weather could exist in the middle of next week. So I'll continue. I'm going to make a video for that tomorrow, guys, tomorrow night. Sometime. The video is going to be uploaded sometime in between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock Eastern, so 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock Central. So please be sure to be out if you can. If you subscribe, there's a bell notification icon right next to it. If you hit that, you stay up to date with all my latest information that I upload. So please be sure to do that if you want to stay up to date with the channel. But yeah, these videos that I'm going to be making, they're about historical tornadoes. And this one right here, this tornado video is very much so different. So, of course, eventually I'm going to want to make videos about like Joplin and Moore and Bridge Creek and Tuscaloosa and stuff like that. But the thing of it is, all right, is I also want to do tornadoes that people have forgotten about, but were still pretty significant. Now, areas that, got impacted by it, of course, they'll never forget about it, but areas around them, areas in the United States, probably have, haven't really you know, thought about it. So these videos will bring to light those tornadic events. And I'll also talk about it. So in this case, this tornado that I'm doing is really weird. It is a tornado that did not move typically as to what other tornadoes historically have done, including the ones that have occurred today. It also didn't form in the typical environment that tornadoes form in. It was not in an area where the Storm Prediction Center forecasted this event. It was a violent tornado that occurred where no one thought it would be on that day. That's the only verbal hint I'm going to give to you all, and a little bit of a sneak peek to that. It is not El Reno. It is not El Reno. I do want to do both the El Reno tornadoes, but it's not any of the tornadoes that you are thinking about. I guarantee it, because this one, you know, for reference, this one was 165 mile per hour EF3, which is 1 mile per hour away from an EF4, by the way. So it's technically a destructive tornado. Technically a destructive tornado. But yeah, I have radar, I have satellite, I have model analysis and stuff like that for what the model said leading up to the event and all sorts of stuff like that. I've got everything, guys. I got videos. It's going to be one heck of a video. One heck of a video, and I am really excited to complete this. There you go. Let's see. So yeah, there isn't really too much left here. I'm gonna play the loop of the radar, get that up. And I'm gonna pull up Birmingham here. Get the radar playing on through. Rome in USA, no. I had the quad state tornado, eventually I would. But I'm waiting for the final rating for that. Waiting for the final rating. "2011, there was a tornado outbreak." Yep, and eventually I plan to use that in a video, but it's not the April 27th, 2011 tornado outbreak. Not yet. Talking about starting a case study series of videos. Yep, except it's gonna be a bit of a switch. It's gonna be a little bit of a flip in how we do the videos. Did it take place in Alabama? No, it did not. That's the only hint I'm gonna give you in regards to states. It did not happen in Alabama. You know what? I'll also say this. It did not happen in Oklahoma either. That's practically it. That's all I'm gonna say. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. I'm not gonna say the time. Not gonna say the time. You guys gotta wait for it. But all I gotta say is that this tornado was weird. It was very weird. Let's see. Maybe, maybe. Do I know what a Beyblade is? Yep. You were in the super outbreak in Alabama in 1974? Sheesh. It's crazy. I want to pull up my channel over here to the side. Yeah, my goodness. We're literally 9 likes away from 1,200 likes. That's amazing. 99% like to dislike ratio. Almost 19,000 people came to the live stream today. That's pretty insane. So today was more than likely a tornado outbreak. I do believe there are some instances to where there were tornadoes. And it only takes not 6 tornadoes for it to be classified as a tornado outbreak. So we wouldn't be incorrect on that notion if that was the case. Excuse me. We've been live streaming for over 8 hours now. That's pretty fun. Anvil crawlers off the back of the system would be insane. I know, right? Do I remember the Easter outbreak? I do. I remember it very well. Thank you, SPWX. Really do appreciate it. Really do. Let's show our subscriber count. Look at that. What you guys have done. This is you guys. This is our entire squad right here. Our entire squad is finally over 26,000 strong. Finally over 26,000 strong. And man, I mean, look. If we go to last 365 days, okay? This was May right here, or March. Actually, this is around this time of year last year, all right? Right here, February. 1,898 subscribers. And look at how much we've grown since then. My goodness. That's just absolutely amazing what you guys have done for the channel. So I really do appreciate you all. I really do. Whew. Neck hurts. Do I remember the outbreak of December 10th, 2021? I sure do. Just felt like it just happened yesterday. What age did I start being fascinated with weather? I really started taking it seriously when I was about 14. That was 14. 13 or 14. Something like that. It's up to them, Gore. It's up to them. I do like Morgan, though. Morgan is a amazing companion. He's a very good friend of mine. Very good friend. You know, he wouldn't be on my YouTube channel talking with me if that wasn't the case, too. So, very good friend. Him and I are learning together. We're trying to better ourselves in regards to radar analysis. You know, that's the one thing I gotta say, alright? One thing with this channel that I've always prided myself on is how much, you know, how much we've done with the content that we've had. And we just used, you know, traffic cameras, sky cameras, and radar. There's only been a few streams where we've used a storm chaser. You know, Matt, our exclusive storm chaser of ours, when he helped and caught tornadoes for us. We literally saw tornadoes on stream last year with Matt. So, you know, if Matt storm chases again this year, we can expect more from that. And we'll continue to get information out that way. But with the amount of stuff that we've had, you know, with the funds that we've had, with how long this channel's been going on for, you know, this channel's been going on for 2 years strong. Almost 2.5 years strong at this point now. And, you know, we haven't used a whole lot of storm chasers as our content. You know, we haven't been using storm chasers as content as our main way to, you know, live stream. We've used the radar. And there's a reason why you guys call me the Duke of the Doppler. Any threats for Northern Georgia? You guys are probably getting strong damaging winds, honestly. I think that's more of the threat for you all. Let's take a look at Huntsville, Alabama. And you guys are getting strong damaging winds. Yep, look at that. You see this big line right here? See this big red line that moves on through the Ringgold and Lafayette area, heading towards the Somerville general vicinity? That is your strong damaging wind event that's going to move on through. So that'll eventually move off towards Dalton, the Chatsworth, Ramhurst, Cherry Log, Blue Ridge, Oakman area, Resaca, Blairsville. So you guys will eventually get this line, but it'll just be some strong damaging winds and maybe some spotty hail, but not super significant stuff. I did join YouTube in October 14th, 2013, but that wasn't my official start of the weather YouTube channel, so. Do you think I will ever cover the 1990 Plainfield tornado? I definitely could. I'd have to take a look at it a little bit more to see as to what I could do about it, what I could say and stuff. But for right now, I kind of want to focus more on the tornado that I'm doing right now, and then eventually I'll figure out the next tornado, and then the next tornado, and the next tornado. You have a math question? It is x plus 3 equals 45. Are you trying to ask for me to solve for x? If you're asking me to solve for x, it's 42. 42. But otherwise, don't know what you're asking me to solve there besides x. Solve my life issues. Time for therapist Nate to consider the following. I appreciate that, Sunset. Thank you so much. Arizona EF3 Flagstaff. That's an interesting one, but no, it's not. I have heard of it, though. Good night, Pamela. Thank you so much for your support today. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Remember the March 12th, 13th outbreak of 2008? I kind of vaguely remember it, but otherwise... I didn't really take weather too seriously back then. Besides me watching Dr. Greg Forbes. This, you know, as for people who don't know, Dr. Greg Forbes is kind of the guy that I look up to the most with weather. He's the inspiration of this channel. And is the reason why, you know, I do more radar than I do watch. All right? You know, for the people who watch stuff and stuff like that in their channels and have that as their main source of content, you know, I mean, if I had Storm Chasers too, I would definitely watch, but I would also talk about radar while I'm watching too. While I'm watching. So, I'm not using other people's content just for my own. I'm trying to continue to still talk. You know what I mean? Now you know I'm really going off of what the Weather Channel did back in like 2012, 2015. Have I been to Springfield, Illinois before? No, I have not. I've been to Minneapolis, Minnesota, if that counts. NA Truckers, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Are these going to stay severe as they go through Georgia? Well, they're not really severe right now to begin with, but they could be severe as they move on through. So, I mean, that's something to, you know, keep in mind. Otherwise. No problem, security guard. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream. I really do appreciate it. Do I remember the Tennessee floods in 2010? I remember actually reading up on it. So, heading out here to go back to work in the apartment for tomorrow. Great job. Thank you so much, Alma. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming out to every single stream, and I see you a lot in the comments down as well. You know, wouldn't be able to have this channel without people like you. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Caleb. If you were to choose your friend for the rest of your life, would it be Mike Tyson or Juice WRLD? Well, it's an interesting question. I haven't really thought about that. I'll give you an answer here in a bit. When I started weather, if you have clips covering it, basically the oldest and newest clip of you covering the weather. So actually, I was thinking of making a trailer for the channel of how my channel has progressed. All right, so it'd be my channel trailer to sway people who are not subscribed. And I was thinking of actually releasing that whenever I get the new room done for the new weather studio, and have the new graphics all up and stuff like that. How is today's not a 3 out of 5 risk? I mean, it just basically occluded the entire time. It had storms form out in front of it, and then it just killed itself off. So, I mean, it definitely was a tornado outbreak. It was just such a small tornado outbreak. It was a small one. Like probably 6 tornadoes at minimum. And at maximum. At minimum and at maximum. Makes a lot of sense. It's pretty coolio, true facts. Why does the, dude, why do these bots keep trying to go after my channel? I don't understand. Have you ever been to Walt Disney World or Universal Studio Orlando? I've been to Walt Disney World. I've not been to Universal Studios. June 8th, 1984. F5. I'll take a look at that. I'll see if I can do a little bit of research with that. Why did you do weather as your hobby? Like being a YouTuber, and why did I choose weather? Well, mainly because at the time, there wasn't really a whole lot of YouTubers that were doing this. And then, of course, you know, someone came from TikTok and came to YouTube, and then, you know, is now going big. So, you know, if I just took advantage of that, you know, I took advantage of that a little sooner, probably would have been able to be a lot bigger. But what ifs is what ifs. Doesn't matter. What matters is what's happening right now. And that's the big thing. Since the severe weather risk is over, do you care if we send some memes on Twitter to me? I mean, you can. I'm probably not going to show it off on stream, but, you know, unless if it has something to do with me, then maybe. But imagine if Nate gets Pekka's Hank as a storm chaser for one stream. Dude, that would be the peak. The peak. You know, even Reed Timmer as the peak. That is when the channel would have peaked. Is when we get storm chasers, you know, more than one storm chaser on stream, you know. No problem, Jake, Matt, Aiden, and Ben Sports Games and Vlogs. No problem, no problem. I'm glad you found a passion in it. Eventually I will do storm chasing, but, you know, I think I'm probably going to want to get a little bit larger in order for me to do so. Dude, these bots, I swear, this is stupid. I don't understand. These plebeians don't understand. How long am I planning to stream until? I think I'm gonna start calling it quits here in like a few minutes, honestly. Like there really isn't too much for me to do anymore. Let me examine the environment here real quickly. Quite a bit of hail with the storm that's heading towards Columbiana. Columbiana. Yeah, so they're all embedded along the line. Could be something tornadic. The only thing I gotta say, though, is that this 5% chance for tornadoes is pretty expansive, so you know. Damaging winds and a couple of tornadoes is expected to persist over centered over Alabama. Dew points are in the mid 60s. Isolated tornado cannot be ruled out in eastern Tennessee, given the extreme shear and marginally unstable boundary layer. So that's very nice, but I don't think that'll be the case. I'm gonna look over a couple more areas, see if I need to say any more things about this. But I don't really see a whole lot. Don't really see a whole lot from that department. Yeah, I think that is good for Tennessee. I'm looking on through. I don't really see too much besides some strong damaging winds. There might be a bookend vortex that could form near Knoxville. But that would basically be it. Right near Knoxville. I don't see too much for that. Huntsville, Alabama. Let's look at the line here that's moving on through. Can I check dew points? Dew points are in the mid to lower 60s. Here. A good way for us to tell. Good way for us to tell is from METAR stations. And here's our dew points. So all these green numbers, well, actually all these numbers in general are dew points in Fahrenheit. So you can see you have some relatively moist dew points across the board over here. From Selma, Demopolis, Birmingham, Anniston, Alexander City. Quite a bit of it. So any big tornadoes touch down today? So they don't do the actual damage report until after. So like a day after the entire event. So it's not really an answer that I can give you right now, but the tornado is wider than the funnel. You never understood the meaning. So if you think of it this way, the tornadic winds extend further than what it actually shows you. Okay, so if the wind is whirling around, you can have the condensation funnel in the middle, and the winds whirl around that. So you can see my finger right here. But the winds around this that are going around, you can't. But this is still the tornado. So that's why El Reno was so bad. Because you could see the tornado right here, but down around here, this is all the wind. And rain, too. And rain. What software do I use for this? This is GR Earth right here. And this is GR2 Analyst right here. But I have my own color tables and stuff like that with it. So it's officially a linear storm. For the most part, it is indeed a linear storm. I think what we should do now is talk about the models before we go. I think this is what we should talk about before we head off here this evening. So we'll see here as this progresses. Of course, you have a lot of snow that's in the northern portions of the event here. The Arctic boundary extends practically along the border of the United States and Canada. And anywhere north of that, gonna get freezing rain, sleet, or snow. Anywhere south of that, probably gonna get rain. Meanwhile, the line of storms is gonna continue to extend further and further as we get from the overnight hours of tonight into tomorrow. And then this will eventually move on through into portions of the eastern coast by 8 to 9 in the morning. All right, that's when the final line can move on through. And that's when the snow will officially move off out of the areas. Now, the temperatures across the board, at this point, you're going to have some areas that are going to have quite a lot of cold air seeping in behind this. So by early tomorrow morning, if you're in any of these areas that are in the whites and kind of the reddish colors, you're in freezing temperatures, all right, 32 degrees or below. And that'll continue to sit in some spots here, especially on Friday. All right, look at this for Friday. You can see, you know, in southern Pennsylvania, northern Maryland, as well as West Virginia and stuff like that. You guys continue to stay in the freezing temperatures, and that'll continue to be the case as this moves about. So that's one thing to mention as well. On the other hand, let's go to not Africa. Not Africa. Let's go take a look at what the Euro says even after this. So next week, all right, there's going to be a storm that's going to move on through. All right, so first off, this is our storm right here. It's going to move about. This weekend, there's going to be a clipper that's going to move on through the Great Lakes and portions of Ontario. All right, so snow over there. There's going to be another clipper that's going to come on through the prairies of Canada. But then watch this down here. You see these little red circles and stuff like that that are starting to surge onto western California. This is eventually going to be the setup for the next severe weather event. And here you go. Boom. On the northern side of it, you have a lot of snow. On the southern side of it, you have a lot of rain. So this is going to occur more than likely sometime around the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. All right, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Sometime around then is when you guys can get this activity that'll move on through. So that storm will move on through. And then there's another storm behind it that'll potentially bring some severe weather even behind this as well as a lot of snow and freezing rain within some of these areas. So something to watch out for that too. Just basically next week, 2 different storms that are going to just basically surge on through. And would not be surprised if we got some activity with that.
Severe warning for Columbiana.
Oh yeah, there is. It's right over the radar.
Yeah, you do love to see that.
There's a report of a tree on a house 1 mile south of River Chase in Alabama, which is south of Birmingham. So, you know, just because this isn't tornadic doesn't mean it won't do damage. All right, strong damaging winds can definitely do damage by toppling over trees and power lines. So be careful if you guys can. Been looking at the jet streams for the past 5 years or so. I've been following them, and for quite a few years I've noticed that they are not well defined anymore. It really just depends upon what's happening in the Pacific, because if you have low pressure systems, specifically typhoons that mess it all up, you'll get that. So the Pacific's typically a lot more active. It starts to kind of, you know, move on through and wreak havoc a little bit. Is Tuscaloosa, Alabama good for the night? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Ella. By the way, just for people who are still here, all right, and have not subscribed, all right, first off, I will say this, okay? I don't just do live streams that talk about severe weather, all right? I also make forecasting videos that talk about the potential for things to happen with weather in the future. And I'm also making a video series about historical tornadoes too. So if you're interested in that, then feel free. But I make forecasts. So if you want to stay tuned to the channel, please be sure to do so, because I will be updating you guys. So subscribe, hit that bell right next to the subscribe button, the notification bell, so that you stay up to date with all the latest information that I provide. And yeah, hit that thumbs up button to help me spread my information to more and more people, because hopefully this information will get out to people who may need it. And yeah, I really do appreciate all that you guys have done.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah,
Is this a period where I'm allowed to joke around a little bit
maybe a
at
little.
this point? Experienced Rangers Hockey, Part 1. They choose not to play offense against the Boston Bruins and win in a 9-round shootout. On this episode, we're losing 2-1 to the Detroit Red Wings, scored the first time in the late half of the second period, and they scored it 30 seconds later to take the lead. I'm so done.
That sounds
I'm
about
so
right.
done.
That sounds about right. So yeah. Once again, thank you guys to everyone who subscribed. 26,061 subscribers. More than I ever thought I would ever get at this time of year. So I really do appreciate it. I will say we are aiming for 30,000 by the end of March. All right. I think it can be done. I think it can be done. So if we all band together, hopefully we can. But I really do appreciate everyone who's came out. And other than that, guys, I think that's pretty much it. Is there any final questions? Any final questions that you guys may have for me tonight? On the other hand, while you guys ask the questions, we have 1,869 followers on Twitter too. We're so close to 2,000 followers. Pretty nice there, not gonna lie. So I really do.
How's Morgan feel about the Knicks blowing 3 20-point leads in the last week? Okay, it was 11 days, first of all. Second of all, I don't want to talk about it. Fire Tom Thibodeau. But it doesn't beat the Wizards trading Spencer Dinwiddie.
Well, I mean, it's not that big of a deal, honestly. Porzingis is not terrible for us so far. Was I caught in 4K? No.
Yo,
Matt was caught in 4K yesterday, though. That was hilarious.
Huh?
We were
your
messing
little
around.
brother?
No. Matt, the Storm Chaser in Fate.
Oh,
dude, we were
Fate,
messing around in there. You'd have to go back, but it was hilarious. It's hilarious what happened. I'll actually have to send you a screenshot. But yeah, speaking of that, guys, we do have a Discord server, Twist of Fate Discord server. It's very difficult to get in, apparently. But no, for real. We have a Twist of Fate Discord server, which we just talk about weather. We also try and, forecast stuff. We also try and get better at weather, too. Try and better each other. Get more information and stuff like that. So if you want to be a part of that on Discord, please be sure to join. The link is in the chat. First off, you have to verify that your account is not a bot. So you have to verify it that way. And second off, once you're done with that, you got to accept the rules and the terms of service. Okay, so please be sure to do so if you guys want to join the server, because, we don't want to really get in trouble on Discord. And we don't want to, have people create trouble for us on Discord either. We don't want anybody ruining the fun for us and whatnot. So we're all having a whale of a time. Speaking of a whale of a time, Rome, Georgia, and Interstate 75 is under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So you guys are definitely having a whale of a time. You guys are definitely having a whale of a time. But yeah, this one's more of a strong damaging wind risk with this severe thunderstorm warning. Might be a bookend vortex on the northern side, but otherwise, not really too much here, honestly.
That's even a stretch.
Yeah. Can you join the Discord? Yeah, of course. Just hit the link there, and then you can join. Everyone can join, as long as they are 13 years of age or older.
And don't be a bitch, or the mods will not be nice to you.
True facts.
Like how I just stopped myself from saying the word.
Were there any tornadoes today? Yes, there were.
Not as many as we might expect. We might have expected, rather.
There was a
Excuse me.
significant tornado today, though.
There was.
So maybe even two, honestly. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I don't see any more. How well is it moderated? Decently moderated. A little bit of growing pains and stuff like that we were dealing with before, but it's a lot better than it once was.
Hey, Nate.
What?
Can I share something funny that Jessica just said to me in DMs?
Sure.
She said, "In before, congratulations to all the people that thought today was a moderate risk tweet."
Dude, that's three events in a row. That's 3 events in a row that's happened. Where people are like, oh, it's going to go moderate, and then
died.
I will say, this was a bona fide enhanced risk. This was.
But not a moderate.
No.
And I will stand by that.
Yeah. So yeah. Can't join the Discord? Well, that's unfortunate. Were there more trains in Morgan's mic than tornadoes today? Yes, there were.
Hey, okay, listen. It's not my fault that I live like a half mile from a train station, and it was rush hour when all of that was unfolding. Stop bullying.
That's great.
Consider the following.
That's great.
Speaking of caught in 4K, which I meant to say to you, I know random, but we should start up that gaming thing for YouTube so that we can watch each other do stupid stuff.
Right.
So if y'all would want to see quality content in the form of myself and Nathan playing video games, maybe some other people as well, probably some other people quite frequently, tweet at Nate Snyder.
Tweet at Nate Snyder. There it is. Yeah, we can probably talk about that after stream, honestly.
Mm-hmm. I have to finish up this thing for National Honor Society because I don't know why.
There you go. Any opinion on what will happen tonight over the Carolinas? Probably some strong damaging winds, more than likely. Look at the velocities on the storm in Georgia. Yeah, that's a bow echo for you. That is indeed a bow echo. Big bow right here, strong damaging winds. Winds coming in behind that, and when it starts to peak right at the top of the bow echo, that's when strong damaging winds become a lot more significant within the area. And so right at the top of that is where the strongest winds can actually be. And Adairsville, Fairmont, and Pine Log aren't exactly having a fun time. See you, Ryan. Thank you so much for coming out to the channel. Really do appreciate it. What storm
Okay,
chasing
I'm not
games are
gonna
good to play?
Whenever Outbreak comes out,
Dude.
that would be fun.
Dude, when Outbreak comes out, you already know I'm going to be playing that game 24/7. All right, I'm sorry. It's going to happen, and that's going to be content right there.
I mean, now that I have a computer to run it, I can join you.
And honestly, I think that's content that I can upload on this channel, too. You know?
I mean...
I can just record it. I don't even have to live stream. I can just record it and then make it into an edited video.
Can make both.
That's true.
Select files from your device. Consider the following.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit disrespectful to me for me to say, hey, please subscribe while I'm talking about a tornado warning. Like, come on, bro. Like, there's a tornado in progress. You know, that wouldn't be a great look, like saying, all right, so we've got a tornado warning in progress. You guys are probably going to get impacted. By the way, subscribe so that you enjoy the content and you get to see more of it. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, you already know. Y'all already know people want to see Nate's exclusive content. So,
About to say, don't name drop. About to say, don't do it.
I wasn't planning to. I just couldn't form a sentence.
There's a game called Storm Chasers, and it's on Steam. Jeff Aviano plays it. Oh, yeah, so Jeff Aviano actually follows Outbreak. He was actually in the server for Outbreak for the longest time until, you know, every other day he got pinged in it. He might be still in it, but, you know,
You
dude.
probably just muted it and said, go away.
Dude, honestly, if Jeff Favignano played Outbreak with me and stuff like that, I would be so pumped. Like, I talked about, you know, the pinnacle of the channel being, you know, having Storm Chasers. The pinnacle of gaming for me is if I play with Jeff Favignano and stuff like that. Like, he is so fun to watch, and his personality is amazing, and he's great. He's got a very similar personality to what I have, or at least I would like to think that.
Oh my god. End of the second period, the New York Rangers are losing to your Detroit Red Wings 2-1. I am sad. This is terrible.
Look at that debris
Jesus.
ball. Please subscribe.
Dude,
the sad thing is that
if that
actually
was
happened.
Yeah, and I that just bugs me so much. It takes a lot not to scream.
Yeah.
Like, how can you morally do that? Oh, here's this 2-mile wide debris ball heading towards Chicago. In the meantime, please subscribe to my channel.
And dude, listen, all right, so this is the only thing that I will say. All right, so with me saying, with like liking the video and sharing it, all right, sure, that has value to my channel in regards to its longevity and growth. But that's the only thing that I'm going to talk about when there's a tornado in progress, all right? The only reason why I talk about that is because it actually does have value to spreading information to people, you know? So, like, liking the video or, you know, copying the link and sending it on social media and stuff like that. Like, if people don't actually know what's happening and they're looking for that information, they can come across it by my live stream. But I'm not going to go out of my way and say, oh, by the way, pay me money, be a subscriber, follow the channel, I deserve it.
Subscriber,
you know?
do whatever for my Patreon, because yes.
Yeah. You know, like, that's just disrespectful to the people who are getting impacted. You know, it's wrong place, wrong time.
Internet, please work. Thank you.
Yeah, Morgan is inhaling copium. What's for Cape Cod,
What about-
Massachusetts after midnight on Friday? Hurricane force wind gusts. True facts. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, that is true. Are you talking about the conversation, or are you talking about my sports?
He's probably talking about sports, probably.
Cause both. Truthfully. Ryan Hall live stream name extreme tornado coverage for 217. That's just his name for every severe weather
Yeah.
thing.
The only thing I gotta say about that, all right, I know I can't control other people and
Wow,
stuff like
look at that wall cloud. Remember to donate.
So the only thing I gotta say about that is it's normalizing the words that, you know, could give you a depth perception as to what the event could be like. So basically it's clickbait, but at the same time, I don't really care. I do what I want. He does what he wants. You know, other YouTubers do what they want. Not that big of a deal. Not something I'm gonna control. I'm gonna hold up to my standards.
You? Standards? Never heard of it.
I know, right? All right, so this is what's happening for Cape Cod. All right.
People are get oofed, especially if you're out on the Cape.
So yeah,
'Cause
so
then you're really oofed.
so this is the maximum wind gusts within some of these areas. Hurricane force winds is more than likely possible across some of the areas, according to the North American model, which is a lot more aggressive. You know, a lot more aggressive than some of the other models. But you can see, you know, 70, 80, you know, at the bottom right-hand corner, you can't actually see it. Can I actually show you guys without? No. Yes. No. It's not working. Yes. Let me turn that off. All right. Down here, it says 98. Believe me. Okay. That's the maximum wind speed for what is showing up here on this graphic. And of course, my graphics are going to be different, you know, by March into April, because that's actually, you know, the one thing that I did promise you guys. All right. This is all stuff that I've made from scratch and stuff like that. All the graphics around and whatnot. But I'm getting someone to make new graphics, and it's going to be so much better for you guys to look at. And it's also going to have something that I've also always wanted on there as a part of my graphics too. So, you know, that money that you guys have been supporting the channel with, being members and donations and all that stuff, it's not just, you know, going into, you know, something random. It's going back into the channel. So when I say I really do mean it, when you guys, you know, support, I really do. I really do. You know, that's kind of the reason why I'm, you know, still surprised that my channel is as high as it is. You know, look at this, 26,000, over 26,000 subscribers, almost 26,100. You know, that's just stuff that's insane to me. So, and I could talk about this after the fact because there's no tornadoes happening, but you know, that's just what's the plan for the future. Okay. That's just the plan with the future. So, just know that changes will be coming. Also, if you didn't hear, I'm going to be doing a series of me talking about historical tornadoes. So, yeah, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of different stuff here in the future for the channel. And honestly, I'm really excited for it. I am really excited for it. So I guess we'll just have to see as things go about. But yeah, this is what's happening here for Cape Cod. You guys get a lot of that activity. Now, as for the timings, things really don't start to kind of ramp up until about 10 to 11 tonight. I'd say even midnight is when things really doesn't start to get up towards hurricane force winds. And then things are at its peak sometime around 6 in the morning tomorrow. 6 in the morning, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. That's when things are really at its peak for Long Island, coastal Connecticut, coastal Rhode Island, Cape Cod, specifically Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, and coastal Maine, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. You guys are getting your activity over there as well. Seems legit, Vasily. Can I have a look over at Ireland? I
Goodness
did
gracious.
say I would do that. I did say I would do that. Euro. Europe. United Kingdom. There we go. Okay. So, can you guys remind me which your units is and for your wind speed? If it's knots, then I can do that easily. Jeez, big low pressure system that's moving on through. Okay, so Ireland isn't going to start to really see significant wind gusts here until 5 o'clock in the morning for you guys. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And of course there's a, I believe it's what's called a red warning over here for southwestern portions of the UK. It's miles per hour. Oh, wow. Okay. Why do they not have miles per hour on here? That's stupid. But yeah, Ireland doesn't start to get its activity until about 5 o'clock in the morning, or 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning, honestly. Or that's when it really doesn't start to get to the peak, I should say. But you're still getting impacts from this like right now. So you're still going to see your activity as this moves on through. But yeah, southwestern portions of the UK also get its activity there. And you guys are just expected to continue to get that activity for the most part. Not really too much. Dew points here within this general area. I mean, it's decently moist. Could see some severe weather that could move on through as well. But I think it's more of a strong damaging wind risk more than anything. Wind gust swath. So this is the maximum amount of wind gusts here in knots. Correct that southwest is in a red warning. Okay, so I did want to clarify that. There you go. Yeah, and then other portions here, specifically southwestern Ireland into southern Ireland, you guys could be getting wind gusts and upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. That's hurricane force wind gusts in some of those areas. More than likely above hurricane force winds within these areas in the brown. All right, so if you're in the brown areas right here along the coastline, you guys are getting hurricane force winds. So there's that. And then, of course, there's areas over here in the southern portions of the UK that are getting that activity too. So that's the reason why there is a red warning over there. Yeah, that's why I was like, do they use miles per hour over there as well? I know they use miles, but I didn't know if, they were still keeping that consistent. But, it is what it is. Southern coast of England, it's already raining. Winds picking up. Got 85 to 90 mile per hour winds forecasted for your area. Yep, I'd have to agree. You guys are probably going to get that activity. More than likely. More than likely. Snow? Yeah. Snow all the way up towards portions of Detroit and Fort Wayne. Even towards the Montreal, Toronto areas and Ottawa. So yeah, there's definitely snow. All right. As much as I would like to socialize, I do kind of want to head off here. And we would be live streaming for 9 hours straight. 9 hours straight, believe it or not. So that is a good deal, in my honest opinion. I think we've done pretty well for this stream. We got very good lead time. Very good lead time here today. I was really proud of the stream. We got the information out well out ahead of time. well out ahead of time. There was a couple tornado warnings that occurred in Mississippi, and we, we were on it before the tornado warnings were even issued. And eventually they almost even produced tornadoes. So that's the one thing that I'm really proud of, is that we were on that even before. And I'm just really happy that, my research has been paying off as of late. So
Literally.
yeah, so, I said on Twitter, I said, you won't see the same type of radar analysis like you see on this channel with any other channel. All right, I pride myself on my radar analysis. It's going to sound really arrogant, but I've always thought, and I have to have this mindset to have like that confidence and whatever. I've always thought that I'm the best at what I'm at. It doesn't matter about views. It matters about intelligence, knowledge, experience. And, that's what I pride myself in. So I'm really happy with what we saw today. And we got good lead time. Good lead time. And I'm really happy for that. And I'm really happy for everyone. I'm glad that everyone who was in my stream was safe. That's the most important thing for me. That everyone who watched my stream was safe. Any final thoughts for you guys before we head off here? Any last things? Before we head off? Shell brought up a good point here, too. Huge thank you to Morgan as well. All right, Morgan, thank you so much, my friend, for taking a part of the stream, being a part of the stream and helping me out.
I mean, hey, the people being us, we do our work for you guys. It's by the people for the people here.
Yeah. And the content,
the amount of support you got, and the amount of support that you guys have been giving Nate is unbelievable. So I do appreciate all of you guys that are putting your time into watching. How long are your videos these days?
it's like 14 to 24 minutes long. So it's either it kind of veers.
Quite the range.
Well, yeah, it veers. It depends upon how much I'm talking about. So, if you want to subscribe to Morgan's channel, it's in the chat. He is trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers, and he's planning on doing more videos eventually. So,
yes,
he'll.
I have my final tournament for school tomorrow, and then I am free of most everything.
Yeah. So, as I said, thank you so much to Morgan. Thank you so much to our moderators in our chat. I'm not sure if they're still here anymore. Morgan's a moderator, but we had a lot of moderators in the middle, or the beginning and middle of the stream. Now, of course, since it's a little bit more towards the evening, people have to go to sleep because people work tomorrow.
It's only 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thank you so much to my channel members. All right, we have over 100 channel members, and there's a lot of them in the chat. All right, every single time I look through, I see these green names, and it just makes me happy seeing you guys come out to the channel, come out to the stream. So I really do appreciate that. It goes a long way with supporting my channel. And finally, thank you. Every single one of you. All right. I know we have about 200, a little over 200 people watching right now, but we have over 1,200 likes. All right. That's 1,200 people that have helped spread the information on the channel. And if I go to the analytics here for this live stream, over 21,500 people came out to the stream and viewed the video, viewed the live stream. And that right there is astonishing. So
I'd just like to make the note really quickly. Mike Russell says another great stream from you and Morgan. This is all hypothetical, obviously, because we
That's
don't know
true.
how long. I'm just, you didn't let me finish. The whole thing with him and I is hypothetical right now. So before I say this, nothing is set in stone. But hopefully after a few years, well, it'll be more than a few years, but hopefully after several years, the collaborations on stream won't be over a Discord call.
Right.
And that's all I'm going to say.
Right. So, yeah, that's how serious we are. That's how serious I am. And we want to try and provide the best radar analysis for you on YouTube. Keyword radar analysis. All right. You know, storm chasers, whatnot, sky cameras and all that. That's fine. Anyone can get that. Radar analysis, however, the quality of it is very different. And we want to try and provide the best quality of radar analysis, which I think we did. So, yeah, everyone who is out in front of this, you guys are fine. All right, you're going to get just severe thunderstorm warnings for the most part. Strong damaging winds. I can't rule out a potential for a tornado, but it's not all too...
It's not highly likely at this point.
Yeah, it's not all too likely at this time. So that is the good news. But other than that, that's going to be it for me. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe
I'm in
if
a
you're
thunderstorm risk.
There you go. You're in a thunderstorm risk.
I just realized I'm in a thunderstorm risk.
I've been getting thunderstorms all day, you donut.
They just canceled Watch 21, FYI.
There you go. So it's not even, tornado watch anymore. It's all done. It's all done and over with. Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the video, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, hit that notification bell. So turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. If you have any questions for me in the future, all right, and I'm not online or whatnot, either leave a comment in one of my videos or DM me on my social medias. I have a higher likelihood of responding to people in my direct messages for Twitter and Discord. All right, so if you do that, or if you email me, you can find my business email in my About section for my channel. I'll be able to get back to you. But other than that, that's going to be it for me and Morgan. My name is Nate. That's Morgan, J-Fold.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
it's no longer Royal NYR 54.
It is not. It is not.
So congratulations with that.
Yes.
And we will catch you guys.
Time had come.
We will catch you guys next time in the next content upload. So peace out, everyone.